Welcome to this course. My name is Guillaume, and today I'm going to teach you everything I know about React. And at the end of the course, I will provide to you a template that you can use as a portfolio. So if you are ready to follow this course, please subscribe, leave a comment. And if you are also looking for more courses, you can check my private platform into the description. Thank you very much and enjoy this course. Welcome everybody to this new course about React.js. I'm really excited to start this course because it's been a long time that I'm making videos, and React is my favorite library/framework to create front-end application and web applications. So in this course, what we're going to do, we are going to look at all the aspects of React. So I know there's a lot of content about React on the web, and it's been years that React has been released, so there was the time for a lot of YouTubers to create lessons and videos. Me, I'm going to try to do my best to go deeper into the explanation and to give you all the tricks and all the tips that I know about React, all the knowledge to create a front-end application, but also to handle and to apply all the best practices around React. Is it worth it to learn React in 2024? The answer is yes, for many reasons. The first reason is because React is probably the most used JavaScript library framework on the market, so there's a lot of content, so you can do a lot of stuff. The second reason is because most of the companies, most of the startups, a lot of them are using React. So if you look for a job or if you want to build your product, probably it's the best option for you because you will find work or you will find people to work with. The third reason, it's because React, as the most popular library framework, React has a lot of packages and library that are available online that we can use to create our app. So basically, React is probably the best choice. Okay, this is said. So what I want to do right now is to explain to you how we're going to do. We are going to use VS Code to start a brand new application. I will create a repository that is in the description down below. Please go check the description down below. And there will be the full repository on GitHub for free available for you. If you are a newbie on web development, that's all right. This course is beginner friendly. Then we're going to go really deep through intermediate to advanced level. And we're gonna, of course, use Node.js. So if you didn't install Node.js, you need to install Node.js to run React on your localhost. Then we will use Vite, which will be the tool that will help us to configure our React application. And that will help us to deploy our app online and to do everything that a web developer needs to do when he wants to release a web application. All right, there we go. So we are here. So we got React. Let's take a look quickly. So with React, we can create user interfaces from components, okay? So here we've got an example. With React, we write JavaScript that will turn after that into the final application with all the chunks, CSS, JavaScript, HTML. So here we can see that inside JavaScript, we've got some HTML. What is it? It's JSX. There will be a dedicated video on that. You can check that later. Okay? If we continue here, we can see that we can have our JavaScript next to the HTML, and we can actually mix them together at the end to get an application that looks like this. And we can see here that we can write regular JavaScript. So basically, to learn React, you need to know HTML and JavaScript and CSS if you want to do some styling. All right. After that, we can see that we have a lot of interactivity. So, of course, the name React is obvious. We have this framework for our application to be reactive to the user. So when he clicks to something, something is happening. Like here, you can see the hearts and stuff. All right. If we continue, we can see that also we can go full stack with React. Because with React.js is basically here to create front-end applications, but also we can work on full stack. We will see here that we can write some code and render it on the server. So it's going to be explained later deeper in the course. So here we can see that we got some other arguments. We've got a huge community. React is really wide, really deep. And at this point, I want to talk about something, React versus Next.js. Next.js is a framework based on React. I'm going to make a dedicated video on this topic, should you choose React or Next.js. Okay, so we got Vite, we got Node.js. If you didn't install it, you need to install it. Here I got my VS Code running with the terminal, and I'm going to use Vite to create my first React application. So if I click on Get Started here, there's a lot of text, a lot of documentation that you can read. With Vite, actually, we can actually create different type of applications. So here we can see Vanilla, a Vanilla JavaScript project that will be generated automatically, Vue.js, React, Preact, which is actually another version of React, Lit, Svelte, Solid, Quick. We are interested in React, okay? So if I click on React, what's happening in here is that you have the possibility to follow this course into a stack blitz, because we got here a React application. Me, I'm going just to close that. I don't want to have this. What I would like to do at first is to install Vite. So I'm just going to copy paste this, going here, and I'm going to type here in my terminal in VS Code, here npm create Vite latest, and we can see that I don't have it. So I need to install it. I'm going to type yes. And here I would like to basically select a project name. However, if you do that, you understand that you are not running actually a React application. You are just running Vite, okay? So we can see here that we got what we call some flags. And here we got the name of the application, and then we got the flags with those here characters that we can put here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back and I'm going to cancel that. Okay, so what I want to do is to use Vite, but to create a React template. So me, I'm going to use npm. So I'm just going to copy paste this example and show you how to create a React application with Vite. So here I'm going to remove Vue and I'm going to put React. And here, instead of that, I'm going to put React. Okay, React like this. There we go. From 0 to hero, and you can find the repository into the description. There will be a lot of piece of code that you can reuse. All right, if I type this, it's going to create a Vite application on the latest version, which will be named React from 0 to hero. And here we put some characters, and then we call a template, and the template is React. If I type enter, there we go. I got basically my template that has been created. So if I do this and I type code and point, I arrive immediately inside the React application that I have created. Okay, so we're going to look at the structure just after. I can close this window because now I got it, and this is it. I have nothing else to do. I have my React application that is in here. So we can look at the folders, at everything, okay, the public here, and we got some files. Okay, so basically what we're going to do in the next course, we are going to talk about the structure of a React project, right? But what I would like to do is just to run it immediately, okay? So what's happening in here, I got a package.json, and here it's most of the configuration, okay? So if I look at it, I have to type dev, actually npm run dev, to use this application. What I propose you to do now is to run this application locally to see how it looks like. So what we need to do here is to open our terminal and to check if we got Node. So I'm going to type node -v, and suddenly we can see that I got the version 18.19.1. You need Node.js to make your application run locally. Then I'm going to type npm -v, and here npm, it means Node Package Manager. So I need npm to make it run, and here we can see that I got Node working. Normally, npm should come with Node. If it doesn't, you need to follow a guide to install npm. Okay, so now I'm going to type npm, which will help me to install the necessary packages to make React to work. React cannot work by himself. It needs packages, and it will need also the packages that we'll choose. For instance, a slider or bootstrap or whatever, okay? So what I need to do is to type npm install, and what's happening in here, it's going to fetch actually all the package on the web, for our application to work. And suddenly we can see here that we got our node modules here, and we can see that we got a lot of folders with a lot of JS files and also some CSS, JSON and stuff. Okay, so take a look at all of this. There's a lot of modules. You will never go to the node modules. Okay, we stay here. All right, so now it's done. I'm going to type npm run dev. And why npm run dev? Because dev is going to launch Vite, and Vite will help me actually to run this project locally. So I'm going to type enter, and we can see here that on localhost, here on this address exactly running right now on my computer, and I can't type on the terminal again. The server is running. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to launch, and look at this. There we go. We've got our application running. And if I click on count, we can see that the count is incrementing. So here I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to talk about the structure of the course later in a future course. But we can already look that in the source folder, we got where is the application that is running now. And if I go on main.js, we can see some code which is work not in JS but in JSX, and we can see here that on my theme I got the React icon. So for those who don't know JSX, we will talk about it also later. We can see here that I got the JSX files, which is basically JavaScript. And if you click here, we can see that we got all the code that is running with the count here. Count is, we can see that this is basically this button, and we got curly brackets with count, and here count, it's a state which starts on 0. Okay, so we've got our application running. What I want to do, I'm just going to stop right away. Okay, I'm going to stop right away and create the Git repository for you guys. Okay, we are on GitHub. I have an account. If you don't have an account, create an account. And here I'm going just to zoom, and I'm going to create React from 0 to hero. And this is going to be the repository that I will put public, and you can go directly on it. Okay, so here I got a git ignore file that is coming because of Vite, which will impeach me to push the node modules. Okay, we don't want to have the node modules. So I'm going to click on create repository, and suddenly there we go, I got it. And if I go down, I got all this piece of code that I'm going to copy paste, just this one. I could copy paste everything if I want to, but not in this case. I'm going to type git init. All right, and suddenly we can see that all the files that are here are in green. So I'm going just to push all of this, and we can see that we've got an error because I need to add the whole folder. I'm going to add this, and I'm going to put that. It's going to push, and when I come back, I'm going to unzoom. Suddenly, I got my application that is here with a description and stuff. So if you want to go to see this, basically, if you want to go to see this repository with all the lessons, you just have to go on my GitHub account on Guillaume Durand, React from 0 to hero. I think I'm going to pin it right away on my profile. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So if I click here, I'm going to customize here. I'm going to put React from hero to 0. I'm going to pin it as the first here project. I'm going to put more data into it, and you will be able to follow this course entirely. So that's it. Now, what we're going to do, we are going to look quickly at the application, but before we want to make a comparison between React and Next.js. Now we got our React application. I want to talk about the file structure, the directory, and how we should architecture a React.js project. Okay, so here you can see that we've got a folder, and this folder is called React from 0 to hero. And we got here the tree, okay, the file tree, where we can see that we've got the node module folder. We've got also a public folder and a source folder. Next to these folders, we got files. We've got the vite.config.js, and this is where we are going to use Vite to configure our project. We've got the README, where I just put more information for you. I got the package.json, which is basically the tool that Node is using to install all the modules and libraries required to make the application to work. We've got the package.log.json, which is not important at this step. And we got the index.html. So this index.html, if I drag it into a browser, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Why? Simply because here we are in a development environment, and this is not the final version of our application. The final version of the application, you can get it with building actually the app. So what does it mean? Let's just open the terminal again and stop the server if it runs. And here I'm going to type npm run build. Remember, we typed npm run dev to launch the server, but actually if I type npm run build, it's going to take all these files and it's going to create the final version of your application. So I'm going to type enter, and here we can see that Vite did some work. It built actually the application for the production, and we can see that it created actually or transformed 34 modules into a folder called dist. And if we look at here, up here, we got a dist folder which contains another application, which is actually the final version of our React application. Okay, so here we got another index.html, and here basically comparing the two index.html next to each other. So we're gonna put the one from our application on the left, and we're gonna keep the other on the right. Here we can see that we got a different index.html. So how is that possible? Well, it's possible because here this index.html, which is present on the main project, is actually the version that we're gonna use basically to develop our application. The build version will be the final one, the one that is going to be on the server that will run. And we can see that we got a div here, id root. We don't got any text, anything. This is JavaScript that is going to create basically the application dynamically when we're gonna call it. Okay, so here let's come back. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close everything. Here we can see that we got a different index.html. We got here the Vite, actually SVG, that doesn't move. And we've got some assets. And here we can see that we got the chunks of the applications. Those little parts that have been cut by Vite during the build. We've got here the CSS that is compiled. We've got the JavaScript here. And we can see that in the JavaScript, we've got React and all the React code that has been imported. All this React code is the code that is going to do the job directly on the build, or not on the building, on the serving of the app, okay, at this point. And here we got the SVG. All right, so we can see here that basically all the files that are here out of the dist folder are basically not the final version of the app. So we can't use these files to actually put the app online every time we will need to build the app. This is why we're going to use either a CI/CD tool that will do it, or we're going to deploy it on Vercel, Netlify, and etc., etc. However, we don't need to have Vercel, Netlify, or another provider to help us to deploy the application. We can simply create a React application like this and deploy it ourselves on the server with Node.js. We will have to do the configuration ourselves, but it's totally possible. Also, we could use React, for instance, inside a CMS like WordPress to create our own plugin. This is totally possible, and this is why React is so powerful. Okay, so we got here those other files. So ESLint, this is used for actually the styling inside, not the styling of the app, but inside my application. It's here to check that everything is good in terms of coding and good practices. Let's say it like this. And finally, we've got the source folder. So the source folder, I want to stop right now on the source folder because this is probably the most interesting part for you guys, especially if you are a beginner or if you want to know how to architecture your actual React.js application. On this source folder, I got at the root 4 different files here. The app.css, and we can see here it's just a CSS file. And by its name, we can understand that it's related to the app.jsx, and we can see that it has been imported as a module here. So we can see first that we import some CSS into some GSX, and it's working, okay, exactly like if we would use a style link inside our HTML. Here it's working directly. React understand that here you want to link the CSS. Then we've got here an index.css, which is another CSS style sheet, but there is no index.gsx. We've got a main.gsx. And this main.gsx, guys, this is the root of your React application, the root of everything. If I delete main.gsx, it will not work anymore. Why? Let's look at the code. So here, I got this file, and I'm going just to close all of the file here to be clear on the Zen mode. There we go. So we can see here at the first line of my file, I import React from React. And if I look at React, we can see that React is down there in some HTML with some here tags, HTML tags, and we don't really understand what's happening in here, but we can see that we call React. And then we call the React DOM. So what's the React DOM? There will be a complete lesson about that later. But now let's say that React cannot work without this DOM. And this is a client DOM. Here we call this DOM. Okay? So we can see that that's basically the function that we call. When we call our main.gsx, it's going to call React DOM, and it's going to call what? The function create root, which is part of the React DOM. If I click on the React DOM, I got a lot of code here that is basically the root here of the React DOM. We can see here on type React DOM. And we call React DOM, which has a lot of function, and we call the function create root. Remember what is root? Let's look at it. If we go here on the index.html, we can see that we got an ID root. And if you did some JavaScript before, you can see here that we are calling document.getElementById of root. And now, if you follow the course, if I go back here, I can see that I got also div ID root inside the development index.html. So here it means that I'm targeting, actually React is targeting root. It's going to create the root of our DOM here, and it's going to render. What does it mean render? It's going to display the application. It's going to do all the work to basically get all the bricks and create the house finally here inside this here HTML, which is basically GSX. And we call React, and we finally pass what? We pass the final product. Here in these steps here, React is doing his own job of gathering everything, changing CSS into CSS, GSX into HTML, JavaScript, etc., all the components, everything that we're going to see later. And it's finally going to be rendered in here with the index.css, which is here also. And it's calling app. So if I go to app here, we can see, okay, we can see that we've got some React code and some GSX code actually. Here, everything is written in React, and this is the page that we got in here. This is how it works. Everything comes from main and app. So later we will see that we can change that. We can add probably some more files, some more components to our application. And basically, this is how it articulates the whole React application like this. Okay, so let's just now have a look at the structure of the code, because now we've got this, which is build. How React works was the subject of this lesson. Now we would like to know what should we do, how should we start about the folders, the file, what should I do in terms of the file and directory structure. To create this long course about React, of course, I use a lot of references, a lot of articles, a lot of videos, a lot of content online, and of course, my own experience of 10 years as a front-end, a full-stack developer also. Okay, so React Handbook.dev is the first reference I want to talk about in this course. On React Handbook, you can actually have a lot of documentation and explanation on how to build production-ready React applications, okay? So I really encourage you to go here and to look at this documentation here on to understand how React works and what could we do. What I want to look at first, and I already talked about that in previous courses, is to talk about the folder and the project structure. It's a standard here that I'm going to show you. So here we can see that we got the source folder, the README, the git ignore, the environment file. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come back here and put my code here on the right, and we're going to have the example on the left also. Okay, so here we can see that I got all my files and folder, and if I look at it here, I got the source. So I got the readme, the git ignore, the env file, and the ts config. Here we don't got TypeScript, but probably no, for sure we're gonna do it later in another lesson. Okay, so here if we look at source, and if I click on source here, I can see that it's clearly different. On the source folder, I have an assets folder which actually contains all the assets that you would like to display in the application. The public folder, which is not here, it's more for the images that you want to be public. So we can basically fetch them by using the URL. With the assets, it's not the case. So if you want to put images, public images or public stuff, you can put it into the public folder. Okay, then we've got a folder called components. Okay, so now we don't get components yet. It's going to come later, but we can probably start creating a folder called components. And in this folder components, we will have parts of our application, such as headers, sidebar, buttons, components, etc., etc. Okay, then after we got a lot of other folders, but what I would like to do is to jump up here, not on the bulletproof React actually repository where you can find all this architecture, all this folder that we got here. I'm just going to come back to it just after. What I would like to do at first is just to start on a simple repository architecture that everybody could use, especially the beginners that are probably watching this video. Okay, so here we can see that we got the source folder and we got the components folder, where here we can see that we've got an application with app.jsx, here a header, here a widget, here a screen. This here, guys, it's like an atomic design pattern. What does it mean? When you develop your application, here we are working on a developer environment. Here it's just us as developers that are looking at those files, folders. So the user will never see that. The user will basically just look at the application and he will not even know that it's a component or whatever. You just want to use the application for a purpose, okay? So the thing is that if it's us who are working here, let's make it like our home. Let's just work on folders that we can understand and easily find when we got an error to debug, because this is the main topic. What we would like to have is an architecture that we can understand and read really fast and really easily. We don't want to spend time looking at files, reading here line by line, where did I make a mistake and stuff. So here, this is a good practice to separate your app actually in several components. We're going to see that in the component lesson. And we can see that we got a component for that. Then we've got a helper folder. And this helper folder, I think we can create it right away. This helper folder will be basically a folder that will help us to store all the JS files that will provide to us some function tools that we will use everywhere inside the app. Because of course with JavaScript, we can import, export modules, and probably those modules, we would like to put them into the helpers. Then we've got the hooks, And the hooks folder, for sure, we are going to create it. I'm going to type here the hooks. The hooks folder here, it's going to be really specific. Here, the hooks are basically like helpers, function that we can use, but they are integrated in a different workflow. We're going to see that in another video. So here, we've got a basic, really basic React structure, React architecture folder here that we could use if we would like to create a simple React application just to start. So if you want to create a portfolio or just a single page application, which is an application with only one page as its name stands, you can stop in here. However, if you would like to go deeper into how to architecture your project, we are going to come back to the bulletproof React. And here we can see that we got several other folders. Okay, so what I have here, it's a config folder. And we can see that in the config folder, we could store all the global configuration, such as environment file. So if I go here and I create my config folder, I can see suddenly that I got an icon. I could have, for instance, my env.example. Most of the time, me personally, I put it at the root of the project, but that's a possibility. So we could add this config folder. We have here a feature, and here we got awesome feature folder with several other features. It's a more complex architecture here, so I'm not going to stand on this. This is probably possible for you to use, but here that's good. The hooks, we already talked about that. We have the lib folder, which is basically like the helper. So what would be the difference? Well, basically for me, there is no several difference between lib and helpers. Basically in the library, I store files like my Superbase client, my AppWrite client, my Firebase client, and this has no place in helpers folder. Then we got the providers, and we're going to see also that the providers are playing a big role in React applications. Basically, we can wrap our application into providers to fulfill, to give a state, to give some application access globally inside our app. We got the roots folder, and here it's going to be an interesting one because, of course, there's some point of the course where we are going to use the React router and we will need to create roots. What are roots? It's basically different pages. So right now our app is only one page, but later we want to be able to go to /dashboard /user and /Guillaume, okay? And to do that, we will need to use the router and to create roots. So we definitely need this folder root. Then we got the stores folder. So the stores, it's when you want to use global stores. I'm going to give you some examples in future lesson. We are able to use some stores to just share the state. So just a quick example. Here I'm going to come back here and put it full screen. Here we can see in my application.jsx, there we go, that we got the state, and this state, it's the count, and when I click on the count, it's increasing, okay? So basically, probably we would like to share this count in all our application. To do that, we use what we call stores or context. Okay, so it's another possibility. We can use context. So basically here, what we could have, we can create the folders. We could have some stores. I'm going to rename it and put it as a context. That's what I'm calling context. We can see that we can use context. Okay, also we got tests. So here in the test folder, that's where we would like to store all the tests. So if you are not familiar with testing, you got to know with JavaScript, and especially with a JavaScript application, we have some tools that can help us to run our test and to test everything on our application to be sure that it's working. If you are working with TypeScript, probably we get some errors on types, on a lot of stuff. You are passing a string, but it's waiting for a number, etc., etc. We will go deeper into test probably later. But here, if you would like to store your test, you can go to test. Then we got the types. So basically the types, this is where you would like to store all your TypeScript types, etc., etc. Okay. There's also a lot of stuff that you can store into the types, such your GraphQL queries and stuff. For that, I would prefer to create a GraphQL queries or a queries folder directly here. Okay, depending on what you want to do. And finally, we got the utils folder where we shared your all utility folder. So what is the difference between utils, okay, lib, and helpers? These are just names, guys. You really want to give a good structure to your project in order to really understand what and where is what and where is what you are looking for, okay? That's just as simple as this. This video is just to show you a method to architecture your project. Of course, you can do whatever you want. If you would like to have a folder code with G, you can have a folder code with G. But the idea is to put some organization into your React application to jump easily from a topic to another, from a file to another. All right? Another question that is asked really often is, where do I store my style sheet, my CSS, SCSS? Well, here we can see that at the root you get CSS and JS6 on the same level, a bit like Angular does. You can totally do that if you want. Into your components, you can construct, deconstruct JavaScript with CSS there. It's going to be fine. It's up to you to organize yourself as you want. So, what do you want to choose? React or Next.js? What are the main differences? Why should I choose React? Why should I choose Next.js? In this simple video, I'm going to just explain to you what is the difference between React and Next.js and why you may choose React over Next.js or the opposite. There are basically not a lot of differences. For one main reason, it's because Next.js is built on top of React. So in the previous course, we created a React application, and now we would like to create a Next.js application. So we can take a look at both of them and look at all the arguments to use Next.js. So remember, with React, we can create web application, front-end application, by using this most famous library for web and native user interfaces. And we've been using Vite to create this template. Here, we are not going to use Vite for Next.js. What we are going to use is simply this command down here, npx create next app at latest. So I'm going to come back and next to my React application, just going to enter npx create next app. And if your application actually doesn't recognize that you have the CLI of Next, it's going to ask you to install Next.js, which is totally fine. Okay, so I'm going to just use here next app. Okay, I'm going to type enter. And here suddenly we can see that it's totally different from our experience from React. The CLI is asking you some question to configure your Next.js project. So I'm going to type yes to use TypeScript, yes to use ESLint, yes to use Tailwind CSS. So here it's a good example to show you that Next.js is already more than React. It's going to provide you more configuration of your first project. And this is basically here the goal of Next.js. So I'm going to type enter here, and we can see that I can use the source folder. I would say yes, because look, on React, I also have a source folder. I'm going to type enter, and it's going to ask me if I want to use the app router. At this step of the React from 0 to hero course, we didn't even take a look at the roots and the router, but Next.js already got in its engine the possibility to create routes for you. So I'm going to type yes. I'm not going to use the alias. And look at that. So suddenly Node is installing for us React, React DOM, and we already saw React and React DOM inside our React application, but it's also installing Next. And the dev dependencies that are going to be used to develop will be TypeScript, the types for Node, React, React DOM, PostCSS, Tailwind, ESLint, and ESLint config. There we go, we've got our application. So I'm going to take here cd next app. I'm going to type yarn and yarn dev because I would like to install actually all the packages. I'm going to just to stop that. It's just a reflex for me to always type yarn and yarn dev because I would like to have the freshest and the latest packages. Okay, so there we go, we got our application running. And if I come back here on localhost 3000, here what I have is directly the next application, which is coming by Vercel, the company that is editing Next.js. Okay, I got my Next.js app, and I'm going to open it just in here. And there we go. On the left, we have a React application. On the right, we got the Next.js application. And we can already see that there are more files in the Next.js than in the React application. And we can see that we got different files. And if I take a look, because previously we've been looking at the architecture of a React project, if I take a look here, we can see here first that we got different files. We don't got the app.jsx and the main.jsx file. We got the layout.tsx and page.tsx. So here we can see already that we are under an app folder, and here on the source folder we got the app.jsx, and we don't got this folder. We got the next.config.mjs, which is another config file, and we've got of course the Tailwind and post CSS because I asked for it. Okay, and we can already see that we got this next folder up here. Remember, on React we had to type npm run build to get the this folder for the final application. Here on the next folder, we can see that we got way more files and folder than on the dist of React. So what is Next.js? Next.js, it's basically everything you need to build great products on the web. This is the marketing part because it's basically a React under steroids. With Next.js, actually, you have basically the most important thing for me. It's the file directory structure that helps you to create routes. Okay, so you don't need to work with the router and stuff. You don't need to set up the router to get your routes. You can already create your routes here under folders with page.tsx, and it's going to basically render a route. Here we can see that we got the route with the function and stuff. Next.js is working with React. So when you write under Next.js, you also write in React. This is why this course exists. Even if you do already some Next.js, you want to know how to use React, okay? That's mainly important. That's really important to do some Next.js application. Okay, so what we got also, we got a lot of other features. So we got the dynamic HTML streaming. So here we can see that we can stream our UI from the server with the app router and React Suspense. We're going to come to that later. We use the React server component, so the server, the components rendered on the server. And of course, we got all the basics that are coming, as I said to you, because of the steroids that Next.js is providing. The data fetching, the CSS support, the option to switch between client or server rendering, the route handlers, the server actions, and the middleware. So you got to know something. If we use the middleware, it's because Next.js is a backend framework that is rendering applications, if you want, on the backend or on the client, on the server or on the client, okay? So here, let's go down. We can see also that we got other options. Here we can see that basically Next.js is working with React, but also with TurboPack and Speedy Web Compiler, okay? These are the tools that have been used to make it run. And what you can do with React is just to go faster. This is the reason why you would like to use Next.js instead of React. Next.js is providing to us all the configuration, everything that you need to go production ready really fast. So there's also a documentation, you can look at it, and it's using the app router, which is a router already pre-configured for you. I already talked about that. I have a full lesson on Next.js under my YouTube channel. You can go to check it out. And there's a lot of options here, the authentication, the testing, the deployment and stuff. So basically with Next.js, you go faster than with a basic React application where you would like to do everything by yourself, configure everything by yourself. Okay, so I'm going to close this Next app. I'm just going to come back to my React application, and I'm going to explain to you quickly why you should learn React to do some Next.js. When you work with a React application like this, you are going to compile some code that at the end will be usable everywhere under a WordPress, under your own application, probably on the server side, as for instance a Chrome extension, whatever. You can use React everywhere. You're not obliged to create an application with the CLI. You can even use the CDN. React is very, very flexible. However, React comes almost naked. It just have its own function, its basic functions. For Next.js, it's totally the opposite. Next.js is made to create front-end, back-end application. You can do both. You can do full stack with Next.js. And it has everything configured to go faster to create production-ready applications. Okay? However, you are a bit limited with Next.js if you want to handle some parts of web development that I would not say not usual, but most of people wouldn't do. Like for the Chrome extension, for some other parts, Next.js would not be the best choice. You would prefer to do it in React. I'm going to give a concrete example to end this video. If you would like to create a WordPress plugin with Next.js, it would be probably a bit painful for some elements that I'm not going to mention here. What you would like to do is to stay on a ground level using either Vue.js, either vanilla JavaScript, either jQuery, either React, which is a very good framework for that. Okay? So it's just at the end a question of taste, and it's a question of goal of what you really want to do. Let's talk now about the deployment of React.js, and I want to go straight to the point. There are several possibilities to deploy your web application, whether it's React, whether it's Vue.js, Vue.js, whatever. The most common way to deploy a website is to go on a provider here, such as DigitalOcean, where you can just push your file to a server via FTP, and then you get several other tools that you can help, such as the storage, the virtual machines, the managed database if you want to connect your database, etc., etc. So if you get a look at this one, DigitalOcean, you have to create an account, pay monthly, and just after that you have your space, you get an access via a shell command, and then you push your React application. However, you would have to do some configuration with Node.js and stuff. It can be painful. That's one of the first possibilities. A second possibility would be to do exactly the same on actually Amazon Web Services, where you could have, for instance, a server, and you would like to push actually your website online and to host it somewhere, okay, to deploy everything. A lot of startups are using AWS. It's probably a level of complexity for most of the developers online that is higher, but it's really efficient. In terms of cost, we can talk about that in another video, another time. The other possibility is to go on Google Cloud and do exactly the same as AWS, but under Google, where we can use also several other tools there. Another possibility is to use those platforms that are made to deploy directly your JavaScript or web application in general. In the list, we've got Netlify. Netlify is one of the most used platforms here to deploy your application. You basically link a GitHub repository, and it's going to catch all your code, and it's going to type the command npm run build and do all the stuff that you want to do directly every time you push to the repository. So it's deeply linked to GitHub. It means that you would want to have a GitHub repository ready, and every time you push on this repository, it's going to fetch the data and the data. everything and do his job and deploy your website on a domain name. All right. One platform that is more famous than Netlify, it's Vercel. And Vercel, remember, we already saw it when we created the previous Next.js application. With Vercel, you can basically build, scale, and secure faster personalized web application. Okay, so what I advise you to do is to create a Vercel account, and we are going to deploy this React application together, and you're going to see it's really easy. It's really beginner friendly. It's going to be instant, and we will be also available to choose actually our domain name under vercel.app. Okay, once it's done, you are supposed to arrive on a dashboard like this. Not really like this. It should not be black. Me, I'm hiding all my project because under Vercel, I probably have 50 websites running. Okay, so those websites are running 24/7. Okay, you don't need to do anything, it's running. What I'm going to do is to click on Add New, and I'm going to add a new project. And once it's done, you are supposed to arrive on this screen, and this is where it's the most interesting. Here we can see that I linked my GitHub account, and we can see that I got my project that I pushed React from 0 to hero 20 minutes again. Okay, and we can also see that I got clones template, and I got templates for Next.js, SvelteKit, Vite, Next. And if I click on browse all templates, of course, I'm going to have tons of other templates that are made to be deployed. So I did the opposite. I created a project on my side, pushed it to GitHub, and finally here I can basically grab this project, import it, and deploy it directly online. So here we can see that I can click on import. I'm going to click on import, and suddenly we can see that I can choose some stuff. He recognized that I'm using Vite. I can see that the root directory is here. I got React from 0 to hero. And if I want to put some more operation, I can click here, which is not really interesting, except the environment variable that you would like to use. If I click on deploy immediately, and it seems like magic, right? It's crazy. It's going to launch the processing of building. So if I open it here, remember, this is exactly what's happening with the build process that we had locally. So here we can see that Vite did the work, and immediately, instantly, we can see that my website has been deployed, which is absolutely crazy, guys. So if I click on it here, we can see that I got React from 0 to hero gamma. He created his own URL, and we can see that we've got the count here, exactly the app that I have here running locally. This is absolutely crazy. I succeed to deploy this React application really fast. This is my biggest advice of this video and this course. If you want to deploy an application here with React, go on Vercel. This is the fastest way for you. Okay, here it's free, it's instant. I deployed immediately my app, and my app is now available for the whole world. Of course, if your app is going to be really successful, you will have to pay because it's not going to be free forever. If I click on continue to dashboard, I can see that I got several other options. I got here the repository. If I click on the repository, look at that. I arrive here. We can see that it has been linked automatically. Okay, I have the full repository. And every time I'm going to push, it's going to redeploy again. And there will be here the list of all the time I pushed my React project. I got the parts with analytics, if I would like to do some analytics. I got speed insights that help me to calculate the speed of my websites. I got the logs because, of course, it's a server, it's running, so I need to check what are the logs. I have a firewall if I would like to use a firewall. I got the storage part, and I got here the settings if I would like to put some more settings. Okay, so this is it. Now we deployed our app, we can start to work on it, and every time we would like to do some changes, we can push it. And what I advise you to do is to come back really often to Vercel to see if there is no error in the building of your app, so you are able to debug and redeploy. one of the specificities of React is that the library framework is reacting, as its name says. Let me give you an example. Okay, so here on the left, we got the application and it's running on my server. Okay, I make it run and we can see here that it has been updated. HTML has been updated. We don't know what is HTML. We're going to see that later. Okay, and on the right, I got my browser, and on my browser, what do I got? I got the application itself. So here we can see that I got here my image with the link, and I got my title. Okay, the first thing that I want to talk about, it's about the reactivity. But also I'm obliged to talk about the state and the state management in here. So at first here, what I'm going to do is to click on this count. And we can see up here that we are using a hook here that is called UseState. Okay, we're going to have a dedicated video on UseState. But if I click on count, we can see that here I'm saving that I clicked 7 times on this count. Actually, I clicked at 8 times because I started on 0. All right, so here we can see that React saved the state until now. What if I reload the page? If I reload the page, we can see that the state came back to 0. Okay, so I'm going to reopen my app.jsx. Here the window didn't close because I closed it. Okay, I got a snippet that is closing unused window after a certain amount of time. It's not related to the course. Okay, so here I'm going to click again 2 times, but this time I'm going to change the title here, and you will see that immediately React will basically reload automatically the page here. I will not be it's not going to be mandatory for me to come back here and to reload the page to see the changes, which is happening on HTML. So here, if I type React from 0 to hero and then I save, look at this, automatically, my page has been updated. I didn't need to come back to the browser and to reload the page. This is called the React Fast Refresh, okay? It previously been called the hot reloading. It's the new name, but basically this is a system that helps you to watch to the modules that have been changed and to update them inside here your browser, okay? Not really exactly inside the browser. We're going to talk about that later, but this is how the reactivity works. So if I'm doing some changes, if I remove, for instance, the paragraph to test here the HTML here, and I remove that, I'm not going to remove the button. I'm just going to remove the paragraph here, and I'm going to remove also the little footer. Look at this here in real time. We see that React updated the app. And this is really convenient when you develop a web application. You don't want necessarily to come back all the time to reload the page, which you have to do when you do some HTML without a server. Okay, so let's say that here I would type, this is the repository from the YouTube video of code with Guillaume. Okay, if I save, there we go. We see directly that we have the new paragraph that has been inserted inside the document built by React. Okay, so we can see that we've got a reactivity system that helps us to develop in real time, which is very convenient. Well, now we can see up here that we got a CSS file. If I go to the CSS file and I suddenly here put a background, let's say that is going to be background red, we can see also that the other file that was here has been watched, and here the reactivity occurred. Okay, so we can see that I got my background that has turned suddenly to red. So the CSS and the submodules of the files are also watched directly inside this fast refresh system, this hot module. So the reactivity is really convenient. There's a lot of other examples about reactivity in React, And also we can see here that when I click on count here, we reload actually the count. So the count here, it's this user state with 0 that we got here. And we can see that every time I click, okay, I got here the count that is incremented. Okay, under React.js, we can write some JavaScript or TypeScript, and we can see here that we recognize the onClick method, okay, that we got there. This onClick here method helps me to work on this set count. It's going to be on the listen of the use state. We're going to look at this, and we can see that here, if I would like, I could remove here this set count, and I could write some console log, hello, I clicked here. Okay, so I can save that, and now I can open my terminal. So I'm just going to click on this, and if I click, we can see here that I got my console log that has been triggered. So inside here, I can write some JavaScript. This is going to be a listen about JSX that is coming just after. But here we can see that we execute, okay, we execute the console log. I'm just going to come back to what I have before. And about the reactivity, what I want to do here is just to console log hello, app has been rendered. Okay, and I say rendered, why? Because you understand now that with the reactivity system, we don't talk about, we actually don't talk about creating an app or just display it. We talk about rendering. It means that every time there is a changes, the reactivity is going to occur, and we are going to re-render or render the page or application. Okay, so this is interesting here. I'm going to just reload and look at this. Suddenly I got hello, app has been rendered. And if we look at the code here on the source, we can see that there is my code, okay, hello, app has been rendered. However, it's supposed to be a JavaScript file here, and especially a JSX file. And we can see that we got 2 times app has been rendered. Okay? Why do we have 2 times this app has been rendered? I'm going to tease you a little bit, but it's going to come later in the lesson. The explanation is going to come later in the lesson. And we're going to see how we can avoid that in some cases also. But here we can see that the reactivity just changed that. Now, if I click here on count, we can see that it's, again, it has been triggered. So every time here a state or anything is going to change, React will look at it and will render actually the new page. So what we want to do to finish here, I'm just going to come back in here. I just want to show that here, and I'm going to see app has been rendered here, and what I can do is to put here times, there we go, here I can put that. So now I'm going to just remove that, 0 time, 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, etc., etc. So we can see here, you got to know that every time you're going to make a change, the app is going to be re-rendered in order to apply all the effects. This is how the reactivity is working. And I think this is the first good explanation about reactivity with React. When we don't know React and we arrive on the JSX file, we find a real problem. This problem is that we recognize some JavaScript code with all the time a function that is exported. However, inside this function, we got something that we didn't saw before, which is basically HTML code with tags, divs, anchors, images, h1, paragraph. So if you did some HTML and CSS before, like it's a real problem for you because you discover something that you didn't saw before, HTML inside JavaScript. With JavaScript and jQuery, for example, you can create some HTML. However, you never write HTML directly inside your file. Here, with React, we've got a new possibility. It's to write JSX, JavaScript XML, in order to help us to basically write directly inside one file everything that is going to be rendered on the browser. Because with React, with the React component, and here with the JSX file, everything inside will be rendered. All right? So basically, the solution to write directly here some HTML is to use GSX. The difference here with HTML is that sometimes some methods that we got access to here are a bit different. It can occur that you got some difference, but basically if you know how to write HTML, you can write here directly at the end of your function your code that is going to display the page that you want to show. That being said, let's talk about the structure of a GSX file. So a GSX file, it's mainly a function that we always export because everything is a component in React. Here, everything will be a module. So you need to export it to be a piece of another big thing that here is actually main.jsx. So here we call app, and to import app, of course, we need to export it. Okay, that's the first step. So at first, it's always a function. Then, after that, on this part here, you can write some JavaScript. So here, this is totally open to any JavaScript that you want to write. If you know JavaScript, this is really good. If you start React without knowing JavaScript, probably you should follow a course with some basics about JavaScript. Otherwise, you will be lost very fast, okay? Because on top of JavaScript, you can also use, if you want, the React hooks. And those hooks are pieces of JavaScript written inside React, inside the library of React, that help you to do some other operations, such as the UseEffect, for instance, UseState, and until now, useMemo that will disappear with the new version of React. So basically, here you can write some JavaScript, but you can also use the React hooks. And this is the goal of this course. I'm going to teach you all the hooks that you need to know if you want to work with the reactivity of React, and also if you want to do some events, some stuff like this, okay? Then the third part, I would say, and here the React hooks or JavaScript, I'm just writing this like this, okay? Probably you can first do the hooks before the JavaScript in the other order. It really depends on what you want to do. Of course, remember that JavaScript is reading a file from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right. So if you try to use a variable that doesn't exist before, here we can see that count is not available at this point. This is logic JavaScript knowledge. Okay, so the last part here, it's your GSX. And inside this GSX, you got some HTML. And which is a bit disturbing at the beginning with GSX, it's that you can write some JavaScript inside here, inside your HTML. You can do some operation directly inside the onClick, for instance. So here, inside the onClick, we call this setCount coming from the UseState. And again, here, I'm not going to talk about UseState because it's going to come in its own lesson. But we can see here that we are doing an operation to just increment the actual count. Okay? So all of that, again, is possible because, why? Because we have the reactivity, the hot reload, the fast refresh module that help us to display all of that. And on the fly, here, the GSX is transformed into JavaScript and HTML. All right, so let me give you an example. Like most of the time when you want to use a label here, you've got this HTML4 that you would use here in GSX to display something. So let's say that is going to be name input, whatever, or name. Let's just put name, okay? Here we got HTML4. But in HTML, you don't know actually this entry here, okay? You know label 4, right? So basically, there's some stuff like this that are changing in GSX, but to be honest, you are not obliged to know all of them, right? You are not obliged to know all of them. You just got to check them when you need them, okay? It's not, for me, it's not a priority to learn every changes between HTML and GSX. With the time, you will totally get it, totally understand. Another thing that you can see here is that we are using camel case and we don't use the hyphens. Because here, this is how it works. Inside React, these attributes here, they are recognized only if you use the camel case. A specificity here, and this is probably the most important, and this is why I'm talking about it now. Here we never type class, and the reason is obvious. It's because in JavaScript, class is already taken. It has another purpose, another usage, okay? When you create a class in JavaScript, it means something. So if you type class here, you're gonna have a problem. It will recognize it as the JavaScript word to create a new class. So instead, in React, we use class name, and then we type here all the classes. For the rest, here we can see the source, the alt, the target, the href. It's really familiar with what we got in HTML for you, of course, because this is real HTML. A last explanation to go fast. This H1 that we got in here, it's basically some JavaScript code that has been written. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create an example file to show you, okay? So I'm going to write this example.js. As you can see here, I got an H1 React from 0 to 0. Okay, so I'm just going to save this title in here that I got this here, and I got my title that I would like to render. Well, what's happening in here when I write this H1 and it's rendered here? It's really simple. It's going to do here my title, for instance. It's going to call React. And remember, we got the React imported at the root of our main. So if I come back in here, we can see that I got React that is imported in here, okay? And it's going to call React, and on React, we got a function called createElement. And this function createElement here, it's going to target here the H1. It's going to create the H1, sorry. It's not going to pass any element here in any data, and it's going to use my title, which is up here. So what is happening when I write here my H1? It's going to write all this code in here in JavaScript. It's as easy as this, okay? And this create element here will render what? It will render what we wrote. So exactly this. That's the translation between the H1 inside this JSX to this piece of code that we got here. As I said to you before, everything that is going to be in this JSX file will be rendered, and we can see that my console log has been already rendered. So if I put my console log here on the top, I don't get the count, as you can see, which is totally normal. So what I can do is just to remove that and put my Hello app like this. And we can see here when I reload that I got my Hello app, which is displayed up here. Okay, if I create a const name and I put here Guillaume, for instance, okay, and I want to render Guillaume down here, let's say that I want first to console log it inside the JavaScript part. So if I put name here, there we go, we can see that I got Guillaume that is appearing in here. But the difference is that here, if I don't put a user state, it's not going to be reactive. We are going to see that again after. So here I got everything that I can use directly. And here we can see that I can execute some code. What's happening if I put that? I trigger before app. Okay, so if I try to reload, look at this. Suddenly, our alert, which is before the function, stop here. It stops the rendering of app, which is totally normal in JavaScript. So we can see that I trigger for app here, before app, here appears. And if I type on OK, all the code that is in app is going to be rendered. So if I click OK, suddenly, boom, I got my code rendered. All right, now I trigger here. Let's say I'm going to stop that. I'm going to put I trigger now. Okay, I trigger now, I trigger now, I trigger now. You can see that the reactivity is doing its job. Here we see that I'm locked. And if I try to continue like this, I'm totally locked. I'm in some kind of loop. So several things we learned today. We learned that A JSX component has basically 3 parts or 2 parts. We could say JavaScript and HTML. The full file is a JavaScript file, and we write some HTML in a new kind, which is called the JavaScript XML, that helps us to mix basically JavaScript with HTML. And all React files are going to use JSX, okay? You don't want to use HTML, but it's not mandatory. You are not obliged to write here some JSX. You can just write a simple title. So let's just give an example. If I hide all of that and I put just an H1, this is my course, okay, and I save. So some React component can just be written with just simple HTML parts inside the JSX. JSX is not only used in React, it gained a lot of popularity because it's really easy to write on one page at the same time the HTML and the JavaScript. So we got actually full focus on one file when we write the code, and we definitely know what we do between jumping between different files, okay? Which is something that I personally don't like in Angular, even if I like Angular, but like it's more convenient for me to write on only one file. Now I would like to focus a little bit on the syntax of React, okay? So with the syntax of React, it's really easy to understand. We can do here some JavaScript and we can provide some operations. So let's say that here, let's say that we are going to come back to the title we had before. I'm going to grab this title that I got here and I'm going to put it into a variable here, which is whatever, a const, a let, whatever you want. And I can take this variable here and I can remove this piece of code here, this string that is literally put in here, and I can put here dynamically here the title here like this between brackets, okay? We got this, between curly brackets. We got these brackets in here and we can see that here it has been applied directly to my template. It was the case down here with the count. You can see that it's working with a string and it's also working with a number. Okay, let's say that I'm going to have a variable which would be a Boolean. What if I try here? What if I try to put is human? Well, here nothing is displayed. The template doesn't display anything and it's supposed to be under my paragraph. So if I try to open my paragraph here and I go down, we can see that I got an empty paragraph. So we can see here that JSX didn't render, or React didn't render here our Boolean is human, okay? It doesn't recognize the Boolean, it doesn't want to show it directly inside your template. Why I'm making this example? It's simply because in Vue and some other frameworks, you can display Boolean as string inside the template. It's literally interpreted as a string. Here, it's not the case. Okay, let's continue. So here we got the number, we got the string, we got the Boolean. Let's say that I would have a list, and in this list I would have Guillaume, okay, then I would have Josh from Josh Tried Coding, okay, I would have, for instance, James Quick. You probably know James Quick, and here I'm going just to use this list, and I'm going to try to render this list inside a div. We're going to change. Let's go. Let's change for a div, okay, and I'm going to try to render it here, this list. And suddenly here, it's the opposite. We've got here the array that has been rendered. So let's look at the code and we can see that each element has been rendered as a string. So be safe, guys. Here, I'm not telling you to use that as a list rendering. I'm going to show you that later, how to render list. But what I'm telling you here is that React interpreted this array directly, which is each element, and decided to remove the brackets, the comma, and just to render here our array this way. Okay, he respected basically the string here space that we got here, but we can see that it can display arrays. Okay, now let's try with an object. Let's say that I would have a person, and this person would be let's say first name would be Guillaume, okay, and last name would be Durand. There we go. Let's try to display this person after our div, and let's make a new div again, and let's put person. Well, here suddenly we've got an error, and this is really interesting talking about syntax, because here we can see that here the syntax with the brackets was causing an error to display an object. So here we can see objects are not valid as React child. And remember, guys, in the last lesson, I showed you the example.js where we actually use react.createElement. We create a div and we just push the div the content of the div directly inside. However, this object up here is not interpreted as a literal string or some content that can be inserted inside the inner HTML of an element like this. Here it's an object, and it's written in here, if found object with keys, first name and last name, and it tells you, hey, probably you don't want to show this object. You just want to render a collection of children, use an array instead. So here, it's exactly the same case as up here. Is human false boolean is not recognized, but it doesn't display anything. The array, it displays everything as a string, but the person, it displays an error. It triggers the error. So we can see here that we cannot display objects like this directly inside the template, and this is a very common mistake from users. We can't actually display objects like this. Okay, now let's go down, and after person, and remember we are actually, guys, we are on JavaScript. So I'm going just to remove this here, these elements, and I'm going to focus here on person. I got my first name, so if I type here point and first name and I save, this time I don't get any error. I can just clean that. There we go. But I got Guillaume that has been displayed here just after my paragraph. All right. Person.firstName has been triggered. Okay. Now let's try to do this person.lastName and I save. Here, this syntax is not going to work. If I put person plus first name, it's going to work. But here, basically here, that's not something we would like to do. What we would like to do instead is inside my division, make a space, okay, and put person.lastName. So up here, I need to remove this last name. And there we go. And here, first name, here, person.firstName and person.lastName. And suddenly I got the result that I want. So let's take a look at the division. Here, I'm going to go down in the code and I got Guillaume and I got Durand. And we don't see the space, but we got it in here. So he respected this space. Another possibility is to use again the curly brackets and to put a fake space like this. You will see it a lot. In some videos and some templates. The result is exactly the same. We got this and we got here the curly brackets that are used to encapsulate a fake space, a real space, that is here and not a fake one. You would do that for a lot of reasons, especially with the languages where you got accents and stuff, and your template will not necessarily recognize your piece of string. You would prefer to use this syntax in here. Okay, so we got this. Now let's come back to this object now, and let's put an age. Okay, and let's put 36. Okay, so now I can just come back here and continue to concatenate basically everything. So I got here is, and here I can use that person.age years old. All right, and suddenly we can see Guillaume Durand is 36 years old, because here 36 has been basically injected from the person here, from the person object directly inside my template. Okay, I told you that we can do some operation directly inside our JSX. So let's say if I put a +2 to age, suddenly I'm not 36, but I'm 38. And here, look at this, we got age 36, of course. That's the real number, but here I'm 38. If I try to update unlimitedly my browser, here we can see that it's directly concatenated. The operation automatically happens. Now, what if I try, and it's completely dumb, but a lot of people make that mistake. What if I try to put a number, accumulate a number with a piece of string? Of course, React is going to, and JavaScript by extension, is going to concatenate the two with Guillaume, and there will be no operation. Let's try to change my age here from a number to a string. It doesn't change anything in the rendering, but if I put here +2 like I did before, suddenly there is no operation anymore. Of course, because in JavaScript, you cannot do operation with strings like this. I mean, if you want to do a sum in this case. So guys, I'm not 362 years old. I'm 38 years old. So be safe when you work with numbers. Try to really transform them into numbers and not into strings, otherwise you will get surprised. Okay, I want to show you a last operation because we could do all the operations of JavaScript, but this is not important. You can go check that online. Let's take that list and let's say that I would like to basically just show Guillaume instead of Guillaume Durand. Okay, so here let's remove that. Basically here I got this person is age blah blah blah. Okay, so let's say that here I would use list, and what I can do with this list, I can map, I can filter, I can find, okay, anything that I want. So here let's say that it's a person, and let's say that I want to find the person dot name which is equal to Josh. Okay, so here, when I do find the person dot name is equal to Josh, it's wrong because in my list, I don't got object, I just got the person. So I gotta be sure that what I'm looking for is Josh. And we can see that we found a user that is Josh, okay? So if I look at the string, my array actually has been parsed and it found actually the person whose the name is Josh. Okay, so we can see here that inside JSX I can do my operation directly in here. Of course, I can do the filter, I can do everything. So here it doesn't make any sense, but I'm going to just do that. In this lesson, we saw that the main syntax of React is these curly brackets where we can display variables, do some operation, and when we change them, the reactivity of React helps us to reload the page automatically. The syntax of React is really specific to React. For example, in Vue, it's double curly brackets, and some operation that you can do in Vue are not doable in React, and the opposite is also true. So with time, you will learn that this syntax has some specificities that you will use, but don't worry, all along this course, we are going to learn the ones that are the most important in order for you to create your web application. Nothing is more simple than the loops in React.js and in every JavaScript applications. Let's say that we would have a list of fruits, so we got apples, okay, then we got bananas, okay, and then we got oranges. In a regular HTML file, that's what you would do. You would do a list like this, okay? The thing is that here, it's hard-coded. Let's say that we would have actually a fruits array with different elements inside here as a string, apple, banana, and oranges. You can loop through this array to display every element. In order to do so, you would need to use the simple brackets syntax of React to call JavaScript inside your JSX. So here I can call fruits, but what's going to happen is that here the fruits are going to be displayed as one string. What we want to do is to use the power of JavaScript, so we're going to use map. Okay, map, it's a function that is going to pass to on every element and is able to provide some action, for instance, to change the value or to do some interaction, okay, with the string. Later we're going to replace the string by object, and you will see that we can go deeper into this explanation. Okay, so here we got fruit, okay, fruit, and I'm going to call fruit. And here I can display a list element for every fruit that I got. So I can call my list element, and inside my list element, so I'm going to go to the line to be more clear. There we go. I can display the fruit itself. The fruit here, it's an abstraction of every element that actually the map passes on the fruits array. And suddenly we got exactly the same example. Okay, so this is how you can loop through element. And let's say if I am adding kiwis or whatever, it's going to add as much element as you got in your fruits array. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing, it's that here we need to do something. We need to identify every element. So here we got 0, 1, 2, 3, because in an array, the first element begins at 0. Okay, React needs to understand at what line it is in case of you change the oranges here, for instance, by another fruit, let's say strawberry. Okay, so here dynamically he understands that it's strawberry that I want to change, but actually you need to add here a key. And this key, it can be here either the fruit, because we know that we don't get duplicates in this array. For instance, if I would have strawberry twice, what I would need to do is not to use fruit instead, but to use the index provided in here directly inside. Okay, so you need to identify, and suddenly we see that we got a side effect, we got different elements. This bug appears because I didn't have the key previously. Now that I got the key, I don't get the bug again. Okay, so you need all the time, it's mandatory to add the key when you loop through an array of elements. Okay, that's the second thing. The first thing is that let's try to change this map by a for each. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. Suddenly we can see that our loop disappear. Why? Because here for each doesn't return anything and it doesn't provide any action on the actual list. You need to use a map to display every element all the time. So you are going to use map instead of for each. This is basic JavaScript. There are more explanation on other lessons, but that's better to use map in here. Now let's talk about something. Let's just try to remove these fruits that we got up here. Let's say that instead of fruits we would have some numbers. Would it work? Of course, it will work also. It will display some numbers. As long as you get numbers, it will display numbers. Now let's try to become a little bit more complicated. Let's say that inside your fruits, you would have instead a complicated object, okay? With here a title, a count. Let's say that we would have 12. And we would have, for instance, options. And let's say that in those options, we would have a complicated one. So title, let's say that for apples, we would have golden, okay? And then we would have account, and then let's say that we would have 8, etc., etc., okay? Down there, suddenly, I have nothing appearing. And I don't even have the object appearing, as we could have under Vue.js or Next. Here, what we need to do is to decompose here the model. So let's say that if I want to show my fruit here, I would put fruit.title, and there we go, I got my title. Now, let's say that down there, I would have like a banana, and let's say that the count would be 8, and the title would be like, let's say that it would come from Angola, okay? I got bananas from Angola, and all of them are like this. I would have a complex here object that I would like to decompose through my loop. Okay, so here I got my list item, I got my fruit title, and here probably I can construct a complicated object. I mean a most complex object. Let's say that here I would have a span and I would have a quantity, and here it's going to be fruit.count. Okay, And there we go. Okay, and after, remember, we got those options. What I could do is to do a loop through this option also. So let's say I would have a second list inside, and what I would do is to do exactly the same. So here I would have fruit.options, and I could do exactly the same, okay? So here we can see that I got here my list, and here exactly the same. What I would have is a key inside here my option. So here what I would do instead is to put here the option, and here it would be the title golden, and I would do actually I could just copy paste that, and instead of having the fruit I would have my option, and here I would have my quantity just after. So here I can see that I got something that is not very nice visually. I can just add this for the demonstration, and there we go. So we just saw that through my map I can build complex lists that I can render like this, okay? We just saw that whatever is the model of our array, we can loop through this array and display elements. For the object, it's not the case. I cannot loop through an object to display every key of this object this way. We would have to find another way to display an object like this. The specificity here is that my data is static. If you are fetching the data from another point, for example, an API, you would have probably to look at the lifecycle listens to be sure that the data would be rendered down there. Because if there is no fruits, if your array is empty at the moment when React is going to render this part, nothing will appear here. And this is a really common bug, and I'm pretty sure that in the comments I would already have a lot of questions about that. So you got to be careful with that. But most of the time, when you render elements like this, just be sure that your array initially has the good model to be displayed down there through this map. There's a lot of different ways to add style to a React application, and I'm going to show you all of them. The first one, it's the inline style, exactly if we were in an HTML file. So you can use style, but here it's not going to be a string. It's going to use the syntax of React, so the simple brackets. And inside we are going to push an object. So in every object, of course, we can't use the hyphen. So here, especially in React, we are going to use the camel case. Let me give you an example. On an HTML file, you would use background color, and then you would put red like this. And look at this, when I save, I got an error, and I can't use the hyphen, of course, because I'm an object. Instead, what I would do is to remove this hyphen and just put here background color like this, but it doesn't work. What I need to do is to use camel case. So if you don't know camel case, Pascal case, snake case, you need to check online what I'm talking about. Okay, so here the camel case is just capitalize the first letter of every time you get a space or an hyphen, you need to remove that space and this hyphen and put a capital letter except for the first one. As you can see, background that doesn't get a capital letter. Here I just have a lowercase letter. And we got background color red. And there we go, we've got our background color red. In this subject, I can use every attribute that I would use in CSS. So here I would use, for instance, the display flex. Remember that. Here it works, okay? This is regular CSS that you are writing in here. If I use color and I put blue, and suddenly I get the color blue. If I want to use, for instance, the font size, I would have font size, etc., etc. Okay? So here we see that we can use inline style to change the style of my header. Now let's put that on my H1 instead of my header. If I save, suddenly we can see that I can target with the inline style that I just wrote every tag element on my tree of elements, okay? So here I got my HTML that understands that I'm targeting the style of the paragraph and the style of the H1. That was the first way to change basically my style inside my file directly inline. The second possibility is to use an external style sheet. Okay, so this external style sheet here, let's come back to it. I got this app.css that I imported up here. So what I can do here is just to target, and of course I'm under CSS, so this time I don't need to use the capital letters, the camel case. I can write normal style, and here we can see that app.css imported my header that I got here. Then I can do exactly the same, font size 12, display flex, and color blue, if I remember well. There we go. Okay, so we've got suddenly our elements in here. Okay, now let's just duplicate this header. So what I need to do here, we didn't see the fragments yet, but I'm going to show you after. Let's say that I got two headers. What we can see is that the style of app.css has been applied to the two headers. It's normal, it's because in this file I got the two headers and I imported the CSS file. So if I remove this header and I get this one, and I come back to main.js, and remember on main.js we got app that has been called. If I put my header here, suddenly we see that the style of app.css has been imported. And that's probably a problem because we don't want to have this header here that shares the same style. We are going to see that just after. Okay, so we can see that we got the inline style, we got the external CSS file, okay? And I can just remove that, for instance, and there we go. Let's come back now to our app.jsx, and let's say that we would have, instead of having a static style, we would have a dynamic style. What does it mean? Let's say that we would have a background color here, and inside I would have red, like this, okay? What I can do is to use my inline style to apply this element there. So here we can see that background color here has the same syntax as my object is waiting for. If I would have a BG color like this, okay, what I would need is to put BG color like this. And suddenly we can see that dynamically we can take some content coming from a variable. So here I'm saying content because it's a string. For me, it's some content. Here we've got the variable that we apply dynamically, okay, to our inline style. This is totally possible. We're gonna see later that we can use a button to change this style, but what I want to say now is that probably in some cases you would like to change dynamically the color of an element, and this is the way of doing it, okay? So if your variable is named BG color, you would use BG color. Me, I'm just going to use background color because it's shorter and I know that I'm talking about background color. Okay, so now let's say that I would have a button called change color. Okay, so here I'm going to come here, change color. There we go. Let's say that when I click on this button, I would like to change the color. Okay, let's say that here I'm going to use the onClick function that we already saw for the count. Remember, when you create a React application, you get this count button, and when you click on it, it's going to change the count. Okay, let's say that I would like to attribute to background color, and I'm going to go down here, and this is for the demonstration. I would like to attribute the color blue. So if I click, it doesn't work. It doesn't work yet because we are not using UseState, but it's going to be possible later when we're going to use UseState. So UseState is actually the topic of another lesson, but I'm going to show you quickly how to do it. So here I got set background color, and instead of that I'm going to have my UseState, and instead I'm going to have red, and there we go. And instead of this onClick, I'm going to use set background color, and I'm going to put blue. I'm going to save, update, and when I click, we can see that I changed dynamically here the color. All right, so this is another way to apply some style directly, directly to your application and dynamically. Okay, another thing, let's come back. So I'm just going to remove all of that for now, and I'm going to remove also that. Okay, and I'm going to remove that, and I want to make another demonstration. Okay, so on the header, I'm going to start again. I'm going to put a background color, which will be green. Okay, I got this header here. Now let me come back to my main.jsx that we've got here, and I'm going to add the header, but this time I'm going to remove the style. We can see that the inline style is applied to my app.jsx that I got down there. Now let's remove here the style that I got here. I got two header, hello reactor from app.jsx, and I got hello reactor from main.jsx. All right, so we got those two different ones. Remember, we had this index.css. So if I go to this index.css, here we got a lot of elements here, and probably somewhere, or we don't have, we are going to put a header, and I'm going to add background color red. Of course, here this background color is going to be applied to every header, because here we've got our index, and if I remove that, suddenly we don't even have all the code that we got here. Okay, so if I want to target all the header, probably it's better for me to go to the index. But remember, on app.jsx, we used to have this app.css. And when I come to my app.css, I'm going to come back here, there we go, and I put my header, it's doing exactly the same thing. And we would like to scope actually the app.css file just to this header and not from the one on main.jsx. Well, the first step would be to transform this CSS file into a module. So under React.js, what you can do is to rename here your CSS file, whatever is the name, and put here instead module. So here I got app.module.css, and I'm turning my CSS file into a module. I would type enter, and suddenly here what I would have here is my module. So here on top of it, I could call app.module.css. The thing is that here it's not going to change anything because I'm still importing my module.css. What I would need to do is just to inject this module here in my code. In order to do so, I can now use this module.css here as an object. Let's call it from style. Okay, so styles with an S. There we go. And it doesn't change anything again because I'm still having this. What I would need to do is not to target here the tags directly because it's a specific header. So probably what I would do is to add another level of specificity, which would be a custom class. So here I got my .header here. So here I'm going to come back and I can add as a class name here under brackets. I could add my styles.header. And if I save, suddenly we can see that my header here is inherited directly from my .header class, which comes from the module.css. That was probably the most complicated explanation, because here we can see that I applied my style as a module, exactly like I would do in a JavaScript object. So I'm just calling the key header. Probably what I would do, what would be more smarter, let's say, I would not use this module.css. I can rename it just app.css. There we go. And instead, what I would do is to have here, and I'm just going to say that I would have a .app here, .header, and on top here of my app object, I would have a class, and let's call it app, and I would save that, and instead I would import up here directly my app.css. So I'm going just to update that. And we can see here that I'm not targeting the right one, but I would use that simple CSS to go faster. So I'm calling here app, and then I'm targeting my header, and I got my background color, and there we go, I can target my element. The last way, the last possibility to give some style to your element is directly to use the class name, what we just did. Later, if you would add some kind of bootstrap or Tailwind CSS to your code, you would be able to dynamically use the classes of Tailwind and Bootstrap to give some style to your application. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use Tailwind CSS, the library that I use all the time in my videos, inside your React application. We are going to start by an application that is already set up inside a dev environment. We used create React app to create this app, but I'm going also to show you how to use Tailwind inside an HTML file with React, because probably you want to create a Chrome application, or probably you would like to create a plugin or whatever. Okay, so on the official documentation of Tailwind, I'm going to go under the tab using post.css, and the first thing I'm going to do is to copy paste this line. I'm going to install Tailwind CSS, post.css, and auto prefixer. After that, I'm going to use this second command, npx tailwind css init. It misses something here. I need to put an -p because I want to generate the post.css file. If you don't do that, probably Tailwind is not going to work. So I'm going to type enter, and suddenly I can look here at my file tree, and I can see that I got a tailwind.config.js and I got a post.css with content inside. If you don't get content inside, probably your CSS will not work. Okay, so when it's done here, what I need to do is to add here this content. So we can see here that Tailwind is going to look at all the files inside my source. Okay, so I'm going to zoom a little bit to give you some explanation. Here, Tailwind is going to look at specific files, okay, and you need to tell him, hey, look at this folder. So until now, it's going to be inside the source folder, and here we got tons of files that are going to use Tailwind. Here we can see that we can work on the extension that Tailwind is going to look at. So here I need to put GSX. If I use TypeScript, I need to put TS or TSX, okay? If you don't do that, Tailwind will not look at them and will not apply the style to the pages. All right, so if I go down now, what I can do is to go to my main file, which is here index.css. And on index.css, I, of course, need to tell him to use Tailwind. Of course, index.css is imported in main.gsx, here at the root. So we know that the whole application is going to use Tailwind. Okay, I'm going to go here. I'm going just to copy paste that. And then we should be good. Normally, inside my application, I should have some style that will be applied from Tailwind. So if I come back, suddenly we can see that it changed, and now I can use Tailwind CSS inside my React application. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to unzoom a little bit and just close here all of that, and I'm going to come back to a file, for instance the app.gsx, and I'm going to add a new class. Let's say that I'm going to add BG Orange 500, and if I save, suddenly we can see that I got the class from Tailwind that has been applied actually to my header. Okay, let's take a look at Tailwind a little bit. If you don't know Tailwind, here it's just a CSS library that gives you tons of classes that you can use. Okay, also you got components, you got templates, you got a lot of stuff that you can use here to create your own web application, and you can use it with React. So if I look a little bit down, I can also work, for instance, on the responsive, okay? So here we've got an example. With Tailwind, we can work with responsiveness of our application, which is really cool. If I go down here, I can see that I can also write deeper CSS. So I can use the keyframes, I can use the query modifiers, everything that is related to create a front-end application, so especially on the responsive. The best with Tailwind is that, for me, it provides to you a dark mode that helps you to actually write inline CSS, okay? that will be, sorry, not inline CSS, inline classes that will apply a different style if you are on a dark mode or not. So I will make a video on dark mode probably just after to show you, but here we can see that on light mode and dark mode we got the background that change and the color of also. For that you can use here the prefix dark 2 points and then BG slate 800, which is the color of this element here. We can see here that on BG white here, BG white is applied on a normal mode, so on the light mode. So there is a dark prefixer that helps you to change the behavior, the style of a component depending on the dark mode or not. Okay, we just saw that I was working on the colors. Tailwind CSS provide to you a lot of colors, and every time you just need the color's name and an hyphen to apply the color. So if it's on text, you can put, for instance, text green. If it's on the background, you can put BG green, whatever, blah, 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 and you will be able to apply any color that you want just here. Okay, what we should do now is probably to give you an example of how we can use React inside an HTML file and to use Tailwind as well. For the need of this course, I'm going to create an example.html file inside here this workspace. This is not related to our Create React app. It's just to show you that you can use React externally of a workspace like this inside a project that has been created by the CLI. Let me create an example.html file. And inside this example.html file, I'm just going to copy paste an HTML page that is using Tailwind CSS here, React, Babel, and the React code. We are going to look at this code together. It's just that I want to go fast and to show you that we can use React inside actually an HTML file first, and we can also use Tailwind as a combination. All right, so let's just take a quick look at this code. Here we've got basically a very simple HTML file. So at first we've got the head and then we got the body. And remember, we've got the root. And the root here, this is where we target down here with React. We target the root to inject inside our DOM, especially here inside the HTML, to inject our React application. So let's have a quick explanation quickly. What we need to import React inside our HTML file. So we can see here that from unpackage.com, we call first the version 17 of React, and we also call the DOM. The DOM is going to come later. We will get a specific explanation for that, a specific lesson. And also we call Babel because React will need Babel to render actually the code that we will write. And we can see down here that on the script, we use the type Babel in order for our JavaScript to be translated here. So we got our app application exactly like we do if we come here on our source folder. We are a main that is going to call app, okay? And app.jsx is here. The difference is that here it's under a script tag, and we've got our React. So inside the script on your HTML file, you can write some React code. It will be actually translated as a JavaScript code directly inside your browser. Okay, so now here we've got our React application running here, but we would like to use Tailwind also. It's as simple as we did with React. Up here, as you can see, we've got basically Tailwind that is imported from the CDN jsdeliver.net, which is where we grab Tailwind. So inside this HTML file, what did we do? We basically called React, the DOM of React, Babel, in order to write some JavaScript code to write a React application just here. And you can see later that you can use everything that is related to React directly between those two tags, okay? We could have a big file or probably externalized file such as components, things we are going to look at just after, and have a real application, a complete one. But also what we did, we imported Tailwind CSS in order to translate actually every class that we got here into real CSS. So we can see here that I don't need to use create React app. To use React, I could use React inside an HTML file, and I could use also Tailwind CSS next to it if I would like to write here an application or a piece of an application directly inside an HTML file. Let me introduce you to the concept of components in React. Basically, in modern web application, what we do, we split pieces of code inside other files, what we call components. Why do we do that? Let me give you an example. Let's say that in app.jsx, I'm going to build my whole application. So I will have a lot of code written inside only one file. We got a lot of problems doing that. The first problem is that the readability is terrible. If I got tons of lines, like hundreds of thousands of lines inside a file, it's very difficult for me to identify where is the piece of code I'm trying to fix or improve. So what we do, we split that into several files. The second reason and the second problem is that I can copy-paste a lot of code inside my application where I would need to have only one piece of code somewhere and reuse it everywhere. The components help to reuse the code that we already wrote before. So there is two aspects. The first aspect, it's about the UI and the design, but the second aspect can be also about the functionality. Let's say that a component can be reused everywhere, but it can carry also its own functionalities. Think about a calendar, for instance. The calendar is always the same everywhere inside your app, but it's only one file that carries its own logic, fetch its own events, carries its own functions. Okay? So here we can think about components as blocks, and all those blocks, they are building the whole application. So with components, we can create reusable and modular code inside our app. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we are going to create a first component, and we are going to deep dive into components by also creating a component not inside a create React app. So here I use the CLI of React to create this app, but I will show you how to create a component also in an HTML file, for instance. Okay, so if I go to component here, I can create a first component called header.jsx, exactly the same extension as my app down here. And here, this header.jsx will be written exactly like my app. So the first thing is to actually export default, a function. And here I'm going to call it header. And here, from now on, I got a component in JSX that will be used inside my app. So I can return here, for instance, a new header. And here I'm going to write here, for instance, header coming from components. And there we go, we've got that. So now I got two separate files, one in components, another one at the root of my project. What I would like to do is to import this header inside my app.jsx. So what I can do here is just to remove, let's say that I'm going to remove this header and replace it by my header component. I'm just going to open here a tag, and I'm going to use the name of my component. And we can see here that VS Code is retrieving the component I'm looking for, the /component/header. So I'm going just to type enter, and I'm going to close here. And there we go, we've got my header coming from component. And we can see here that inside my app, I'm using this piece of code. So I only have one line to call this component. And here I can put as many lines as I want. Also, what I can do here is to have my own style. So let's say that I'm going to put BG neutral 500. Okay, suddenly I got my own style that has not been applied directly in here. Okay. That's the first thing. We created our first component, but we can go deeper. Let's say that I would like to create a component inside a component. Is that possible? Of course it is. So let's say that I'm going to create a new folder, and this folder is going to call menu. And inside menu, I'm going to create an index.jsx. Okay, here, what's gonna happen is that this index.jsx will be called as a menu. So I'm going to write export default function menu here, exactly like I would do, and it's always the same. And I would have a div, and this is a menu. There we go. So now you understood that I got a component menu. So I'm going to come back here inside my header, and down there I'm going to call menu again, exactly like I did in app. And we can see that I'm importing menu exactly like a component. And we can see here that suddenly I got actually app that is calling header, that is calling menu, and I could go on like this and on and on and on. So the main question you would ask is, Guillaume, why would we need and when do we need to create a component? Well, this is a question of architecture of your project. So if you open here your components folder, this is where normally there is the whole logic, the business logic, I would say, from your application. So if you need, for instance, a Teams folder because you have a Teams component, what you would do is to create a teams.index.jsx with exactly the same, so export default function Teams, okay, and you would return here a div called Teams. And if you got here inside these teams actually members, you would have members, and then you would have an item.jsx, for instance, and you would import these members inside Teams, etc., etc. So we know that when we want to change something in Teams, we would have to go to the folder Teams. So when do we need to create components? You need to create components when you reach a point where the code is difficult to read, difficult to handle, and you need to split it inside different pages, inside different pieces of UI. All right? So here we create components in order to improve the developer experience, but also in order to work with different states. Let me give you an example. Here I got a header, and if I copy paste 2 times this header, I suddenly got 2 headers. However, in those 2 headers got a different state. Okay, let me give you a tricky example. If I open my header and inside here I put random number, and if between brackets I put mat.random and I type enter, we can see that my header that is called, the first one, got 1 number here, and the second one got a different number. Why? Simply because those 2 headers got their own scope. It means that the state of one header at the moment when he is initiated is different from the second one when he is called. And this is why we got a random number. And I can upload as much as I want. You will see that the 2 numbers will be different. However, the string random number stays because this is me who define the string here that we got. So here we can see that headers got different state. This is why we're going to see in the next lesson that we can pass what we call props. The props help us to pass here text, data, whatever, to tell him, hey, this is the state that you should have. Okay, so I can call as many components as I want, and I can go deeper like this into the architecture, but every component got its own scope, all right? So this is a bit tricky. I would need to work actually on the scope of every component. But what I can do also with component, if I would like to, is to loop through this component. It's totally possible. Again, I'm going to give you an example. So let's say that I'm going just to remove that and I got my header with a random number. And let's say that I would like to loop through actually an array, okay, or probably a number, okay? So let's say that I would have as a loop, I would have 9 loops, okay? And no, I'm not going to do like this. I'm going to do more like an array because probably you would like to loop through an array to display different components like this. Okay, so we learned previously that we can loop here, okay? Here we can loop like this in JSX. and we can return actually, for instance, something. And here we can see that instead of something, which would be a span, a div, an image, or whatever, we can loop like this and render components. And look at that, depending on the number that we got. So here, what we will need to do, which is mandatory, of course, is to put either the index or either a key that helps React to identify every element that is rendered. We can see that he looped actually 10 times here and rendered actually 10 times the header. Okay, so you can definitely loop and actually render like this components, which here is header. Okay, I'm just going to remove that. Another thing that I can do is to store my component. In React, I can store my component into a variable and use it. So I can type here my component, for instance, and I can put my header like this, okay? And now I can use this component directly inside my JSX. So if I put my component like this, suddenly we've got the component that is stored, which is the header. Let's say that if I'm doing that, we can see here that we still got different numbers, because every time the component will be called, we will call actually a new instance of this header. All right? So when we use actually components inside other components, we call that components nesting. Okay, we nest components inside others. And this is a bit tricky because in React, everything is about components. So if we go to app.jsx or if we go to main.jsx, we can see here that we use React DOM to call root and to push actually our app down here. Here we can see pages are looking the same as components because they are basically the same. They are this kind of blocks, okay? So when we create components, it's to separate files and pieces of UI and functionality for a better organization. And you will always need to export by default your component. We're going to see later that we can do a lot of things with components, but the most important is that React component should be ideally pure functions, okay? It should not modify external data or return the same results for the same inputs, okay? This is what you're going to see on the official documentation. Of course, you can do like you want, but this approach really helps you to prevent bugs and just increase your code predictability, okay? So as the project is going to grow, you will need to separate all your piece of code into different components. If you remember well, in the previous course, I created this example.html that is calling simply React directly inside an HTML file, totally outside of our example here of our project with Create React App. I can do exactly the same. I can use external components directly an HTML file. So here we got the example. So it's a little bit small, but here you can see that what I'm going to do here is to call 2 times my script with text Bible. And I'm creating here on the top my external component here, which is defined just here. And under this, I can call external component exactly like I would do inside my Create React app. The difference is that I don't need to import external component because here in this file, we are on the same scope. We have the same state. So here, this external component that I'm calling just down here is actually declared just up here. So I can directly use this external component down here. It's easier for me because it's just up here. Let's finish on a last explanation and a last practice that I would like to show you now. Let's remove those 2 components here, so coming from here. And on the top of my app file, what I would do is probably to create a component, but inside this app.jsx. Is that possible? Absolutely. So here I'm going to put my custom component, okay? And here I'm just going to create a function that is going to return some JSX. So I would put here a paragraph, hello from my custom component, okay? So here I got a function that is returning some JSX. can I call it directly down here? So if I put my custom component and I save, can I call it? Does it work? Well, here it's not working. It's really weird because if I change my custom component to a capital letter, suddenly we've got hello from my custom component. We got the component that has been called. Well, React only makes a difference between a function and a component here by using this capital letter. So this is a tip that I'm giving to you. Here you can declare a component as long as it is with a capital letter. There's a lot of other explanation, but this is just a tips for you. Okay, so we got my custom component here, and we can see that directly in app.jsx, I stored my component, my custom component. Why would I do that? I would do that because probably I would have a piece of functionality or a piece of UI or functional design that I would like to just use inside my app.jsx file. But I don't want it to have it inline down here because it's very complex and it would make the code unreadable. So I put it on the top. You will see that very often in React application. Of course, if I want, I can export this function, not as a default because there's only one export default, but I could export my custom component. So if I go to main.jsx, what I can do, I can call my custom component coming from app.jsx. And we can see that 2 times I got hello from my component, but one is in app and the other one is outside. And I could do that everywhere. Now the only thing that I need to remember is that my custom component is only on app.jsx and not inside my components folder. All right, this was a good introduction to components. If you want to have more details about that, you can go on react.dev, or you can go also on legacy React documentation. That gives you a lot of insight. Now what we would like to do is to pass data from a component to another. Or in other words, we would like to share the state between several components. We would like that every component, every header component that we saw, got the same number and not a random number. Okay? How we would do that? We would do that with props, and just look at this props listen because I'm going to give you a lot of tips. I'm going to tell you how to pass data from parents to children, of course, but also I'm going to give you the best practices. On the previous course, we saw how to create components and how to use them. And now we want to pass data to these components, and we would like to know how we can work on sharing data between different pieces of UI. Okay, so remember, we've got this header.jsx here that got a random number. And if I call several times header, we've got a different number. Why? Because every time we call the component, it's going to trigger here this function with a random number. Well, basically what we would like to do is to get the same number. We would like to actually share some data. To do that, we use what we call props. Props is just like a funnel or tunnel where we pass data from a parent to a children. So why do we talk about parents and children? Well, it's easy to understand. App.jsx is calling here header. So app is the parent and header is the children. Okay? So basically, header is the child. Here I say children because we got several times header. And I could have indefinitely header being called, okay? But header here is the child of app. So with props, we can pass data from parent to children. To pass data from children to parent, we will need to look at the events, thing that we are going to look later. Okay, so now let's just remove here, okay, this math random. And up here, we are going to create a function called random here, or a function, a variable, we can call a variable called math.random here. And we can display the number random, and we can see that we got the random number. Now, how do I pass the random number to every header that I got down there? It's through props. So what I can do here, I'm going to just remove all the headers, and we're going to do again the operation after. What I can do is to pass here a variable. It's not a variable actually. Here we want to pass the random variable that is up here. It's actually an attribute or a props. So here what I want to do is to put random number, okay? And I can call it also random if I want to. And what I need to do is to put here the brackets is equal to what? Random is equal to random. And of course, I do that now because after I'm going to show you how to make it shorter. Okay, so now we got random that has been passed. I need to go to header. The thing is that if I put random here between brackets, exactly like what I did here, it's not going to happen because random is not defined here. I need a way to catch random coming from the parent to the children. So here in my header function, as a parameter of my function, what I need to do is to catch the props. And props is the main actually parameter that is coming from here. So what I can do is to here write random is equal to props.random. And if I do that, will I get the same number? Yes, I will. Suddenly, I got my props.random. So here, if I don't catch the props on my child, I will never get any data that I will pass from the parent. Okay? So here it's a bit dumb. I can make it shorter. I can remove props because props is an object and props is receiving random. So now I can remove random and suddenly I get exactly the same. So in this object, I could have as many props as I want, as many variables that I would pass from the parent. Coming back from the parent, we can see that random is equal to random like this. If I remove random like this, does it work? No. What I will need to do is always to pass here my props like this called random. Of course, here I give random, but it could be whatever the name I would like to write, it will work. To make it shorter, what I can do is just to open an object inside here, my header component. It's not an object, actually, it's a spread operator. And I would put 3 points. And again, here it's going to be the object. In yellow, you can see here that we got the object. So I'm going to zoom a little bit. In yellow, we got the object. In blue, we got the spread operator. And inside here, what I can do is to make a space. And I can use the random variable declared on the parent to appear here. And suddenly we can see that we passed actually the props directly in here. That's great. So what can I pass as a prop from the parent to the children? So here we've got a number. Let's say that I'm going to put a name. Okay, so if I put Guillaume, suddenly I got Guillaume. All right, it works. What if I put an array with Guillaume and then I put another name like John and then I put James? If I save, here, exactly like we saw before, we can pass here an array, but it will understand the array as a string without a comma, without spaces and stuff. So what I can do here, instead of random, let's say that we're going to change that, and now we're going to put names. Suddenly we don't get names down here. So I need to put here, I could keep random, for instance. Even if I'm not going to use it, it's going to stay like this. Here, what I could do is to loop through names, okay? And here I would have a name, and I could have my span, let's say span here, and I would have my name. And of course, I always need in a loop to put my key. So I'm going to put my name here, and I need to close here. And suddenly, we've got our names that are next to each other like this. So I need to remove this random here, Guillaume, John, James, whatever. Okay? Now, another thing, let's say that sometime you really need those props to be fulfilled. Let's say that even if there is no random, we would like to show a number. So what I can do here is just to put random 0, right? So if I put random 0 and I don't push anything through random, we will get 0 here. Can I do this? Can I do mat random and I save? Yes, I can. By default, I can put a variable. However, if I put here a random value, so let's say that here I'm going to go to the line. If I put a random 12, the priority will come from the data from the parent and not from the children, okay? So here I can have a basic value but I'm not obliged. If I don't put anything here, we got random that is written in here. Okay, so we can pass array. We can pass, for instance, true, and here we've got an error because, of course, here we've got this example that is not good. So if I put here, let's say it's not going to be a name. I'm going to let the names like this. I'm going to put is available on true. I want to pass is available, so I go down here and I put is available as an object down there. I need to declare it. You will need to declare it all the time. Is available on true. It doesn't appear. Exactly like we saw before, React cannot display a boolean like this. Vue will display it probably as a string, but you cannot display it like this. All right, now let's try to push inside our header a component. So remember, we got this component here. I'm going to remove all of this. Let's say that I will have a component prop, and let's say that we're going to push header. If I remove all of that and I try to put basically my component, and let's say it's going to be component down here, will it work? I'm going to push component like this. I'm going to save, and I'm going to update. If I open my console, we can see here that functions are not valid as React child. So this may happen if you return a component instead of a component here. So let's try to push it as a real component like this. And if I save, I got that. I can remove that. I got that, a new paragraph. Inside my header, I try to put a header. So let's say that I'm going to try to put it as I would do with a real component, and I do that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if you try to do this. So if you try instead to call the function component like this, here we would see component is not a function. So basically, you would not pass a component through a prop. It will not work. So Guillaume, what is the solution to pass a component to another component if I would like to do something dynamic? It's going to come in the next lesson about the children. From now on, what we want to continue to work on is on the props and to pass data from parents to children. Okay, so let's come back. Let's say that as a name, I would have Guillaume. Okay, and I'm going to come back here. And instead, I would have the name. And here, I just want to put the name as Guillaume. Okay, so suddenly we've got this. We've got our header. I'm going to remove here the names and everything. I'm just going to put the name like this. And there we go, we get Guillaume. Can I pass this name to another component, such as my menu? Here I got my menu, okay, my menu.jsx, and I would like to pass the data from app to header to menu. Is that possible? Absolutely, you would do exactly the same thing. So I would open here my menu into spread operator, my props inside my menu component inside a spread operator, and I would have name. And if I go here and I got name, this is a menu for, and let's say that I would put here name. Okay, I would save. There we go. We got a huge intrication here between several components. So let's take a look. Here I'm going to put a class app to my main. To my header, I'm going to put a class header. And to my menu, I'm going to put a class menu. All right. So now let's look at it and let's just inspect how we've built our application. We've got down here the root. And if I look at the root, the first thing that we've got, it's our main class app. Inside main class app, so here it's a first component. Then we've got our header. It's a second component. Then we've got our menu. It's a third component. And we've got here Guillaume that is coming from the first component. So if I come back here, I could put Guillaume coming from app.jsx. Here we can see Guillaume coming from app.jsx. The data comes from the first component. So from parent to children, we distributed our value name here, actually our string Guillaume coming from app.jsx. So it's totally possible to push data from the top to the bottom. The difficulty now for you will be to pass it from the bottom to the top. Let me tell you something, and I want to end on this about the props. it's complicated at some point to work too much with props. You would avoid to get too many components that receive the same props. Most of the time, this level here of complication here, from 1 to 3 level like this, it's for me the maximum. Avoid to distribute the data too deep through components, because you could have side effects, such as the data is not retrieved the right way. Normally it does, but at some point you don't want to have such a complexity inside your app, okay? So what you want to do is to use props, use the flexibility of the props and the reusability of the props, but you would like to do it with precaution. Okay, last thing that I want to show you. Of course, now my header is receiving a name, okay? Here we can see that we got the name coming here from the props, and so this name can change anytime I want. So if I go on app, and now I'm on app, I'm going to put here a header for Guillaume. Okay, this is a menu for Guillaume, but let's say that I would have a second header, which would be completely dumb, but it's possible. Here we can see that this is a menu from James. And now if I want to switch again, this is a menu for, let's say, Josh. Josh tried coding, which is really present now inside my videos. So we got a menu for Guillaume, for James, for Josh. This is how props works. And you can reuse this component and pass as many props as you want in order not to copy paste the code everywhere, but to turn your code into reusable pieces. In the previous course, we've been talking about props, and we created this example that in app.jsx we got the header component where we pass the props name here. So we saw that we can't pass component as a prop in a specific case where we would like to just say, hey, please header, use this component. In order to do so, you would like to use what we call children, and children is really specific to React, okay? On the props, I got children, that is a specific prop that is automatically passed to a React component. It means that you don't need to declare actually the prop children, okay? So if I put here children, and I put children here, automatically here we use this slot that is reserved to a specific child that we would like to pass. And let's say that up here, let's say that I would like a const, and we could say that we got my custom text, which would be a JSX component, return here div hello custom text. Let's say that I would like to pass this component to this header. In order to do so, we would like to just have the tag header here, which represents the component, closed, and we would like to open the component like this. And everything that I'm going to put here is going to end on here on the children slot. So if I put here my custom text, let's say I'm going to use that, my custom text, there we go, and I update, here nothing will happen because of course I need to call it as a function, and we've got hello custom text, okay? So here we can see that I passed this specific component. It was a complex example. Let me show you a simpler example. Let's say that instead I would like, hello, I'm fulfilling this slot, okay? If I do that, we got 2 times the header, okay? And we got the children that is passed just after, okay? I could even put the child between a div if I would like to, and before I would like to have this is my header, and there we go. We can see that we got the 2 elements. In order to make some difference, you will see that on this zone, let's say that we would like to put some color on this zone. Here we've got the zone where we got the children that has been pushed. It means that if we would have a complex element just up here, let's say that it would be here a list like this. Let's say here it's going to be home and here it's going to be profile, and we would like to have a my menu, okay, with that. If I put that menu on BG red 500, inside here, so we don't see it because the BG red is taking everything, but inside my header here, my menu is taking all the space. If I put some padding just to look at it, we can see that the red space, which comes basically from my custom text or my custom menu, let's call it menu like this, okay, is inside the BG yellow 500, okay? So the header is basically the parent of this child, but the component come actually here as a child, all right? So let's say that inside, actually, I'm just going to remove this second example. Here we are passing basically a component, but we could have basically the component itself. Let's say it's not a component, it's a complex one. We could have it like this, okay? We could have this complex one. What if I'm calling again header inside header? Is that possible? Absolutely. Let's say that I'm going to go down inside, okay? And I'm just going to cut that. And I would put header inside header like this. And we can see that I'm calling my header inside my header. And if I'm copy pasting this, if I would like to go really deep, we can see that little by little the red space is just removing some padding. Why? Because I actually call my header inside my own header. So my header here component got this children enabled in his UI. So it means that I could indefinitely call whatever child I would like to have, and I could have several child in the same slot. Okay? Okay, that was a first explanation. I'm going to come back on the rest. So here I got my menu, which comes from here. And let's say that instead here, I would have the menu as a component here. So we've got the menu that comes here. What I could do also is to pass some props. So remember here, we can pass props inside components. So I could put name, I could put my menu for, and here there is name, and here we can see that there is no name. Let's say that here I would like to pass a props to the component that I'm using inside as a child. It's totally doable. So I can put Guillaume, and here I will have my menu that heritates from the prop directly from the parent. So header is the child, menu is the child of header, but header is the child of app, and I can pass data directly inside app deeper to menu, okay? So children helps you to compose component by embedding other component inside elements within a parent component, okay? So if you want to access these children, and of course in menu here I also got children, okay? If I want to access this specific prop, which will be called always children, I need to declare children and to use it. If you don't decompose these props here, you can use here const children props.children, okay? It's exactly the same, as long as you got instead of name up here props, okay? So children, it's a specific prop that is relative to React functionalities, okay? And children can be any type. It can be elements, string, pages, whatever function. This is very versatile and it makes it really easy to use. It's basically to make complex and dynamic UI directly like this instead of composing with several components in a complex architecture. Previously, we saw that we can pass data from parent to children via props. And now we are going to see how to pass the data from children to parent, actually by using events. So let's increase a little bit the complexity of our app. And what we would like to see now is what do we have here on this app. So I have an app.jsx, which is actually in white with the border blue. And actually, I should put just the BG blue, right? BG blue 500. There we go. And inside this app.jsx, we've got our header.jsx that is here in yellow. And inside this header.jsx, we got a child actually here, which is injected directly as a children from the app.jsx. And we can see that all the data come from here, the scope of app.jsx. So we jump over the scope of the header. We don't catch here some props. We pass directly the data from app.jsx. Okay, this is a good way to change the color of our BG Blue 500 that we've got in here. If we look deeper into the menu that we pass, we also have this menu which is in red. And inside this menu, we've got a local menu item. At this point, if you are a junior, this level of complexity is a bit complex for you. It's too much. But you will understand that with this level of complexity, we can still here, as we can see, pass props. And here the name prop is actually coming from where? From here app. So we override here the header. We don't need to pass the prop on the header. And at the end, we also pass all the items here, the home, the profile, the notification that I got just here. Let's say that in the menu, we would like to have a button to change the color of app.jsx. Is that doable? Totally yes. So let's just create here a function, change app color, okay? So let's say that this function here would actually emit an event, do something, okay? So can I do it from the menu? Not really. What we would like to do is to pass it directly from app to my component just in here. So let's remove this BG Blue. And instead, we would like to have a dynamic color. So let's call it again background color, exactly like before. And we've got this BG Blue here. What I would like to do is to make it dynamic. And we already saw the dynamic styling before. Here we've got our style, okay. And we've got here, we used to have a border. But let's say that we're going to call here our background color that we got there. And suddenly, there we go. I'm just going to add some padding. I think it was padding 1 or padding 2. It would be better. And okay, if I have a button, okay, called change color. Okay, this function, actually, we change our background color. If you remember well, we are going to use UseState because this is the way to keep the state directly inside our app. There will be a dedicated listen on that. So here, there we go. And let's say that when I click on that, we're going to change the color to BG purple 500. Okay, so this function, change color, could be triggered by a button. And let's just put it at the end here. At the end in here, there we go, change color. Okay, and when I click on it, okay, and so I'm going to add an on-click function here, and we would have change color. When I click on it, I can change the color from app.jsx. Okay, so here we can change the color from app.jsx on the same scope. But remember here, this menu here, we can basically pass to it the function set background color directly. Let me explain to you. So I'm going to remove this button and just going really deep inside, going to menu item, okay? And I'm going to put my button, so here, directly inside. So here it's really dumb to do that, but it's just for the demonstration to show you how deep is it. We would have, instead of every element, we would have different change menu color here. So how would I pass this function so deep? What I can do is to use this set background color and to add it here as a prop. So if I had set background color as a prop of menu, directly inside my menu, down here, I can have set background color. And set background color can be passed also to menu item. And now I need to go up on menu item to get set background color. And I can change set background color to BG purple 500 directly from down there. So here, let's look at it. The problem is that here we see that from BG blue here, it's going to be triggered immediately by set background color just down there. Because here, what we do, we don't call it, we call it directly as a function, but we don't call it here this way. All right, so let's have a quick look at it because my demonstration was a bit long. On app.jsx, we've got the background color here variable. That is applied by default to app.jsx. And what we want to do, we want to go really deep into the green land here and be able to click and change the color from app.jsx. So what we pass, we directly pass our set background color, which is attached to the UseState here variable, and we pass it as a prop. We could have passed it as a prop to header, but here we jump over header because we use menu as a child. And we pass our set background color directly on the menu. And at the end on the menu, I directly have here my menu and I can pass it to my menu item. Of course, instead of having menu item here, probably I could have the children here, okay? And just declare here instead of the children inside my menu, put my menu item here. It's just for the example that I'm doing that, okay? So we've got that. And now let's see if we can change the color directly from this fourth component level. If I click, we can see that suddenly it changed the color from blue to purple. This is what we can call an event. Through this event, we emitted actually the function that we wanted to pass, which is here coming from basically the state here. If it was a function, exactly like I did before, and I removed it, but it was just for the example to go faster, I would pass also the function and it would do exactly the same, okay? The only thing that you would need to do here in that case is to change the name of the function that you receive in menu and menu item, okay? So basically, events in React are actions or occurrences that happen in the browser, such as clicks, form submission, mouse movement, etc., etc. Okay, so this event appears because here I'm using the UseState function, but I could do events also directly with the onClick function and change color. Okay, so the thing is that when we write class components, for instance, we need to use this. In this case, I'm not using this event handler. This is another case that we're going to see also later. But we use instead these synthetic events. So I have here my click function that helps me to create some event that is happening directly inside the scope. I hope the demonstration was not complicated. It was just to show you how deep you can pass the events and emit the information. Of course, directly from here, if I would have a function that would send some information, so let's say that I'm just going to remove the, just put the item in here instead of having this background color. Let's say I would have a function called emit data, okay? And on click, I would emit the data directly from menu item to the parent, okay? On this top level, I can catch this event. So I called it emit data. So emit data would be a function that would catch an event. So I can alert this event, okay? And emit data, I need, of course, to pass it directly from my menu to my menu item just down here, okay? So remember, here I'm passing it this way. And now when I click here, we can see that nothing appears. I got profile, sorry. So here we can see that I got notification, profile, and home. So here I'm passing data from the last child directly to app doing that. And here I can catch, of course, the event target value if I'm passing an HTML event. But if I'm passing here an item, I would do this, the item. Here I put E, but it was actually an item. So here we got home, we got profile, we got notification. This is how events are working in React. This was an explanation that is related to the props. We will see later that we got some other kinds of events that we can trigger together in another lesson. In React.js, we can use the conditional rendering to show or hide elements depending on the JavaScript code we write or execute. So just an example, a quick example. Here, we've got two cards next to each other, and probably the first conditional rendering that I can show you is the conditional rendering of the GSX that you are going to display. So let's just imagine that before, we would have some kind of condition that would be untrue. We would never render what's under that. But let's say that we would have a const loading on true, and we would put this loading element here that would switch at some point. Here we can see that while we have a loading on true, we would show actually this piece of code that we call usually skeletons. All right, so we've got that, and suddenly if I turn it to false, look at this, we have the cards appearing. So to start this lesson on condition, I wanted to show you this, because here, remember, in JavaScript, here, actually in GSX, we got JavaScript, so we can use the basic JavaScript that we should use in any script, okay? So just now, I'm going to open the console, and I'm going to show you something quickly also. Just going to comment that, and I'm going to say if true, okay, console log hello, okay? So basically here, and we don't get actually hello between strings, there we go. Here we can see that we got the two elements appearing here. So the conditional rendering can also be triggered inside the JavaScript part of your GSX file. So if you didn't follow the previous course, down here we got some HTML which is rendered actually. And up here, we can write some JavaScript just before rendering the piece of the template, actually the piece of UI that we want to show. So here we've got a good example here that what the condition can do inside JavaScript. Okay, so basically, if you did JavaScript before, there is no suspense here, no spoiler. You know this is working like this. All right. So can I do this? Okay, so let's say that instead of having this form of code here, this format, can I do that? So here, if loading, I would have here a condition opening here, and I would have this, and else I would have this. Yes, you can definitely do this, okay? The problem here with the GSX file is that you usually need to return something. You cannot create a GSX file that doesn't return anything. It's not going to work. Okay, so basically, if you would like to return a string, it would be possible. If you'd like to return a number, it would be possible also, etc., etc. But here, this kind of JavaScript code that we all write is also working. What I did previously is the shorthand of this code. So basically, this piece of code is equal to this one, okay? So if we are on the loading state, we return that, and otherwise, we return this, okay? So that's the first, actually, possibility. Let's try to make it a little bit simpler for this demonstration. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to remove this part here. And let's say that we would have a message variable, okay? And we would like to write basically different conditions in here. So let's say that we would have also a variable called isLoggedIn. And on this case here, I do it on purpose because isLoggedIn would be a variable related to your authentication system. So if you are working on a front-end application, you are probably working on an authentication system, and somewhere in your app, you will have the status of the current user. Is he logged in or not? So basically what we could do here is to check if the current user is logged in. And this is totally possible to do something like this, okay? If you are logged in, I would like to show something. So let's say that if we are logged in, we would have a message, and in this message, we would have H1, okay? And we would have you are logged in, okay? After that, if we don't have any information about the user, is he authenticated or not, we could have another message here, version of the message that would be you are not logged in. And then at the end, what you could do is to just return a div with the current message. Okay, so here we can see that I'm not logged in. if I turn it to true, suddenly I'm logged in. So here, it's a first step to show you that the authentication system will probably, because there is another possibility, will probably work for you with the conditional rendering. If you are logged in, we show a piece of the application. If you are not logged in, we show another piece. It's a little bit more complicated than that. There is another possibility, which is to work with the middleware in Next.js, for instance, or to work with routes, but we are going to look at this later. Okay, here it's dummy JavaScript. The short version of that is more like, is it logged in? Okay, here, and then I can return here this H1 like this, or you are not logged in, so I can remove that. And here we can see that we got everything working, and if I put false, it's working. At this step of the course, I must tell you that here our variable is not reactive because we don't use UseState. You need to use UseState if you want it to be reactive, but again, it's going to be on the listen of UseState that is coming just after. If you write this kind of code here with native JavaScript variable like this, you are going to face some issue in terms of reactivity. I'm just showing you this in this lesson to talk about the conditions, but you should not do that. You should not have a variable like this that you would change like this. It should be with UseState to be reactive. Okay, so here we've got a shorter version, and an even shorter version actually would be simply to have the H1 down here. So here I would open my tag and have here is logged in, okay, here, and I would have you are logged in here, or you are not logged in. So I need to put some space here, not logged in, and there we go. And we could even get rid of message. It's an even shorter version in here. Okay, so here we are using the ternary conditional operator. Okay, here this is called the ternary conditional operator, and we switch between those two pieces of string depending on the status. All right, so this was actually a first example. So I'm going just to remove that and come back to my cards. You can see that I got two cards. I'm just going to remove that, and by the way, I'm using here Tailwind CSS. Let's say that we would have a list of messages, okay? So I would have messages, and in those messages, I would have, hello, how are you? Okay. And the second one would be, I am fine. And here it doesn't make any sense because we need to have the users also, but I'm just going to put that. What about you? I am fine. Dot, what about you? Okay. I am fine also. Okay, there we go. So we got these messages in here, and what we would like to do is to loop through those messages and to show them in this card, okay? So basically what we would do is to type message map here, and we would have the message itself, and we would have our card, and inside we would have the message, and we could put as a key here basically the message itself. There we go. It's just for this. So suddenly we got all those messages in the right order, which is really cool. And there is another conditional rendering solution that we can use. It's the logical operator, okay? So let's say that here, this map is going to execute a loop on all those messages, okay? So it's going to pass from 0 to 1 to 2 and the last message. Okay, but what if we don't get any message and we don't want to do the map, okay? Or what if for another reason we would have an operator that would show or hide the messages? What we would do here is before my map here, put message length. We would like to check here that the message length is superior to 0. And we put those two ends here, this logical end and end operator, to display or not the messages. Okay, so here we can see that we check if we got messages, and if we got messages in the array, we do the operation we map. Okay, let's just open a div Okay, and in this div, I'm going to put here the same code that I had before with a new solution, which is here the map. So here I'm going to put class messages, and we are going to look at the at the HTML elements that we got here. Okay, you can see that I got my div messages, and now that I put this operator here, this logical operator. Basically, if I remove all the messages, this div should disappear. If I don't do that, if I just, let's say, if I just remove this operator that I got here, and I remove all my messages, let me save, we can see that I still got my div. Okay? If I put back here the operator that I had, so message length superior to 0, and I remove again the messages, we can see here that the div class messages disappeared. So this is useful for situation where you want to render a component only if there is a certain condition on true. Of course, here I'm working inline, but it can also work with components, okay? So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to transform this div up here in a message item. So if I go up, or if I go, for instance, in any component file that I could have, for instance, let's say that I would return that, and if I use here my loop, I'm going to put message item, and as a message here, I'm just going to use the spread operator to pass my message. There we go. All right, I had an error because I didn't push message as a prop, but now it's fixed. All right, so here we can see that even on my component that I'm showing in here, and I could put a grid and gap, for instance, a grid, a gap 2, there we go. We can see that even on a component, I could put some condition to show it like this, okay? What I would do is before open a loop and true and this, and it would work, okay? Here my editor is removing it because it's completely dumb. But we got the possibility to do this, okay? So basically, here we've got the possibility to use logical operator. Okay, another possibility. So let's say that we would have, instead of those messages here, we would have basically, I'm going to remove that. I would have a role and it would be admin. Okay, let's say that I would have the role admin, and I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove this message item also and start all over. Okay, let's say that we would like to return and use the switch operator, the switch statement, to return something. Okay, let me just create a new function called sayHello. Okay, and this function sayHello will have a switch statement, and this switch statement is going to look at the role. So let's say if I would have an admin, I would like to return an H1, let's say an H1 here, welcome admin, okay? It's totally possible to do that. So here, down here, what I would do is to use sayHello, just call sayHello, and there we go, we've got welcome admin on the top like this, okay? Let's say that I would have another case that would be manager, I would be welcome manager. Okay, so I would change that one. I would have welcome manager appearing, okay, even if I got admin. So here we've got a good example, and I could end up on this. Let's say that I would have a regular user, so welcome user, okay. Let's say that if we don't get anything or what else, we would have welcome user. So here we can see that if we have multiple conditions, we can use the switch statement to get a cleaner code. I just showed you different ways to use conditional rendering in React, and you can use them in very different cases. It's a very good advice to tell you that you should use as much condition rendering as possible, depending on the case you want to use it, all right? So I showed you basically the ternary operator, I showed you the logical operator, and here the switch. It depends on what you want to do, but most of the time you are going to use those three methods. If you want to display different routes and different pages inside your React application, this is a video for you. Here I got my React application running, and there's nothing fancy about that. what I need to do here is to go on main.jsx, and here we can see that I got only one file that is displayed, which is the app.jsx. And on the app.jsx, I can write everything that I want, but here basically is just one page. And probably you would like to have different pages inside your React application. For that, we need to use another package and to do some configuration to get the routes display and also to declare the routes with the component that we want to push to. So after that, it's going to display all the pages that we want, depending on the path that we are going to just write here on our address bar. Okay, so for that, I'm going to use React Router, and React Router here is made by Remix. So basically, what we need to do at first is to install React Router, and then we need to do some changes inside our app. So I'm just going to come back. I'm going to stop here my server. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to install React Router. So I'm going to just zoom a little bit. There we go. I'm going to clean it here. And I'm going to type npm install React Router DOM. Okay, here it's going to install React Router DOM that we will use directly inside our app. Okay, when it's done, I can start all over again my app, and coming back to my code, I'm going to do all the changes, the necessary changes. Okay, the first thing that I want to do is just to here go on main.jsx. And here on main.jsx, we need actually to bring two functions from our new package that we just installed. So here, just after React DOM, I'm going to import create browser router and router provider from React Router DOM. Okay, once it's done, just in here, I need to declare the router, and the router will receive all the pages that you want to create. So if I go here, I got the example coming directly from basically from the documentation of React Router that you can find on reactrouter.com. Basically here I got my router setup, and I got only one page, which is down here. The last thing that I need to do on this file is to remove this app that I got here. So until now, this app was basically the root of your application. It was the only page that your React application was displaying. Now what we want to tell, hey, man, look at the address bar, look at the routes, look at the history of the browser, and just display the route related to the current path, okay? So what I need to do here is to call, basically, I need to call router provider, sorry. So I'm going to type router provider coming up here from React DOM, okay? And here I need to pass the router that we created on line 10 directly as a parameter of my component router provider. And suddenly, look at that, we've got hello world. So here I just could put actually this page is on path here on the path of home, right? So we got that. So here we can see that we've got the list of all the routes in an array. You could have that as an external file if you would like to. Me, just for this course, I'm just going to keep it like this. Or probably you don't have that much pages, so probably you can keep it in here. Okay, let's just create another route now. So I'm going to go down, and instead I'm going to put test, and here I'm going to put this page is on path test. So basically here, router provider that is just up here will take care about all the pages that I'm going to create. So here I'm just going to pass /test here on my localhost. I'm going to type enter, and there we go. This page is on path test. Okay, so by the way, what we can do here, just going to our package.json, here I would like to change the port and having the port of my application on port 3000, so I can put these two hyphens here, port 3000, or the number that you want, and I can stop my application, run again, and suddenly my application runs on port 3000. Okay, so I can just close that. I'm just going to pass on port 3000, and there we go. So you can create as many pages as you want, but the thing that I advise you to do, and that's what I do myself, is to go here on our architecture here, and we can either create a pages folder where we are going to store a JS6 component that will act as pages. So me, in my mind, the components are pieces of UI that compose pages. So we need pages as JS6 root files, and we inject the components into it. So you can call it pages, or you can call them roots. So here, just for this course, I'm going to call them roots. And this is basically what I do. Okay, I do this inside React. Inside Next.js, it's the pages folder. So here I got roots, and now I got this app.js6 that is a bit useless, because app.js6 just mean like this is the whole app. But we don't need this app.js6 anymore. We have everything in here in our main.js6, okay? So what I can do is to get rid of this app.js6. Just do that if you already got the roots, right? If you got the router and roots set up. Okay, so now what I can do is to have a home.js6 here at the root of my roots folder. And I can just init here my home here and say hello home page. And there we go. Now what I want to do, and this is why I made this demonstration, is to come back in here. And instead of having this piece of JS6 as an element, I want to call home. Okay. So I need to import home from, and here I need to come back to the beginning here. Sorry, there we go. I'm going to go to roots and that home, and there we go. We've got basically here the router provider that called home as a page. All right. So here I can push into elements, components or roots or pages that will be the root of this specific path. Okay. So it means a lot. It means that here in my home page, let's come back here. What do I got as a component? Let's just create a custom component called hero.js6. Okay, I'm going to type this. There we go. I'm going to say this is the hero component. All right, I'm going to keep it like this. In home, what I can do is to type hero. So do I got hero? I got hero up here. As a use client or server, doesn't matter in my case. I can call hero. And of course, I need to import hero. I just can close this. From here, /components, there we go, hero, there we go. I got here, this is the hero component. We are still in home component or page or root. And there we go. We've got here our page that is composed by those two elements. Okay, so I can do this in here, but let's say that I would like to use the exact same page on /test. If I go on /test, I will have exactly the same page. But what if I would like to use hero as the component of the root? So here I'm just going to push hero on test. Okay. And there we go. On /test, I just got the component hero, and there will be nothing left all around. So just to give you a simple demonstration, I'm going to put class here, and I'm going to put with full. So I'm using Tailwind in here. BG red 500, okay? And on hero, I'm just going to put class px4py2 BG yellow 500, and I'm going to save that. There we go. So on the page test, we can see that I got the component in yellow, and I got everything around that is white. This is normal because on our root, we just ask him to display the hero component. And this is on the main page that we should have something different. So if I come back in here, there we go. This is what we got. We are still in home component. But here the demonstration is not very good because we should have some padding to show that the yellow part, which is the hero component, is actually inside the home page. And because I got some CSS in here, we can see that my root has a max width, etc., etc. If I hide this, we can see that here the home component is actually basically on the whole page, the component, the page, the root that encapsulate our header. But if I come back to test, here we can see that now that I don't get any margin, any max width, we can see that the component take all the space. So we can push as component just down here the elements that will compose our root. Okay, so if we want to do some nested routing, it's also possible. So let me just give you an example. Let's just actually put like here, I would like to have a test and then to have another piece of test. Let's call it another test. Okay, let's say that I would have this. I would have test and another test. Okay, on the test page we got that, and let's just come back to the hero and let's use the children, the native children prop that is used on React that you can use here. And my child is, and here I put children. Let's say that here on hero, what I would like to do is just to have a child that would be called, for instance, span. This is another test page. Okay, and I would save that. Okay, so here there is no child on this is the hero component. But if I go on another test and I type enter, this is another test page, and I could just put here bg purple 500 text white. Okay, there we go. We can see here that on another test we've got the child, and here we don't get it. So you can also push children just down here. But what if here I would like to pass a dynamic parameter? Is it possible? Yes, of course, it's totally possible, and it would be dynamic, of course. So let's just say that basically we would have like a parameter called like user, and here I would have ID. So okay, I'm going to make some changes. I'm just going to remove here my BG purple whatever. Okay, let's say that I would have this is a child of, and here on my component, here on the top, I would like to catch the ID, which is here hello. So let's say that we would have very long number. I would like to catch this long number. Whatever it's the param, we would like to catch it. What I can do is to use the React DOM router to do it. And what I would need to do is to import use params from React router DOM. Okay, so use params would help me to catch actually the current parameter, and here in this case we already displayed it in here. It's ID. You can give the name you want. If you would like to have a slug, it could be a slug. Okay, so here I got ID, and let's say that just after I would like to display actually the ID as the number, and we could see here that I can catch the parameter thanks to React DOM router directly here with the ID. Okay, so here you could have very long nested roots, and whatever would be the parameter, you would be able to catch it thanks to use params that you get here. This use params hooks helps you to retrieve the parameters from the URL, dynamic data, and handling is easier after that. Okay, a last thing that I would like to show you is to create a not found page. And I'm going to unzoom a little bit. Here we would like to create a no found page. So what we could do is to go on roots here and create a not found.jsx. Okay, and I could initiate my component. This page doesn't exist. All right, so I can just save that, and we've got this component that could be a page, either on client, either on server, whatever. And what we would like to do is to catch it. So here, I'm going to zoom to show you the trick. Here, I'm going to call not found coming from the root. And instead of having the slash, I would have a star. The star says actually, I'm going to catch all the roots that are not registered, and I'm going to show the element that you just specified. So if I go down there and I type whatever and I type enter, suddenly we've got this page doesn't exist. Okay, even if I'm doing very complicated element like hello true with parameters with queries, and I type enter, it will catch all the pages that doesn't exist. But if I try to catch a page that exists, it's still going to work. Okay, this was a quick introduction to how to create a router with React. It helps you to deal with normal routes. It helps you to display different pages, to work on nested routes, to inject elements that can have children or not, to create new page, and also to catch parameters and queries. We are going to come back on parameters and queries just after. Now what we would like to do is to navigate between routes. So we are going to start to create together a small application just to see how we can display different routes. In React.js, we use layouts to wrap applications and provide a certain style or script, and we can have several layouts that we apply to our app. So in this lesson, I'm going to start creating a portfolio/web application where we are going to apply 2 different layouts, and I'm going to show you step by step how to set it up, especially with our router. So previously in the source folder on main.jsx, we created a router here with React router DOM that helps us to display some pages, and we finally got here these pages passing down here on the router. Okay, so here you can't put a header here and just put the navigation because it needs to be wrapped inside a router provider. So we basically need to do it in here directly inside the router browser, and this is where we are going to inject our layout, our main layout. Okay, so I got this home component which is here with hello, and for the need of this course I already created one file, a JSON file with some content. So here there is the name, the position, the description. It's a portfolio, so it's about a web developer that is talking about his social media project and experiences. Okay, so I just grab this as content to go faster. Okay, and I just push all this content into a hero component, which here grab the config with the name, the position, and some style that is applied down there. There's also a subcomponent called social that is looping through the social and applying buttons with icons. It's really easy to do. It's not the topic of this course, so I'm trying to go faster on that. We've got this hero component, and if I go on home and I put this hero component here as a regular component, and we're going to see it right away. I'm going to save that. There we go. We've got our page with this hero component that is appearing here. And just after, what I can do is to type div, this is my main page. All right. The thing is that here, this hero component, we would like to have it always on the top. So probably the first thing that you would do is to put it down here. But as I told you, we can't do that. The solution is to basically create a layout. And we are going to see that we can also inject in this layout the style that we got here. Because if you look at the main.jsx CSS that we got here, if I remove this line, suddenly we don't get any style applied. And we would like to pass instead this index.css directly on the layout. Okay, so I talk too much. Let's pass now to the creation of the layout. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go on my tree file, and I'm going to create a new folder. This is not mandatory, but I want to store my layout here in layout. So I'm going to type main layout.jsx, and I'm going to create this new layout. So basically a layout it's basically a JSX component that will here display all the routes that we're going to pass through. So if you are not using the React DOM, you can of course use the children and pass your routes as children down here. Me, I'm using React router DOM from Remix, so I need to grab a special function called outlet, and special component, sorry, not function. Outlet will help me to display all the routes here. So I can just pass outlet here, and there we go. On my layout, I will have all the routes that I want to show. All right, there we go. So I'm just going to come back to main.jsx, and this is where I need to do some changes, okay? So here on the main page, we got the component home. And this component home is the page that is displayed just here. Instead of that, I'm going to call main layout. I'm going to pass main layout and I'm going to save. And suddenly we can see that nothing's happening. I'm just going to remove that. And there is no route that passes to it. This is normal. This is because here we just pass the main layout. However, if I put hero, my component hero, remember, coming from where? Well, coming from my components. So I'm just going to go grab the component here /hero and I'm going to save. Suddenly, we've got here our hero on the top. And if I put a footer, let's say I'm going to put a footer, this is main layout. We can see that I got my footer down here. Okay, so every time I'm going to change my route, just outlet is going to be changed by the component we're going to push through the router just now. And then there will still be the hero and the footer. Okay, so how do we pass components directly to this route? Well, here on the main layout, what I'm going to do is to type children. Okay, and here I can pass new routes that will grab as a prefix the path that is up here. I could do it indefinitely, okay? For every route, I could put some children. But so here, what I want to do is to say, hey, the main path, so the first path, which is empty, here I'm going to put element, and I want to pass home. And remember, home, it's the component that we got in the routes. So here, I'm just going to pass home. And there we go, we've got suddenly home. But the problem is that now on home, we've got the hero, but we already got a hero on the layout up here. So I can remove that. And there we go. We've got our hero plus this is the main page, which comes from actually home. And I can just check that by typing bgred 500 here. And we can see that nothing's happening. Nothing's happening because there is no CSS style apply and Tailwind is not imported. What we want to do, we don't want to put the CSS here in home. We want to do it in the main layout. So I'm going to go to the main layout and I'm going to type import, okay. And I'm going to go grab my index.css and you will see suddenly that the style has changed. Because here on this layout, here, I basically have index.css which have some style into it that is applied. And if I put here, instead of bg white, I'm going to put bg red 500, suddenly the style is applied to the layout, but also to the subroutes where outlets are displaying route. So outlet here, it's your router. This is where all the pages are going to be displayed. Okay, so now I got this layout, I can apply some custom style. And I can use Tailwind CSS. So here I can put here some space here, maximum width, the grid, the gap, etc., etc. That is related basically to this layout. And we can see that in this layout, basically, there is some style that is applied. If I hide index.css, the style is going to be removed, okay? So we can see here that the style has been removed, which means that if I create a new layout, and this is what we're going to do now. If I create a new layout, I can probably apply a new style. Okay? So what I can do here, it's really easy. It's just to copy paste this main layout. And instead, I'm going to call it Satoshi layout. Okay? I'm going just to save that. And I'm going to put Satoshi layout, all right? So now I got this Satoshi layout. I can probably apply a different style and probably inject different components, but we are going to see that just now. Okay, so I got here Satoshi layout, and I would like to create a specific style for this Satoshi layout. So I'm going to externalize another file which will be called the Satoshi CSS. So here, under my source folder, I'm putting it here for you to have visibility on the files, but you could easily put it somewhere else into the assets or whatever. Let's say that here on Satoshi, I would have a different font and I would have also a different basically background, okay? So we can see here that I'm using a specific font that I apply everywhere and we are good. Okay, the last thing that I need to do is to call Satoshi.css instead of index.css. So I'm going to call Satoshi.css directly. And now I can come back to my main.js. And instead of using main layout, I can use Satoshi layout. And I'm going to save. And suddenly, this is a total different application. So as you can see here, I changed the style of my entire application just with one file, one layout with its own style. But that's not the only thing you can do. Basically, with a layout, a specific layout here, you could have, for instance, a specific header. So here I will write, this header is only visible on Satoshi layout. And if I save, we've got that. If I come back and I change again the layout, let's say it's going to be main layout, we don't see the header because we don't call main layout anymore. Now I'm going to come back on Satoshi layout. There we go, we've got our Satoshi layout. Okay? Now we've got that. Probably we could have, for instance, a new route, a new page. And for that, we will need to write this page or to create a link for it. So in terms of navigation here, I can use link coming directly from React, but here it's better to use link coming from the React router DOM. It's going to be better here. I'm going to have my link and I would have a secret page. Let's say that we're going to call it secret room. Here, access secret room. Okay, this page doesn't exist. I need to create it. And in order to do so, I need to create a new route. So I'm just going to remove that. I'm just going to open here my routes and I'm going to have a secret room.jsx. There we go. And I'm going to initiate it. Hello secret room. There we go. We've got our route ready. Now what I need to do is to come back on main.jsx. And I need down there, inside my here element, having the secret here, because remember, on Satoshi layout, we push to the path secret. And instead, I'm going to call here secret room. So I need to import secret room directly from my root. So I'm going to have secret room and secret room in here. So let me check if it's the right one. There we go. So now I got secret room. I'm going to click on it. And there we go, we've got the secret room access just under my hero that we got here on the top. Let's switch again. Let's pass from the Satoshi layout to the main layout and I'm going to save. And here we can see that I still got access to the secret page. Why? Because here, the only thing that I'm doing basically is to change the layout, but the layout doesn't apply to routes. If you declare the route in here, it will be accessible, right? Be safe on that kind of mistake. A lot of juniors are doing this kind of mistake. Probably if you would like to have a secret page or a secret room, you would like to do something before when you enter the route on an authentication level or a middleware level. That's really cool. Now we know how layouts are working. We can apply different styles, but also, I didn't told you before, here you can still write all the JavaScript that you want, importing scripts, fetching some data, whatever. These layouts helps you to define basically two different environment for the same application, okay? So basically, I'm talking about environment, but it's just coding space where you got styles, specific JavaScript functions that you would like to display. Those two layouts are basically what we can call themes, but we can also use providers to push themes directly to your app, but we are going to see that in a next lesson. Let's talk now about aliases. What do we talk about? We talk about basically all those points that we write everywhere to go grab some elements. So here we can see that here I'm typing point slash to go up a folder, or if I go to my components and I go to social here, we can see that I put double points, or I go up and down all along the folders to grab some files. This is really boring. What we would like to have is an alias that will help us to not write these points, but to go grab directly in a specific folder, a specific file. And to do so, we need to go on config.js, vite.config.js, and we need here to put here the resolve path. So what is it? Basically, in resolve here, we have an object called alias, and in alias here, I can put like a shortcut to every folder that I'm looking for. So the first alias that I would like to grab, it's basically here the source folder. So I'm always going to the source folder. Remember that vid.config.js is at the root of my project, but I'm always going to the source folder. So here I'm taking the @ here as a shortcut, which means that here I need to resolve the source folder. In order to do so, I need to use pass, and pass is basically coming from here import pass from pass. I'm going to type pass.resolve, and here I need to go grab from the current dir name here, I need to go grab the .source folder. And now every time I'm going to call, for instance, a component, I don't need to go one level up, one level down. I just can put @. So now we can fix every file that we've got. So if I go to main.js here, we can see that I go to the layouts folder, roots folder, and they are under source folder, okay? So what I need to do only is just to remove those points and put an @ and it's still working. Now if I go to my components, and on my components I got a lot of references here. Here we can see that I try to grab here at a certain level config.json. Here I try to grab the / components that I got here, and it's working perfectly fine. So now I got this alias that I set up here. I can grab everything that is in source folder, but just let me show you, we can put another one. For instance, if I would like to have components, I could put source/components to grab the components. And here you can go as deep as you want. If you got a big architecture, a lot of folders, if you would like to create aliases, you could create as many aliases as you want. It is time now to talk about the most famous hook of React, which is UseState. The UseState hook in React is used to add state to functional components. It returns an array with two elements, the state itself and a function to update that state. In other words, we got the getter to get the actual state, and we got the setter to set the new state. Okay, let's just start with a quick example. Here we've got a JSX component and we've got JavaScript written in here with a variable here, which is basically let name with Guillaume. So we got a name that is displayed in here. And remember, previously we created this hero component. So I'm just going to zoom on the home component that we are using now. It will be better for my explanation. Okay, so I got this name, which is down here inside my template. And on JavaScript, what you would do is to attach actually an onClick function that would trigger some changes. So let's say that we would like to change name for John, for instance, every time we click on update name. So if I click here on update name, nothing is happening, okay? Why? Because here inside this JSX component, there is actually no reactivity right now. And this is what UseState is bringing. UseState, which comes from React, help us to create reactivity inside our JSX component. But not also. UseState help us to preserve the state across render. So if I just put the state in here, I leave and I come back, I will have keep the state. In some cases, we're going to come back to it after. Also, UseState help us to manage the component state. Every component got a scope, and in every scope you got its own state. The UseState help us to re-render the app. So here when I click on update name, nothing is happening. The application is not re-render. I talk about rendering because when I want to change the name, I want here my HTML file to be updated and to show John when I click on the name. Okay, here it doesn't happen. Also, the last case is to enable actually the dynamic data handling. So here, every time you are going to receive data from a component, from a prop, or from a fetching, for example, you would actually store the data into a UseState. Okay, let's continue here on our example. We can see that it doesn't work. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn here this name into a user state. So what I can type here is to type user state, which is a function that comes basically from React. So here I can import from React what? I can import user state, all right? And once it's done, we are fine. So here, if I put Guillaume inside user state, there we go, we've got hello Guillaume that is written in here. And even if I still click, nothing is happening. So as I told you before, basically, in user state, you've got two things, the getter and the setter. So here I can turn my variable into an array, and I can deconstruct the getter and the setter. So here name is the getter, set name is the setter, right? So I don't need to change anything in my template because name is still the getter. And I just created this set name, which has a different color. We can see it in yellow. I just call it set name because this is the convention. If you got another variable, you can call it its name plus set as a prefix. It's just a convention like this. Okay, so now what I can do is just to click here and to use this set name here. And I'm going to change here set name to John. So I'm using the function set name, the setter, to change hello Guillaume to John on click. So here if I click, we can see that it finally works. And we've got hello John that has been rendered. Okay, so here just before, I'm going to console log here render again. Okay, so every time I will click, it will render again the whole JSX component. So if I click, there we go, we can see that the component has been rendered again. But here this is easy to do. Okay, we don't want to do it in here, we want to do it when we trigger actually the button, but directly on the top level. So here we've got here render that appear 2 times. I'm going to explain later why in React like this we have 2 renders from the beginning. And let's click again on update name. So if I click on update name, we can see that rendered appeared again. User state, as I said to you, is attached to React, which will actually trigger the reactivity and just re-render the whole page. So with user state, you are sure to get fresh data. Okay? All right, this is good. So you can here, I imported React this way, it's more this way, there we go. So here you need to import user state all the time. Of course, you could have several states. So here I can have email, and then I would have set email, and instead I would have guillaume@gmail.com, all right? And here I would have hello here, and email, your email is, I would trigger that, and I just update that, and there we go. Hello Guillaume, your email is, and here we got everything in here. So if I just remove this button here for now, we can see that I can create as many states as I want. This is exactly the example that you've got when you create a React application. You've got this counter, and as you can see on the counter, you have a number. So user state can receive any type. It can receive a string, a number, a boolean, an object, and an array. But depending on the type of the kind of user state you are going to use, you got to be safe because you can overwrite the value. So let's give another example. Let's just remove that for now. Okay, we are going to remove that. And on top here on home, I'm going to just create a subcomponent, which will be a form. And on this form here, I would have its own scope with set, email, and stuff. And down here, I'm going to call form, okay? And this form here, and I'm going just to set up, I'm just going to apply a class name here. I'm going to type border, there we go. I'm going just to do that, there we go. Here we can see that I can also trigger my function, my setter, from my user state directly inside my template. So here we can see that we get it on chain, but I could put on input, and there we go, we've got everything. Okay, but what if I would have actually the data on the parent and I would pass it on the children? Can I do it? Absolutely, we can absolutely do that. So basically, what I would do here is two possibilities. Either I would transfer here my state directly on home, and I would pass it up here as a prop. So here I would have name, set name, and I would have email and set email. Okay, I would do that. If I do this here, I need to pass, of course, name as name, etc., etc. Okay, here it would be more like this. There we go. Okay, so here to go faster, I'm going to use the spread operator. I'm going to pass name, set name, and then email, and then set email. And we've got everything. So here I'm catching the data from the form, which is the child, with the data from the parent. So here, when I type here, we can see that we've got the data down there displayed in form, but actually the data comes from home. So basically on home up here, I could also deconstruct. I would have, for instance, name and email here on top. If I go up here, we can see that down here we got the data inside the form, which is the child component. And here we got it on the parent, which is very convenient, okay? So this is the first possibility. The second possibility would be to have instead here, let's say that we would have a state coming from the parent. So I would have Guillaume at gmail.com, and there we go. We got everything. So here, when I change, here we can see that it's working perfectly fine. I'm passing my props down there directly to the inputs, and the inputs are receiving the value, and I got the on-change, which is coming up here. Okay, so what if we would like to just apply actually those values that we got up here? So let me remove that, and you will understand what I will do. Let's remove all of that from here, and let's say that instead of having this here UseState, we would have it on the parent. And on the parent, we would have nothing, okay? We would have just that, okay? We come back to the initial state. What if down here, we would have, for instance, a person and a set person, and this person would be an object, and in this object I would have a name, which is Guillaume, and I would have an email, which is guillaume@gmail.com. And let's say that I would like to pass this person here, okay, as a prop. So I pass the prop, and I would like to apply this person down here. Is it possible? Yes, absolutely. So we've got here person, and let's say that on UseState, what I would like to do is to apply person.name and then person.email. This is also possible. The main difference is that we are here in two different scopes, right? When we are going to change Guillaume here, okay, it's not going to change on the parent, and I'm going to show it to you immediately. I'm going to type person name. So on person name, on parent here, name is, there we go. And here I'm going to put here on form, name is, and here I'm going to put name. There we go. Okay, so we can see that here on parent, the usual name is Guillaume, and on the form, the name is Guillaume also, because we give here from person as a prop, we give the name and the email coming from the parent. This is an issue because here in form, we are in our own scope. So here, if I put a class name bgred500, here we are on red, we are on a different scope. So if I put text white here, no, probably not text white, but I'm going to remove the bg red, you have understand. If I change here the name and I put John instead, we can see that on the form, John has been updated as a name, but on the parent, it's still Guillaume. Why? Because here on form, you got one scope, and on home, you got another scope. So the previous example was to show you that if you want to change the value to the parent, you got to pass all the props like this. But be safe, when you pass the person this way here on the form, you actually make a copy here of the name of the person that you put inside name. Same for email. So you are on another scope. It would mean that from here, from this form, what you would do at the end is to update here to the API or whatever. Here, let's put a class name text black, for instance. There we go. BG black text white, just to show you that this is a button. Okay, you would have to update from the API here the person with the name and email inside the form, because otherwise, even if your form is changing the value of name and email, it doesn't change the value of the person parent in that case. All right, we're gonna roll back to the previous configuration, which was to pass the name, the set name, the email, and the set email. D'accord, okay. So I'm just going to remove that. And here instead, down here, I'm going to just deconstruct that. I can have the name and set email, and I could basically rewrite everything in order for you to understand. Again, we've got our UseState, which is Guillaume up here, and we've got the email and set email, which is UseState guillaume@gmail.com. Okay, so instead of the person, I'm going to pass again with the spread operator the name, name and email, and set email. There we go. Okay, so we are back in the previous configuration. Okay, so what I want to show you is that probably in some cases you would like to keep the previous state of an object or an array. So how to do this? Well, there is two possibilities. So this here is using multiple state. So we're going to take an example here, and it's going to be more like UseState here, an object, and we're going to start with that object, and we're going to call it company. And then we're going to have set company. And in this object, I would have the name of the company, which would be codewithg.com. Okay. I would have the number of employees. Let's say that we would have 12. And then we would have at the end, for instance, the website, okay, or URL. Let's call it URL. That would be basically https:/codewithg.com. Okay, so now we got the company and we got the set company. So I'm going to pass the company down here and the set company, okay, for the example. And what I would like to do here is to have another input. And remember here, I need to do exactly the same, company and set company in that case. Instead here, I would have type text. Okay, I would have as the placeholder company, I would have pass company in here, and I would have set company. As we can see here, company is an object. And what we would like to change only, for instance, it's the URL. So I'm going to type company.url, and there we go, we've got it in here. The problem here is that when we set the company, we push the string, which represent the URL, to the object company down there. So it's going to override company with the URL that we got up here. And this is not what we want to do. What we want to do, we want to keep employees and we want to keep name. To do so, what we need to do is to do a functional update. And for that, we need to use set company. But here, what we want to do, we want to catch the previous state. So to catch the previous state, you got to know that this setter here is giving to us an argument, which is the previous state. Okay. So what I can do here on my object is just to have here an object which represents a new object, a new company with the previous state. Okay. And as a spread operator here, I can copy paste the previous state, which most of the time we call prev. Okay. And now what I can do is to type URL and here e.target.value. Okay. So here I need to return that object and we should be good. So if I come back here and I put here a P and company informations, and let's say that after that I would have what? I would have the company name, and I would have the company employees, and I would have the company URL. Okay. Now that we did that, I can easily come back here and change only code with G and not everything. Okay. So if I remove that, we can see that I'm saving here basically the company on the top level, using the previous state that we got here. Of course, something that is exactly the same is to use company itself. Okay, so here I got company itself. I can just copy paste the value, and here we can see that it's doing exactly the same result. All right. Okay, let's take a last example, and this time we are going to use an array, and this is most of the time the trickiest for a lot of people. So this is why I want to make you the demonstration. Down there we've got a members list. So we've got the getter and the setter that we pass as a prop to our form component. And here we loop through the members to show their name, and then we've got next to them a button remove. And what we would like to do is just to update the list to remove a member. And we're going to see that it's going to be directly done on the parent because we passed the setter set members. Okay, so here I'm going just to create a function onClick, sorry. And this function onClick is going to do the job, okay? So it's going to set a new value to the members. So we've got here the previous version, and it's going to set what? An array. And what we're going to do, we are going to set the previous members like this. And just to make an example, I'm going to add to start a test here string to see if it adds a real member to the list and if it updates. All right, so I'm just going to update, and when I click, we can see that here we've got remove here and the test that is appearing because every time I click, I had this element in here. So you got to be safe not to do that. It's a junior mistake. But we've got here the previous array, so we are good. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to filter the actual members list, okay? So I can just type members filter here, X. So I'm just going to type X. And here what I want to do, I want to return every member except the current one, which is the actual member that we've got up here, the actual member that we display. So we're going to say X is different from a member, and we're going to save that. So I'm going to unzoom a little bit to show you the piece of code. Every time we're going to click on onClick, and I'm just going to go to the line because here it's not really visible. We don't need the previous one. We want to filter members with the member, the actual member, okay? So if I come down here and I click on test, everything disappeared because test was added several times. But if I want to remove Mary, I can click here and we can see that we remove every member. If I update again my component, I still have Guillaume, John, and Mary. So here, this is normal that I have again Guillaume, John, and Mary, because here on my state, by when I initiate the component, by default, I got Guillaume, John, and Mary. So if I click on remove John, John disappear, and there we go. So we can see here that we can leverage the user state from React to keep the reactivity and to keep the state inside a specific scope, whatever it is on a component itself or on a subcomponent where we pass the data. And we can also see that we can leverage basic JavaScript to update our current state. So be safe, because I see a lot of people sharing states between components by using different files. Try to make them as much local as possible, because you want to be sure that the actual data that is displayed is fresh. This is the latest data that you want. This hook is essential to keep the reactivity of your application, to preserve the state across rendering, and also to trigger re-renders to update your actual application to display the right data. We're going to see later also that when you fetch data, you need to use UseState to apply the actual data that you receive to the current application in order to not show to the user false information. When developers start coding with React, they often start with UseState or UseEffect. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to use properly UseEffect and when not to use it. And also stay until the end, because I'm going to talk to you about the fact that you probably don't need to use UseEffect. Okay, so what is UseEffect? UseEffect, it's a hook provided by React that allows you to perform side effects on function component. For instance, when you want to trigger something when you launch the application, you need to use UseEffect. If you want to fetch data when you launch the application or the page, the component itself, you need to use UseEffect. If you want to subscribe to observables, you need to use UseEffect. And the thing that you gotta know, it's that UseEffect runs after every render by default. So we saw previously on our lesson that React renders every time there is a changes. So you gotta be safe with what you do because you can quickly create a loop and crash your application with UseEffect. Okay, so anywhere we need to interact with the DOM, use browser API, fetch data, use local storage, etc., etc. Inside the scope, we require UseEffect. So I'm going to come to my home.jsx file, and here it's the template that I'm going to provide to you at the end of this course, a portfolio. We got our header, but we got this page home that is rendered, and we got this variable name with set name and Guillaume that is rendered. Okay, so here I can import UseEffect up here, and I can use it just inside my JavaScript part, inside basically my JSX component. UseEffect needs two parameters. The first parameter is going to be the callback, and the second parameter is going to be the array. Let's talk about both. The callback here function, this is the function that is going to be triggered every time UseEffect is going to be called. So everything that you're going to write here is going to be triggered. So if you want to just trigger something at the beginning of the application, you need to specify it. If you want to trigger it when a variable is going to change, you need to specify it. And where do you specify it? Inside this array that we got down there. So here I got an empty array, but I could put, for instance, name. And when name is going to change, UseEffect will act as a watcher and will trigger here the function that I got here. Okay, so until now it's easy. Let's just give a first example. Let's say that, and I'm going to open my console. I'm just going to console log I am rendered. Let's say that. There we go. There we go. We can see I am rendered. So when I launch here the application, we can see I am rendered. We can see that the empty array helps us to trigger the function here, the console log, when the component is mounted. After that, here, it's never going to be called again, except if you render again the page. Okay? So every time I'm going to reload or upload the new page, here we've got I am rendered. That is triggered. Okay, so now let's say that we want to change it only when name is going to change. I can provide here name. So here I just update, just going to save, and we can see here that I am rendered appears, but name didn't change. Well, actually, we called UseState here, and we put the variable name here, so we can see that here it's as by default being called. So if I put if name is different from its actual variable, which is Guillaume, okay, let's say that we're going to console log name variable changed. There we go. So I'm going to save that. I'm just going to render again the page, and suddenly we can see that here it hasn't been called because the variable value didn't change. Okay, so now let's just put, for instance, a paragraph here and a button, okay? And this button would be a change name. So I'm just going to put here an onClick function here, okay? And let's say that I would have a function, okay? So const change name here, and this function would set the name to John instead. All right, so here I'm going to attach change name. There we go. And here, if I click on change name, here we can see that the name changed to John, and we actually the UseEffect has been called also, because here UseEffect as an observable on name actually is looking for the observable name, sorry. So here we can see that we can actually create side effects with UseEffect on an action. Basically, I wouldn't need that, okay? Here, I wouldn't need this UseEffect, but probably for some reason, I want to do something if name change its value. So this is how you would do it. Of course, there is another dumb example here. I'm just going to remove that. But here, let's say that I would like to change the title of my page. So here on the top, you can see that we've got Hello World, which is displayed here. So let's say that next to Hello World, okay, I would have the name, okay? So look at that. Here we got Hello Guillaume. And if I click on John, here we can see that it doesn't change. Why? Because I didn't put the observable. So I'm going to put name. I come back. And here, look, Hello John has changed on the title, and it has changed also on the page. So this was a quick example on how to use here UseEffect. What I would like to show you also is that inside UseEffect you can of course put some kind of cleanup function. So I'm just going to remove that and put the example that I already wrote for you. So I'm just going to come back to it, and there we go. So what do we got in here? Here we've got basically a UseEffect which is really complete, and here we can see that we've got a set interval and we got a clear interval, and this interval every second is going to console log tick, as you can see down there, and at the end we've got a return function that clears the interval. Okay, so it's cleaning up, it's a cleanup function on unmount or before the next effect, and the next effect is actually using, it's like a loop. It always look for it. So we've got here 1000 milliseconds. We got this interval and we got this tick running. In this case, we are using UseEffect to fetch some data and then to assign it to a variable and to render it on our page. So here, what we do inside the UseEffect, we've got our useFetch function, which is calling an API.example or whatever. And when we get the response, we transform it as a JSON and then we set the data. And until we got the data, we can display basically the loading part. So here, down there in the template, we use the ternary operator to have either loading, either the data that will be rendered. That's another use case when we use UseEffect. However, you gotta be safe with that. Why? Because here UseEffect cannot be asynchronous. And let's say that we would like to build something like this with an asynchronous function that would await for actually another fetch. The solution to that would be to have some function that itself would be actually asynchronous, and inside we would have our await, okay, with our fetch, and then we're gonna have this await with our fetch. And what we would do, we would remove that, and we would call fetch data down there without any async await. You cannot using async await on UseEffect. Okay, so here you've got here your function, and then you call your function on UseEffect. Of course, you could call your function if we would trigger, for instance, here a button or whatever, which I don't see necessarily why you would do that, because you would have some button or whatever. But it's totally possible. Okay. Okay, we just saw how to initialize UseEffect, how to update the state, and how to avoid some side effect. Now I want to talk to you about why you might not need UseEffect on your React application. Okay, so what we want to do at first is to avoid unnecessary effects. And those effects should be only used when we interact with externalized system at first. Let me give you an example. So here we've got, okay, props that is passed, and from props we try to catch some initial count, and we would like to pass the count from the parent of home to home, and what we would like to do is to set our count. So here, as we can see, we apply props.initialCount to count. However, here, and we can see here on our JSX part, we don't got any zero that is displayed. Why? Because there is no initial count on props. We didn't pass anything. So React doesn't render anything on this case because it set a count that doesn't exist. Instead of doing that, what we could do, and let me just show you a basic solution, is to say if there is here the initial count, so conditional rendering, we would like to set the initial props.initial count, and suddenly we can see the 0. Okay, that's not what we want to do. What we would like to do instead, is probably to just apply immediately initial count, so I can remove that. But here you're going to say, hey Guillaume, there is no point to do that because it's exactly what you did before. Look, what you can do here is just to open here as an object your props, and by default put the value of 0. So if I remove that, suddenly I got here my value of 0, and if I pass an initial count, it's going to pass instead of the 0. So here I could put 12, and if I render we got 12, and there we go. So if from the parent I pass a value, whatever, let's say it's going to be 44k, here it's going to override 44k it's going to override 12 with 44k. So that's the first solution, but try to avoid to use UseEffect to pass the props value to your current variable inside your scope. Okay, you should also avoid to transform data in render. Here what we do, we have a name and a last name, and we've got another UseState, which is a string, an empty string, and we use UseEffect to set the complete name. This is totally dumb. You don't need to do that. What you can do is to directly here just apply here your name and your last name directly inside here your JSX. To do that, you avoid to create a new loop, a new watcher, and you actually save memory inside your DOM application, inside your browser. Here is another example, but this time with numbers. Here we want to improve this code because this is a waste of memory, this is a waste of code lines. What we want to do is to remove the unnecessary state, which is here total. So here, exactly like what I did before, instead I can put count plus addition, let's say, and I'm just going to remove that. And I'm going to remove here the UseEffect because it's useless to have UseEffect. So when I update, we got 20, which is here, count plus addition. And of course, if I would have a button, it would also be reactive, okay? So here we can see again that we don't need UseEffect. What we want to do here is to enhance the readability of my JSX. So here we need actually, when we get this, to refactor our code to have something better. We saw that we can use UseEffect to watch for some variable state to change and then to trigger some operation. But we can also use UseEffect to fetch some data or to interact with our state when a value is changing. However, you should not use UseEffect if you want to escape to the mechanic of React and you would like to do something on top of React. This is really bad. It's going to create a lot of mistakes and a lot of errors. Also, you don't want to use UseEffect if you want to do some externalized synchronization with some widget networks or whatever. And you don't want to use UseEffect if you don't have actually no external system involved. We use UseEffect to simplify the code and to add reactivity on top of the reactivity that is already provided by React. The less use of UseEffects, faster your code will be and faster your execution will be also. It's time to talk about fragments, a really specific feature related to React. What are fragments? So let me just start to give you an example. Here I got this home page, which is displayed here under my header. And here I got a division with a paragraph inside. Okay, so I can't do this in JSX. I can't display two elements like this next to each other. What I gotta do is to wrap actually my whole JSX inside a parent element, which is here the division. So inside the division, I can continue here and put here everything that I want inside the division. So everything here in my tree, in my HTML tag tree, will be under this division that I got here, okay? So you will ask, why do we need to do that, Guillaume? Because here, when you return an element in JavaScript, this element cannot be chained. You cannot have different element that needs to be related as a node inside your tree. You need to have one parent element. So here it makes sense that we have this division. However, if I import from React, okay, here React, if I import the fragment here, if I type fragment, there we go, what I can do suddenly is to change here this division by fragment, okay? And if I do that, just look at the list, suddenly we can see that I can just separate every element as one node inside my HTML tree, tag tree, okay? So what I can do also is to import just here using react.fragment. It will work also. I can import fragment as a single element and just displaying it, but we are fine, okay? So here we can see that with fragment we can just display several elements. In what case are we going to use that? Well, if you want to target, for example, one element here, let's say that this element, let's just put an ID, for instance, Guillaume, whatever. And here we can see that we have suddenly the ID. If I want to target this element and just not relate every element of the parent, I can do it this way. That's the first thing. You got to understand something. It's that a React fragment, it's a feature that allows you to group multiple elements without adding extra DOM nodes. So basically, here, how to use it? We wrap multiple elements by one component render method. And we use them using either the fragment that we saw, either the short end. So the short end here, it can be this tag here, just chevron that you open and close immediately, and it works exactly the same. So you don't need here to import React, it's working the same. So what are the advantages? What do we use fragments? We use fragments to help keep JSX code clean. Here we improve the code readability and we reduce any unintended CSS side effects, okay? So you would use fragment when you want to mix different elements that you don't want to be related to the same parent. It's as simple as this. And it improves actually the performances. Why? Because when you add a new DOM element, the fragments render components faster. And it's using less memories than creating one div like this, okay? So there is an impact actually on the performances on the DOM, because by using fragments, you prevent the expansion of your DOM, which can definitely cause performances issues, because the more elements you had, the more memory you had, and it makes sometimes the debugging harder. Also, about the CSS, I was talking about the CSS. The fragments, it helps to avoid unintended CSS impact to additional wrappers, okay? So basically, when you have CSS located on one element, you don't want the CSS to overwrite another CSS scope that you get inside the same parent. It happens really often. The practical example that I gave to you here helps you to understand that we use fragments in scenarios where we want to mix different elements that are not under the same parent. And another best case where the fragments is very useful, it's when you want to render table with rows and when you want to add additional div element that would break the HTML structure. Of course, here in that case, if I wrap a shorthand fragment inside a big fragment, we can see that this element here is rendered as a string and has no HTML tag. Please try to avoid that kind of code. Here, you always want to wrap here inside your shorthand fragment an element like this, okay? Even if, let me just show you the quick example, even if you just want to have a component that looks like this, you always want to have, at the root here, you always want to have an HTML tag. Otherwise, as I showed you, there is actually 3 ways of displaying a fragment: the short end, the fragment itself, or using react.fragment if you are not inside a scope where you can just call React like this. Hooks is probably the most known feature of React, even if it's not related to React. And for one main reason, what you don't want to do when you create a web application is to copy paste your code everywhere. So it's a common mistake that a lot of juniors do, and they do it for a long time sometimes. They copy paste all the time the same code until the moment they understand that there is a logic that you can use, which is a hook. Basically, when you start web development, you understand the logic of pages, then the reusable components, and you understand that you can locate all your code in one file that you can reuse somewhere else. Well, you can do it with pieces of UI through components, but for functional logic, you can use what we call hooks. Let me give you an example. So here we got the home page, and we've got an internal component. It can be an external component in another file, whatever, it's the same. Okay, so here we are using the same logic. We create a variable name on line 5 and 13 where we set a name. And let's just imagine that we would have this variable, this piece of code, this line of code in hundreds of components. Okay, so I would always write const name set name is equal to UseState. Well, every time I would do that, I would use some piece of memory, okay? I would say, yes, I got a name in this component, so I need to declare this name. And the more you do that, the longer your code will be, and the less readability it will be in the future, okay? And let's say that one day, okay, we would have another variable called special name here. For some reason, we would call it special name, but actually it's exactly the same as name, okay? We just change the name of this variable, but actually we do exactly the same. So it would be very dumb to create this special name variable. In order to fix this problem, we need to use hooks. So what are hooks? Hooks is just exactly like the component, but external file that encapsulate the business logic of your application. We can create hooks to store variables, functions, whatever you want that is related to the functional logic, not the UI logic. All right, so let's just look at an example. Here I'm going to create a new folder inside my source here called hooks. And inside hooks, I'm going to create a hook, and the convention is to prefix by use and put a capital letter after, put capital letters, depending on what you want to do, but you're not obliged to do this. I'm just giving you a tip here. I'm going to call it usehook.ts. Okay, I'm calling it usehook because it's an example. You can call it use helpers, use names, whatever. Okay, it's related to your business logic. Okay, so here I created a file in the hooks folder, and what I want to do is to export by default a function, and I'm going to call it usehook, exactly the same as the name of the file. And here I would have a whole logic that I would export to my components or pages. Okay, so basically you understand that I want to export is those two lines here, but actually it's one line now. So of course I need to import UseState from React, and I can import here in that context, I can import UseState, and there we go. Now what I need to do is to return here the name, and I can also return set name. So when I will call usehook, I will have name and set name available. So let's do it. Let's just here call usehook, and I need to import usehook from where? From actually hooks/usehook, there we go. And what I need to do is to just import name and set name, and suddenly I can remove that line, and suddenly my variable moved from here to here. Now it's time to give more explanation about the scope. So here I got a hook, and here I would not say I got a specific scope, but I would have, let's call it scope 1. But when I import my hook in here, actually, I'm not importing scope 1, okay? I am not sharing data here from usehook to here. Actually, I do, because here I got a default variable. But if I remove here my name here, my John, and I just update, suddenly I don't get anything to show because there is no variable. So here I'm on the scope 2. I'm on the scope of another component. So scope 2, it's the scope of another component. Okay, it's really important to understand scope of another component. And when I import my hook, I'm creating this scope. I'm not importing this scope. Okay, scope of use hook. It has to be really clear in your mind that use hook, okay, hooks are not stores. It's just component logic. It's just functional logic that you import in your component logic. Okay? So here I can remove that. And when I initiate here name, I initiate name actually with the variable that is here. Okay? Variable in use hook. And if I save here, I have my my value. Okay, let's put it empty for now. So now what I can do is to do exactly the same under here on my home component. And now if I save, I don't get Guillaume, unfortunately, I get John. And I would like to have Guillaume in home and I would like to have John in another component. So how would I do this? If I want to initiate actually my name here, I need to use UseEffect. And with UseEffect, I can just set the name Guillaume. So we just saw that we can externalize inside my hook some logic, but we can go way deeper, okay? Because hooks facilitate easier testing and comparison of your component logic, but it's isolating actually your business logic inside one file that you externalize after. So it's really good because later in the future, probably in a lot of components, you would have the same business logic and you don't want to have this business logic everywhere. Probably you want to share it across the files. For that, you need to create a hook. But that's not only what you can do. Of course, you could have function that you would externalize that would do some job for you. So for instance, let's say that we would have a calculate VAT function that would receive a price here. And then what we can have here, calculate VAT, we could just calculate here the VAT like this. So I would have this function located in my usehook.ts and I could externalize it everywhere. Let's say we would have it on the pricing page, on the invoice page, on the product page, etc., etc. So what I can do here is to come here and let's say that under the John one, we would have a calculate VAT. And here I would have calculate VAT and I would pass a price, let's say 1, 2, 3. So here I'm just going to put a name and then there we go. We would have this, let's say we would have the VAT on $123. We would have a VAT of 24.6. And you can see here that I don't need to just have at two places. Let's say that we would have at two places here the function. Instead of having at two places the function, we would have it inside the hook directly. Okay, it would be way faster. So the idea is that if you want to use actually hooks, you got to know that you are going to externalize your business logic. Sometimes you don't want to use hooks to externalize your business logic. Let me give you an example. Okay, just going to come back here, removing this one, just going to come back to name. Okay, so we've got here another component which is here, and let's say that this component would be a calendar. Okay, so I would call calendar just down here just to render it. And here I would have this is my calendar. All right. So here in my calendar, here in blue, I would have days. Okay. So I would have, for instance, days, and I would have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday here, Saturday, and thanks to the tab 9 here, tab 9, which is basically the extension that I'm using, it's generating for me directly here. So I can remove Sunday. And there we go. So here I would have my days that are here inside my calendar. So what I would do is to loop through the days. So let's say that I would map here day, there we go. And I would just display the day like this. So here I would wrap my day inside a span. It would be better. Here, there we go. And then I would have my day and I would need to pass as a key here, as a key on the fragment here. So I can call fragment here from React, there we go, and I would put my fragment at the end, and I would have my key, which would be the day, whatever. Okay, just going to go there. Okay, there we go. So we can see that we've got all my days in here, and we've got this array of days. Here, if you follow the logic that I just told you, you would go to here, to hooks, and create a useCalendar.ts, and you would externalize all the logic of the calendar in one hook. But it would be useless. Why? Because probably here, your calendar, here, this calendar component, would be the only component that would use the days inside your application. Everything that would be related to the calendar would always be only on this calendar component. In that case, it's useless to create a hook. You just keep here all the function, all the variable inside your calendar component, because otherwise you are going to create a file, a hook file, that will be called only in one file. And this is useless to do that. You waste your time externalizing your logic. Don't do this. Instead, just remove this hook here and just stay here localized inside your calendar, okay? Just let the days here, if days is only used inside calendar. The same for the functions, the same for everything that is really related to your component. There is no problem to actually locate all your business logic in one component, only if this component is the only one to use this business logic. Let me give you some last best practices with hooks. Always call your hooks at the top level of your React function. Use the hooks always in React function. Never use them inside other function that would be custom and not in the lifecycle of React, okay? Avoid all the conditional hooks. It doesn't work. And please do not use hooks in class components, okay? Hooks should be used only within class components or event handlers, okay? Then the last thing that I advise you to do is to use custom hooks that can call other hooks. You maintain the same rules for usage. We just saw that hooks are really useful when we want to externalize the business logic and just spread this business logic across all your application. Hooks are enabling the sharing of the logic between components, but it's also minimizing the copy-pasting sickness, I would call it, and it's improving your maintainability across your whole application. React hooks offers a vast potential. It really helps you to boost your development experience. We just finished the lesson on hooks about React, and there's a library I want to talk to you about, because probably your reflex would be to write a lot of hooks inside your React application. And there's 99% of chance that the hook that you are going to write are actually already existing in this library from Streamish React Use. So basically, what is React Use? It's a big library with tons of hooks, as you can see here, that you can use inside your React application. Here we've got an example of use scroll to track the HTML scroll position. So if I click here, I'm going to arrive directly on the piece of code that has been written already to track actually here where you scroll and what's happening, okay? So here we can see that when we install React Use, we can use actually the hook use scroll that has been already written for us to track where do we scroll. And here we've got the position and stuff, okay? There's tons of hooks that you can use. And if you want to check all of them, you can go here. I'm on the storybook of React Use, and there is a first demo here where I can test all the hooks. So I'm going to zoom a little bit. We can see that we are on use key. And if I press the key actually here, there we go. We can see that the hook is working. So the hook use key can be used here to get the key. But there's also, for instance, the use battery, and we've got the code here. And we've got also everything that is related to the hook itself. So we can see that we can get the level, the charging, the discharging time and stuff. We've got the use event, we've got use geolocation. Well, you understood that with React Use, you can use tons of hooks that are already existing and you don't need to write these hooks. Okay, so React Use is really powerful. It's really known. I really encourage you to jump on it and to use React Use directly inside your React application. Recently, I wrote an article on Ashnode on how to build your own dark mode with Tailwind CSS and Next.js. And today, I would like to translate this article directly here through this video to create in our portfolio a dark mode in our React application. So in this React application, we've got actually Tailwind CSS that is available everywhere. So the first step, we would like to display actually the dark mode. So on Tailwind CSS, you need to go to the tailwind.config.js, and on dark mode here, you got to add class between an array. It will tell actually Tailwind to be turned into dark mode or light mode by just adding to the root of our application, basically here on the HTML side here, a dark class. And so after that, we will be able to apply classes under the dark identifier. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step that we need to do is to go to our CSS file or SCSS file. So me here, I got an index.css, okay? And here I can see that what I got here is a body with a text black, and we can see these dark and 2 points here, BG Slate 900, which means that if I turn here my application to dark by default, this is not here the actually the background white. So here we can see that if I put BG 500, suddenly red 500, suddenly it's red. If I put BG white, it's going to be white. And if I don't put anything by default, it's going to be white. Okay. So if I go down here to my index.html, okay, and I put basically here on the top a class here in dark, we can see that suddenly I turn into BG Slate 900. Because here I just put the identifier dark that helps me to apply this class. And it's exactly the same for the text, okay? Here I put here the text, I can put text red 500 for example. And we can see we got the text red 500. Here I'm going to apply text white. So we can see that with this dark identifier, I can easily say, hey, on dark, you behave this way. On white, you behave this way. Okay, so I'm just going to reopen here my HTML file. And of course, I'm going to remove dark. So what we need to do is to build a component that when we're going to click on it, going to add the class dark or white directly to our root HTML file. So this is totally possible, but for that, we will need to actually create a dark mode component. So at the root here of my component, I'm going to create a dark mode.jsx file, and there we go. And I got this header, which is totally empty, and this is in this header that I'm going to import my dark mode, okay? So I'm just going to initiate a dark mode component, which is here, and I'm going to import dark mode here, coming from the component directly up here. So I'm going to import dark mode from @/component/dark mode, and we should be good. If I save, there we go, we can see that we've got our dark mode here on the top. Okay, so now we're gonna write here this basically this component, and I'm going to put it that way for you to be more clear. Okay, so I'm just going to close here the header, and I'm going to come here on the dark mode. Okay, so let's start to write this dark mode component that will help us to basically switch between light and dark. Okay, let's write this dark mode component. First step, we are going to use UseEffect and UseState. And here I'm going to use a variable called dark and set dark, which will be here of type Boolean if I'm on TypeScript. And by default, it's going to be false, which means that by default, we're gonna have here a component that will not apply the dark value to our HTML root. Okay. The other thing we need to do here is to use UseEffect, okay, and we need actually to actually change something if dark is on true or false. Okay, so what I want to do here is to target my root element, and I need to call the object window coming from JavaScript. However, in TypeScript, when we launch the component, when we render the component, we don't get access immediately to window. So there's a trick here that we need to apply. We need to check if window exists or not. So what you would do at first is to type window like this. However, here you're gonna have an error all the time because the window probably doesn't exist yet. So what we wanna do, we wanna do type of, we wanna say window, and if window is, the type of window is not undefined, we can trigger something. Otherwise, we don't enter into the condition and we don't actually trigger any error. Okay, from here we want to target the root of our HTML file. So I'm going to type const root here, and here I'm going to target window.document element. So here it's not document with a capital letter, it's more like this, and here we're going to type document element. Okay, so we target inside documents the document element, which is basically our HTML root, the HTML root tag that we got. Okay, now that we've got this, we need to check if dark, okay, is on true or false. So it's really simple. I'm going to write it like I was a junior developer. Okay, if it's dark, we're going to do something, otherwise we do something else. And here I'm going to target the root. Okay, so we know that root exists at this point because we know that window exists. Okay, so I'm going to type class list. Okay, and I'm going to add the class dark, exactly like we would do, for instance, in jQuery, inside the jQuery environment. We want to target with JavaScript the root class list. Okay, there we go. Otherwise, if it's not dark, we want to remove dark. So I'm just going to use exactly the same line, and instead of add, I'm going to add remove. And we already see here that there is a trick. If I put add, we see that dark is on false, and we see that our dark mode is already working. So that's really good. Okay, this is done. We've got it. Now we just need to use some icons like a sun and a moon in order to display or not, basically, to display or not the dark and light mode. So I'm just going to remove that. And down here, what I can do is just to use the ternary operator that we got here, and we're gonna do something. Otherwise, we're gonna do something else, okay? Remember, so far so good. We have Lucid React, which is actually a library that gives us access to many different icons. And there's already the moon and the sun available on Lucid React that we can use, okay? So if we add them directly down here, basically this is the result. We've got the sun here, and I gave some height and some width, and we've got the moon down here. So if it's dark, we're gonna show the sun. If it's night, sorry, we're gonna show the moon. And we can see up here that we've got our little icon that shows us that it's the moon. So if you are on a white background, of course, you want to go to night, so you show the moon. And we're going to see the opposite just after. All right, once it's done, it's really easy. We just need to put an event on this division. And this event is going to be an on-click event. It's really easy to understand. So here, I'm just going to put here an on-click event on the division, okay, and I'm going to just apply the opposite of the dark value, which is up here, which is the false one. So I'm going to also add some Tailwind classes, some pointer, and we should be good. So far, our dark mode component is working, and what I propose you to do is to test it. So here it's a little bit, it's just too little. I'm going to add probably some space to it. Let's say, there we go, a little bit more, probably a little bit more, there we go. Okay, so we've got here the moon, and if I click on it, look at that. Our dark mode is working, and if you look just here on the top, I got the class dark that is added and removed to the root. Okay, so our root is just targeted here by the, by the JavaScript function, not function, but code that we put there. And we add or remove dark depending up here on the user state, okay? So I click here and there we go. The last thing that we miss and that we're gonna do just after, now that I got here my dark mode, if I refresh the page, it turns automatically to light. Why? Just because here by default, dark is on false. If I put dark on true here, we can see that by default, your app is going to be always on true, okay? So I'm just going to put it on false. Just after, we're gonna look at the local storage, how to use the local storage, and we're gonna have some piece of code to it. So if I come back to what I did, I created a dark mode component that I just wrote, and I put the dark mode component inside my header, which is on the top of my application, just here. And the dark mode carries the whole logic itself. And this dark mode component helps me to trigger or not the dark identifier of Tailwind CSS. Now, if I go to index.css here, I can see that I put the dark class, which is here, bgslate 900. If I remove it, of course, nothing will be applied anymore because it doesn't know, Tailwind doesn't know which class to apply, so it doesn't do anything. So I really need to put each time this dark here that we've got to identify the behavior of my application. So as you can see, the dark mode is really easy to do, really easy to understand. Once you've done it one time, you can use it for all your applications. So React Use, as I said before, it's a very useful library that gives you access to a lot of hooks, native hooks that helps you to do a lot of operations, to do a lot of actions inside your React application. And there is one that we're going to use today, is the one on local storage, okay? So here we can see side effects. Under the side effects category, I add use local storage. So if I click on use local storage, suddenly we access to a piece of code that is available here and that helps me to understand how to use local storage with React Use. Let's take a look quickly at it because it will be easy for us to handle everything we want to store inside our local storage. It can be a key, for example. It can be a variable. It can be an object. It can be an array or whatever. Okay, so we can see here that when we have installed React Use, we can use the hook use local storage, which gives us access to several values, exactly like we have when we use, for example, a user state. We can see here that I got dark, set dark, and here, in this case, I'm going to use local storage, and I got value, set value, we understand what it is, and remove. So here with the value, it's just a getter. The setter is set value, and remove, it's probably another setter just here already configured to remove the actual value. There we go. So we can see that we've got use local storage, and if I look at my local storage on my browser, on the applications here tab, under local storage and localhost, we can see that I got two columns, key and value. Okay, you see those two columns, key and value, they are actually corresponding to here. Here we got the key and here we got the value, and we can get the value there. So after that, we can use the set value here, setter, to set a value, then to get it or to remove it. You understood it all. Okay, so we've got everything ready in here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to switch back to my previous configuration, and to our dark mode, we want to add actually here what we have directly as a piece of code. From here, we want to add use local storage here on the top. Of course, you need to install React Use. I already did it in a previous video, so we are good. And what I want to do, I want to use here, this value. I'm going to use it. Value, set value, and remove. And me, what I want to do is not to get actually and to start to put some kind of value. What I would like to do is to have a dark mode value, which by default would be on false. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and there we go. We should be good. Okay, so I don't got React Use installed, so I can type npm install React Use. Okay, what we want to do when the app is launched, and basically here we can console log here launched. let's say on dark. So if I look here and I update, we can see that we've got launch. Okay, I'm coming back. What we want to do, we would like to set the value of dark directly to false. So I'm going to type false, and there we go. You can see here that the value has been set. We've got dark mode on false by default. Okay, very good. We got it. However, the problem is that here, if I turn here my value here of dark, I need also to change the dark mode down there. All right, so what I would like to do here is basically to watch for dark and set the value here of dark. So this is not false that I want. What I want is the value of dark. Okay, so as you can see, immediately it turned to true. And if I switch from false to true down there. Okay, okay, that's good. That's really good. But what I want to do, basically, and here if I turn suddenly to dark and I update, it doesn't work. What I want to do is to catch the value from the store and to keep it. I want to keep the value of the store and just to attribute to my variable dark the boolean immediately. In order to do so, we can use UseEffect again, and with UseEffect we can watch for what? We can watch actually from a getter coming from useLocalStorage, because yes, remember, useLocalStorage here is connected directly to this here, these two columns. So where can I get this getter? Remember, here we've got value, which is a getter, a setter. So here I can watch for value. Okay, and what I want to do here is to set actually dark to value. However, the problem here is that we're gonna have some recursive effects. So what we want to do is to say, hey, if there's a value, set the value to value. Otherwise, we're gonna set all the time a value that is going to be false. Okay, so now I'm going to turn to true. I'm going to update, and now this is working. We can see that with the value that we have, we set the value dark directly just after. We just saw in this quick example that we can use useLocalStorage hook coming from React Use to set a value inside our local storage, but also to get it. And with UseEffect, we can apply the value that we get directly to a local variable to change actually the data that is fulfilled inside our React application at the render. Many of you asked me on how to build an hamburger menu in this video, and I'm not going to cook, but I'm going to show you how to do it in React. I found this amazing library called Hamburger React. It is actually a library that provides some icons with some very cool effects in here, and that's what I'm going to use to build this hamburger menu that we're gonna have. Okay, the first step is to install Hamburger React. So I'm going to just type in enter here, and I'm going to have the variable available. So here, there we go. And there we go. So exactly like we did with the dark mode, I'm going to create a new file. And this new file is going to be called hamburger.jsx. Okay, just going to initiate it easily. And I'm going to come back to my header here. And I got a justify end that I'm going to change. And instead, I'm going to import hamburger. Okay, hamburger, there we go. Hamburger from hamburger, of course. And when I save here, we can see that I got my hamburger at the opposite of the dark mode that we got here. Okay, what I propose you to do now is to write this nice hamburger menu that we are going to use. Previously, I created a config.json file where I store all my local data that is available everywhere after. And I got some elements. What I'm going to add here is some links that I'm going to use inside my burger menu, okay? So I got 3 links, which are links to my videos. So it will be very useful for me when I want to actually inject some links inside this burger menu. You can inject the links that you want. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is to use state from React. And by using UseState, I want to initiate a new variable, okay, here, that is going to be isOpen or set isOpen, okay? it's a bit dumb. I'm just going to use open and set open. It will be better. Okay, so here we are not in TypeScript. It's going just to be a Boolean, and we will be on false. Very good. Now what I can use is my burger component that I just imported from the library, installed from the library. And I can go down here and use the Hamburger, and let's see if it works perfectly inside my application. So here we can see that I got a mismatch. I'm going to call it Hamburger component. I'm going to save, and there we go. So we can see that we've got a little component just up here that is making a very nice effect. Okay, so we are good with that. We've got our Hamburger that is up here. What I want to use actually is basically the variable that are available from the library. So you gotta know that here with Hamburger we've got the size that is available, and we've got also two props, toggled and toggle. Toggle is the action, toggled is the state. So here I can use open instead of is open, and there we go. So here I got an icon that is probably too little, and there we go. So when we click, we can see that we switch between a cross and between the menu, which is basically if it's open or not. There we go. So what I want to do is to display a menu if it's open or not. Okay, so here I can have here a menu, and I'm going just to save that, and I got the menu here. So we can see that when it's open, I display a menu or not. In this course, I'm not going to make a horizontal menu. I want to do a vertical full screen. So here it's a bit of styling, but what I want to add basically, it's a class that will actually take all the space. So I'm going to use fixed and absolute with a top 0, left 0, width screen, height screen in order to take all the screen. And I want it, of course, to be absolute on all the page. So here I got the menu, and if I click, suddenly the whole website disappears. I can't scroll anything. I got the menu. The problem here is that I need the cross to appear. So here is the trick. We've got access to this component, which is our Hamburger menu here, which is up here. I can just copy paste this one and put it inside my div. So suddenly we see the cross appearing, and we see the cross here disappearing. So we've got our menu that is taking all the size, all the width. We just here the element that we want. Okay, depending on if you want here a menu that is on the center, on the top, on the left, on the right, you can of course wrap this Hamburger inside a header and just move here your actually your component, flex item center, justify center for instance, and have it on the middle, okay, or justify end for instance to get it on end. Okay, so once you get this, you can fulfill your whole Hamburger menu. So it's really easy. Here what I'm going to do here is to have a main tag here, a main section. Okay, here I'm going to close it, and inside this main section I want it to be centered. So here I'm going to type this is a centered menu, and I'm going to save, and we can see that suddenly we've got our center menu. The problem is that here I'm scrolling. Why? Because here I want to have a full height screen menu that is up here. So what I can do here is to add fixed to my header, and suddenly we can see that this is centered, and I still have the cross that is fixed up here. So if I want it to be actually totally on the end, I can do that. We can see that we got some padding issue here. It's related to the padding that we got up here. So if I remove that, suddenly we've got our element which is here, and it's working perfectly fine. Okay, on my case, what I want to do is just to let here the cross at the same place, so I can have something like this. We could work on just having on top of each other the two hamburgers for just a question of style. It can happen. It's just here I got this screen on a tight space, so I'm doing that. Okay, and now I would like to have some kind of list component. So I can create here a list component, and this list component, it's a really simple component. It will just receive actually here a list of elements, and we would display this list of elements through a map. Okay, we would map and display this list of elements. So now I can just import list here from /component/list. Okay, there we go. And now I need to import the data that I want from the config file. So I need my config file, and my config file here is on the top here. I want to import my links coming from the config file here. There we go. And then now that I got my list, I can inject my list just down here. So if I save, there we go, we've got our element appearing here. So it's a little bit little on the font, but here, this is what I would like to have. So if I put it full screen, this is the experience that we've got. We are here on the application, and I got here a container that contains basically my whole page, and I got this hamburger icon. And when I click on it, there we go, we've got everything. So if I turn it to dark, here it's also working. Remember, in the previous course, we've been working on that. So we've got a hamburger menu that is working fine. What we need to do later, if we want it to be fixed, we need to fix this header with this hamburger menu that we got here on the top. And I got my elements, elements that are leading me to my YouTube videos coming from the config file. So as you can see, creating an hamburger menu, it's pretty easy. We just have one file, and this one file is carrying the whole logic, exactly like the dark mode file. Many of you asked the question how to share data between components without using props or events. Well, there are two solutions, and the solutions that we are going to talk first about is context. So context is provided by React in order to help you to share data, dynamic data also, between components and pages in the same scope or in different scopes. So let's give an example. So here I got my main application, my React application, which is actually a portfolio with some elements. And I would like to wrap here this application inside one context. So what I need to do is to create a context.jsx file. And in this context, I would wrap some data that would be available everywhere in the app. Later, we're going to see that we can also create several contexts. So if you want to create several contexts for the user, for the products, for the analytics, whatever, you can create a folder context and inside create a user.jsx, which would be exactly the same as the context here, or you can call it user context, whatever. Okay, you can do that. First, what we're going to do, we are going to create one context that we are going to inject in the whole application. First thing that I need to do is to import basically React. So I'm going to type import React from React, okay. And after that, what I need to do is to create here not a conventional JSX component, but just a specific context that will be injected later. So be careful of what I'm going to do. I'm going to call React, and here I'm going to call create context, the function provided by React, and I'm going to export by default my context. Okay, now we just say to our application, hey, I'm going to create a context here, and I want you to persist the data. Okay, so once it's done, here, what I'm going to do is to go back to my main.jsx file, okay. And remember, in my main.jsx file, I got my router, which is here. And down here, I got the React DOM create root function that is going to inject my React application inside my browser here. So what I want to do is just to set up the context that will be used here inside the app. So here I'm going to do it on all routes, but if I want to do it on specific route, I can do the same operation just up here on each element. So what I want to do here is to call my context. Remember, it's a JSX component. However, this is weird because if I come back to it, it's not a component that receives a children props. And remember the children props, you can see the previous video. It's basically a props to inject different component and routes inside another component. Okay, so here I got it and I want to wrap router provider with it. However, here it's not working. It's white, suddenly it doesn't work. Why? Because we didn't specify here to my context to act actually as a context. And in order to do so, and as a context component, basically, in order to do so, we need to use a native component coming from React, which is called provider. Provider helps us to say, hey, just use the state of this component element and wrap it actually to all the children. And here the children, it's router provider. Okay? So here what I'm going to do is to type point provider. And here we don't need to import anything. React understand that we talk about here a component provider. Okay. What I need to do after that is to specify a value. Why? Because here my context doesn't get any value. So I'm going to put a value which will be hello here from main.jsx. I'm going to save that and I'm going to go back to the top because I didn't import my context from context and we should be good. There we go. All right, so here we got the value. This is where you are going to store your data, okay? And this is where you are going to do the operation, the future operation. Of course, here what I could do is to have a state and I could inject this hello, and let's say that we would have a hello and set hello. I could inject hello and set hello and use set hello everywhere to change the value of hello. Probably that's what we're going to do after. Okay, so once it's done, I know that on all my routes, I would have hello from main.jsx available. I'm going to close that and I'm going to go to my home.jsx component and I would like to use this hello. So how do I do that? Well, it's basically really, really easy. What you need to do is basically to catch here the value. So I'm going to call it value, okay? And I'm going to call React again, and I'm going to call use context this time. So remember on context, we use create context. Now we've got another function called use context. Create context and use context need to be called to create a context, and to use a context is it's really dumb, really easy to understand. However, here we can see that we cannot read the properties of undefined. There is no context in this context. So what I need to do is to import my context again, okay? And I need to inject it down here on my context. So I'm going to console log the value and I'm going to open here. And we can see that I got hello from main.jsx, which means that here, if I type value.hello, we can see that suddenly I got the value coming from main.jsx. Okay? It's as simple as this, is as dumb as this. It's really easy to understand. You create the context, then you inject it, and there we go, you got your data. Now, what you can do is to externalize actually this whole context, this app context, okay? So what I would do here, and you are going to understand what I will try to do, is to basically get one file that got everything. It would be easier for us to understand. So I'm just going to roll back everything I did, just going to remove that. Here I got this context.jsx that I'm going to keep. And instead of my context provider, I'm going to remove it. And suddenly there is no context anymore on my application. I'm going to close everything in here and I'm going to start all over in the context.jsx file. Okay, so here I got React and I need to use create context and I need to use context. And I'm going to also to use my UseState because I would like to have some persistent data. On top of it, I'm going to turn it as a use client because this is going to be actually a whole component that is going to wrap all my React application as a client. This is a choice for me. You are not obliged to do that. You can have external context exactly like I showed before. But here, this is what we're going to do. First, I'm going to create my app context with create, okay, context, okay, which will be here right now, just like this. And I'm going to export a function called app wrapper. And this function will receive the children, and you understood that the children will be actually returned from now on. Now that I got my context, I got my wrapper, at the bottom, I need to have a function that I'm going to call everywhere in my app because it will be useful. I'm going to call export function, and this time this is not going to be a JSX like this. It's going to be a use app context function that will return a use context of what you understood from the app context up here. And there we go. We've got our functional JSX component that can be used to do everything. First, to create a context. Second, to wrap. And the last function that we just created, the new thing, is to use to call the context, to use and to call the context everywhere I want. Okay, but this is not over, because what we want to do is to do some kind of authentication system, and I'm going to show it to you really fast. First, I'm going to create a set user here, and here we're going to have a user. Let's say that the username would be here John Lemoine. Here, there we go, like this. Okay, we've got our user. And here, what I would like to do is basically to inject my app context, because I didn't do it, remember. So I need to call app context dot provider. And here, there we go. We've got our app context.provider with the children just down here. What I need to do is to inject the value. And the value we want to inject is user and set user. And we are good, guys. We've got our whole system here with the username. Later, if I would like to fetch some data, I could have a loading state, a set loading state, for instance, on true or false, and I would display or not here this app context, which is here. Or if I use SWR, for example, I would use exactly all the keys, the same keys that we got here. Okay, so we've got everything that is in here. I got my context. I'm going to come back to main.jsx. And here I'm going to call my app wrapper, guys. Remember, the app wrapper, what is it? It's coming from the context itself. So I can go up here and import here app wrapper. From where? From here, the context. So /context. So I just wrapped here my router provider. What I can do now is to go on my hero where I got basically here the name and stuff. And let's say that after here the description of my user, so I got a verify and then I got the position and the city and stuff. Just down here, I'm going just to go here. I would like to call my function to get my user, and it's as easy as this. So here we got data coming from the config file, which is a JSON that I did on the previous course. We don't need it, we don't care. I'm just going to call my function use app context, right? So use app context is coming from where? Again, exactly from here, use app context, coming from here, the context here at the end. So context, there we go, context.jsx. And here I can call my user. So let's come back to it, because I think I put here user.username. So I got that. What I can do down there is to put just here user.username. And look at this, suddenly I got John Lemoine coming from here, from my context. If I put an @ here, there we go, we can see that the value change. Okay, so now the last thing I would like to do is to say that on click, I would like to set a new user. What I can do here is to use set user, because set user is coming from here, from the context. It's injected down here. So I can click here, I can say on click set user, and I'm going to change basically here. I'm going to use previously. I'm going to keep the previous value, okay, prev. And as a username, I'm going to put, for instance, code with Guillaume. Okay, so I'm saving now, and suddenly if I click, we can see that I change the value, which is not local in here in my hero, but the value that come from the user. Let me give you some best practice and tips. Please avoid overusing context for simple props passing. However, it's very useful to use context if you don't want to do some props drilling. Use the context for global state and deeply nested component. Please consider that the context has a performance impact when you use too much templates and too deeply nested context provider. it slows down your app. Try also to compare the context with other state management tools. Probably a store will be better if you want to store a lot of data. The context API is simpler than Redux, but it might not be sufficient enough for what you want to do, especially if it's a very complex application. If you want more details, you can go on the Dev Community Guide. On FreeCodeCamp Guide, they have some chapters on context that are very useful and that I use also to make this video. Also, there are some very good Medium articles. But you can see here that in some minutes, you can create a context that is very useful in all your application. In React application, you can use context to store local data, but you can use also what we call stores. Stores are more efficient libraries that help you actually to store data locally and dynamic data also. There is one store that I want to show you, which is called Zustand. So I already made a video again on my YouTube channel with Next.js. You can find it out. But what we're going to do in this video is to see how we can install Zustand and to share some data between components without having to create a context and to wrap our whole application. So basically here I'm going to install Zustand, and you got to understand that basically the store here is just an external place where we are going to inject data and retrieve data directly inside our component. So it's really easy to understand, but it's really different from the context. Okay, so basically here I installed Zustand, so I'm going to come back. You can either follow here the documentation on Zustand, which is basically on GitHub, or you can continue to follow with me here my description. It's going to be not the same, but it's going to be just basically a demonstration that will show you how you can use Zustand. Okay, I'm not going to follow the documentation of Zustand. I'm just going to show you my way to create stores by using Zustand, of course. So inside my project, I'm going to create a new folder called stores, okay? And inside my store, I'm going to create a counter.js. As you can see, this is going to be a JavaScript file and not a JSX as we saw with context. It makes all the difference. We are not going to leverage React to use Zustand. Zustand exists by itself. Stores exist by themselves next to the app, I mean on top of the app. But here we are going to see how is it useful to create stores. Okay, so what I want to do is to import create from Zustand. That's the first thing. Okay, so I'm going to import create from Zustand. Exactly like create context from React. We need a function to create the store itself. Okay, and what we want to do is to create a const and use counter function that will create actually our counter. Okay, so here the difference inside Zustand is that it's not going to be an object like this. It's going to be here a function here that will call here with a set parameter that we can use and return the object itself. Okay, so set here will help us actually to set the counter. We're going to see later how to use the state directly inside the component. Okay, so we got the set here, and what we want to do, we want to have a counter which will be on 0, and then we would like to have an increment function, and this increment function here will be used, you understood, to mutate the actual state. So here, this object, guys, this is the state. Okay, everything you put inside here, this object, will be your state. It can be as long as you want with arrays, with objects, whatever. Here you got your state that is here. Then we're going to see later how to import it inside your components. So here, this function increment will be used to just actually set the counter. If you follow the convention of React UseState, you can also here put a set counter instead, whatever. Here I just put increment to show you that you are not obliged to follow the convention. But here, there we go. So we got increment. So what you would do is to just put here a counter ++. Like this if you know JavaScript. However, you cannot do that. You need to use set, which is here on the top. This is the setter function that will help us to mutate the state. And this setter function is doing exactly the same as the function before. here, it's going to use the actual state, because here in this scope you cannot retrieve counter directly in here. You need to retrieve counter by using state.counter. Okay, so here we got state, which is coming from here, and what we want to do is to say, hey, we want to change counter inside this scope, and we're going to put +1, and there we go. This is the most basic explanation that I can give about Zustand for now. Okay, so I can type export counter, and there we go. We've got our counter that is available everywhere. Okay, so we got counter and we got increment that can do the operation to mutate our counter just up here. Okay, we want to make a demonstration, so I'm going to come back to my hero. Here my hero, this is the image, the Notion avatar with here the name, etc, etc. I'm just going to zoom a little bit, and up here we already import our app context, and you can use your store next to the app context, no problem. What I need to do at first is to import my counter. So I got my counter just up here, and what I want to do is to say const counter is equal to use counter. And what I want to do here inside my use counter, because this is not enough, I want to return which element from the use counter store I'm looking at. And again, I'm using the state. Remember, we got the state up here, so I want to return state.counter. Okay, so now I'm just going to go down, and probably after the description here I'm going to put counter, and here inside counter, and you can see here that I got a 0. Okay, I got the 0, which is here because of course I need to increment the counter. So here if I create a button and I call it increment, when I click on this button I want to increment my button exactly like before. I can create an increment that will use what? Increment coming from use counter. So I got increment up here, and here I can create a button that when I click is going to increment. So I trigger the function, and suddenly when I click, there we go, we got our use counter, which is up here that we increment. Okay, that's cool. So here it's in my hero. Let's go to my home.jsx, and I would like to see if the state is persistent, which means that if the counter is the same on every component. So what I can do is exactly the same. I'm just going to call my counter up here. There we go. And I would like to display the counter. Okay, counter, there we go. And I'm going to put counter on home.jsx. There we go. So here we got the counter on hero. So I'm going to go down, counter on hero. I'm going to save. And look at this. When I click, both of the value are changing. Okay, so this is as simple as this to use a store. You could have as many stores as you want, and you can store as many elements as you want. Just you do the operation here by using set and state. Some last tips and tricks. The memoization, so you can use shallow from Zustand to prevent unnecessary re-renders. It happens often with React. You can do also async actions. So actions in Zustand can be asynchronous using async await, which means that directly inside a store here, I could fetch some data and update my store directly here. You can also use the complex state. You can manage complex state to use, for example, Zustand inside the middleware. Okay, so basically inside the middleware, before we enter inside your React app, you could use Zustand without a problem. The last thing is that you can create custom hooks and utilities that are going to use Zustand also. So you can have several side effects at the same time. So as you saw, creating a store with Zustand is very useful. It's another way to get persistent data inside your React application next to context. Sometimes some components need to load data to appear, and we can say that they are asynchronous components. And what you want to do while this component is loading the data is to show some kind of loading state. And in React, we've got a component that can help us to do that. This component is called Suspense. Okay, Suspense, it's a component provided by React that allows you to render component depending on asynchronous operation. And to use Suspense, we are going to use another function from React called lazy that helps us to load component inside the page. So here we got our home page. But basically, when we're gonna import this component with lazy, it's gonna tell, hey, this component is not a component synchronously loaded on the page. We want to load it asynchronously. Okay, so here I got a lazy component here that doesn't do anything. It's an empty component. It's not even asynchronous yet. It doesn't do any operation, but we assume that this component will do some asynchronous operation later. And back here in home, I want to import this component inside here, inside my portfolio. So in order to do so, what I want to do is to import a lazy component. So what you would do if it was a synchronous component, you would import it this way. Okay, I would load my lazy component this way. So here it's synchronous. We assume that we import the component immediately and we don't wait for anything. That's not what we want to do in this case. What we want to do is to import it with lazy. So what I'm going to write is const lazy component is equal to react.lazy. Okay, lazy here is a function that waits for a callback. And this callback is going to be the import callback of the component. So now here, React understands that we are waiting basically for this component to appear, and we can look at the definition. Lets you defer loading a component's code until it is rendered for the first time. All right, so what I want to do here is to put my lazy component import, and there we go. Now I can now render my component inside my DOM. And here we've got a very nice error. It's a temporary error. It's not going to happen again after. A component suspended while responding to synchronous input. This will cause the UI to be replaced by a loading indicator. To fix that, you should be wrapped with start transition, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if I update, there is not the error again, but it's still an error. And to fix that, we need to use Suspense. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import Suspense from React. Okay, so I got Suspense from React, and Suspense, it's a component exactly like the provider component we saw before. And Suspense is receiving children. So I can put the component that I want asynchronous to be here. There we go. So now we're not going to have the error anymore. When it's going to be on lazy loading, it's going to pass first by Suspense. So this is how you use React Suspense. The basic usage is this one. You wrap your component that needs to wait for asynchronous data inside a Suspense component. And then you can use what we call the fallback. So while the component is going to be loaded, you can show a skeleton or whatever. So I'm going to type fallback, and fallback is waiting here for a component. So I can just put a div for now, and here I'm going to put loading. Okay, loading. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, so as long as this component didn't load the data, as long as the async await didn't perform, we are going to show loading. Okay, so I got this lazy component, which is here, very, very simple. Okay, I need to do some changes because right now here we can see that there is the loading appearing really fast. What I would like to do is that this component performs some action, and then later here, when we import our lazy component, the Suspense use the fallback to show the loading while the operation is going to appear up here. Okay, so I'm going to import React at first, and what I want to do is to await for some promise. So let's say that I'm going to have const data would be await, okay, for some new promise. I'm going to use promise like this, and I'm going to resolve. And here I don't do any call. Okay, I'm not going to call any API. You can do it. I'm just going to make a fake one with set timeout. Okay, and I'm going to wait for the timeout that will be basically 3 seconds, and I'm going to pass here resolve instead of a function. Okay, so we've got our data that is up here, and then we are going to retrieve this. So if I update again, we can see that we got the loading, and suddenly we've got the lazy component appearing. So I'm going to update again, loading. So while data is going to await to resolve the promise, which is up here, we have Suspense that using the fallback component, which comes from here. So if I try to do it again, I'm going to upload. There we go, we've got loading appearing here. We saw that with React Suspense, we can basically import asynchronous component on the server side, because here those two components are on server side. We are going to have listen about React server later, but here we can see that we are waiting for a promise, and while we wait, we can use Suspense to render another loading component, which is here. You can use Suspense as much time as you want, however, be safe. Do not overuse React lazy for performance questions. It can trigger a lot of browser errors, a lot of browser mismatch, and you want to avoid that. A lot of you guys may probably want to create some kind of search system or search bar when you type, you are just going to display the results that you are looking for. That's what I'm proposing you to do now in this video, and if you look for the code, you can go into the description. Okay, so right now here, I got a new route called search, which is here, that I defined. So we are going to write this whole code inside this route. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do is just to use UseEffect and UseState from React, which is coming up here. And I'm going to have actually a main component called search, okay? So what I want to do is to have here to start, not inside my div, of course, I would like to have a search and a set search variable. This is where we are going to store our search string, and we are going to use this string to filter actually an array. Okay, so I got my search, which is here of type string, but here I'm not using basically TypeScript, so I can just have this. And there we go. So we got my search here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to directly go to my search component, and when I arrive here, we are there. So if I just display search, okay, and if I type something else in here, we can see that I got the results appearing in here. Okay, so right now it's going to be empty. Another variable that we're gonna have is, of course, a list of items where we are going to search on, okay? So basically this list of items could be empty, and we could fetch the data from a website, probably something that we're gonna do later. And we can fulfill actually this list directly in here. So here I got a list of items which are actually courses that I did. And I want to look through this list of items when I'm going to type through an input that we're going to have just here. Okay, and the last one that I would like to have is basically a filtered array, and you are going to understand that later. This filtered array here, okay, is going to substitute the results of item, okay, from the list that we are going to display. Okay, so far so good. What we're going to do now is to work directly. Actually, here is going to be search page instead. What we're going to do, we are going to create a search component, which will be an input that will receive data. So you will understand why I do that. So I'm going to type function search, okay, and this function search basically is going to receive two props here, search and set search. There we go. And you understand that search and set search will come from its parent. So here we got a component that will receive from the parent function here, search and set search. Okay, what I want to do here is just to return what we call an input. Okay, so I can just take this search component down there. So I'm just going to go up here because we cannot see it on the camera. I'm going to call search like this, and I'm going to pass as a search. I'm going to pass two variable, search and set search, and we are good. Okay, so far so good, very nice. Do we got our input? We can see it in here. I'm just going to add some style. So now we know that we got basically Tailwind CSS. Now I can add a border rounded, and we should be good. There we go, we got our input, which is here. I can add some style, okay, px to py1, and then we should be good. Okay, there we go. So we got our input, and what we want to do here is to add a type text, because I'm going to write some text, and I'm going to have a value, and this value is going to be search coming from up here. What I want to do also is to set the search actually when I type on it. So I'm going to use onChange, and I'm going to use set search. So far so good. Our input is going to attribute the value to search. And if we want to be sure about that, what we can do here is just to pass our variable search here on the top with the subcomponent. Okay, so I'm just going to update the page, and when I type, we can see that I get the value that is passed and attributed to the variable on the parent. Okay, so far so good. We've got our component here working. What I would like to have also is a list of elements that I'm going to display just after. Okay, so I'm going just to create another component here on top, and of course these components here are local, which means actually that which means nothing. You could have these components as external components, doesn't matter. Okay, so first, we're going to receive the items. So you understood that the items are coming from here. So what I can do is to go down here and just put here for items that are just coming up here when I deconstruct here my object of props. Okay, so here on the list, what I want to do is to return UL, okay? And inside I'm going to have items.map items, blah, 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 etc. to display all the items that are coming basically from the parent. So if I do that, suddenly I get all my list here. That's really cool. I want to add probably some style to it. So what I want to do here is to put here some flex, and there we go. Okay, if there is no item, we would like to return a phrase like we don't get any results. So in order to do so, what we want to do is just to say, hey, if there is no length on the items, there will be no results. Okay, very good. So far, we've got here our component doing that. It's good, but when I type here, I don't have my list updated just up here. So there is two possibilities of doing that. I'm going to show you one at first. The first one is to use UseEffect, okay? So I'm going to call UseEffect, okay? UseEffect and not UseEffect once, there we go. I'm going to use UseEffect, and I'm going to trigger UseEffect when we will be on search. So when there will be a search, we would like to change the list of items. However, remember down here we got items, okay? It's not going to do anything at this point. Why? Because basically we are going to just have the items list, and that's not what we do. Instead of items, what we would like to have is filtered. Okay, and suddenly when we get filtered, so here I need to import, of course, UseEffect on top, there we go. Suddenly when we get filters, we don't get any results because filtered is an empty value. So there is two things to do, okay? The first thing is to basically add here items. So I want to add items, and I want to say that when item is initiated, so when we launch the app, we want to set filters the item. So the first thing that I can do is to do this, okay? So suddenly I'm making a copy of the items list in filtered. Why? Because I want to retrieve the list that I got here, okay? I need to keep the real value of this list. And when I'm going to perform a search, in filtered, I'm going to push the results. But if I remove the results of item, I will not be able later to retrieve that. This is why we are using filtered in here. That's the first method. There is other methods, of course. I'm just going to show you this one now. Okay, so far so good. But the thing is that in here, even if when I type something, okay, I need to filter these items. So what I want to do here instead is to, I'm going to go to the line in order for you to just have a clear reading of what we're going to do. I'm going to type filter, and here I'm going to just filter the item, okay, every item that I'm going to pass. And what I want to say here is to write that I want to find a correspondence between the string and between the item itself. So the item here is a string. If you got an object, you can make substring search, etc., etc. Okay, so what I want to do is to just lowercase every value. So I can type 2 lowercase, and I want to say, does this item.lowercase includes my search? And here my search, I want to also lowercase it. So we lowercase everything in order to determine if we got actually a result. So let's read again this items filter on line 35. This items filter here is going to create a copy of the items array, and it's going to basically filter every item. To compare the search and the result, so the search and every item, to have the result, we need to put a lowercase to both of them. So here, if I type suddenly introduction, suddenly we can see that we've got also the results appearing in here. So it's really cool because we can see that even if I put some basically course, or if I put some letters that are corresponding into the string like OD that we got in here, we've got the results that appears because we have the results up there. Another thing is that we still keep actually our items in here. As I said to you, this is the source of truth that we should never remove. So basically we've got our items down there that are just filters in here. And finally here, if there is no results, we return the items array by default. Okay, let's try a second method. Let's just actually here use this items filter in here, and down there let's put like, if there is a search, okay, if there is a search, we want to return this operation. Otherwise we are going to return the item. Is it going to work? Well, let's try. So I'm going to type JavaScript, it's going to work. I'm going to type CSS grid, it's going to work. It's going to work also for Node.js crash, etc., etc. So suddenly I can remove my UseEffect, which is here, and I can also remove my set filtered. Okay, so I'm just going to update, and I'm going to type understanding, it's working, introduction, it's working, CSS grid, it's working. All right, I'm going to let this example on the /search page, where you can probably copy paste the code that we got here. But as you see, creating a search bar, it's really fast. Later, when we're going to see fetch, we're going to see how to do just to call an API, get the results, or probably use an API endpoint that is going to return the results automatically. Of course, the problematic will be on not spamming the API. There will be a solution for that. It's time now to write a form together, a very basic form on React. And I'm going to show you a method that you are going to probably use in your professional life. So basically here I got a page form, and you can go under /form to get the form page, which we got here. So immediately I'm going to call this page the form page, because what I want to do, I would like to have this form as a function that I could export somewhere else. Why? Because probably this form could be in another pop-up or anything else. So from the start, I'm not going to write this form as a page, but as a component. That's the first tip of this video. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is to create immediately on top of it here a const form, which will be a component that is going to be returned. So I'm going to type hello form here, for example, and I'm going to return my form immediately down there. Okay, so I got my form and I got hello form there. What I want to do here is to create a client component form. Basically, if I would like to have a server form, I would do differently. So here I'm going to use a UseState, and I can use UseState under client only. So I'm going to use the state in here. What I would like to do is to pass the data from the parent to my child form, which is up here. So I would have to start a name and an email that I'm going just to pass here. And I'm going to deconstruct my props, and I'm going to pass my name, my email, my set name, and my set email, because this is this form that is going to perform all the operation coming from the child up here. Which is cool is that later, now I put export here, I will be able to actually just write this piece of code in here if I want to export my form, as I told you before. Okay, that's great. So now I've got this for the parent. It's over. Like, I don't need to basically write anything on the parent at this step of the course. What I need to do now is to focus on the form up there. So I'm just going to go on the form up there, and I'm going to close the form page. All right, so what we want to do in here when we receive actually the props, which are exactly the same as we got down there, so I can just copy paste these props in here. What I can do here is to build my form depending on the name and email that I got there. So first I'm going to use the form tag from HTML. And this form tag here is going to have some style. Let's say it's going to have a grid and gap too, and there we go. And what I want to perform is an onSubmit action. So this is not mandatory. You are not obliged to use onSubmit. You can add a onClick, but here with onSubmit, we can run all the operation to check the length, the type, to check if the fields have the right value. Okay, here I'm not necessarily going to do it, but you can do it if you want. Okay, I'm going to type an handle submit function, and this handle submit function is to receive basically what is going to receive an event. Okay, and what we want to do immediately is to event prevent default, which means that we don't want necessarily here to change the page when we're gonna submit the form. There we go. So here I'm receiving name and email. So what I want to do here is just to have some divs containing basically my inputs that I'm going to create. So I'm going to type class name. I'm just going to go up here for the needs of the video. There we go. Grid and gap 2, and we should be good. Okay, so inside this div, I would like to have a label. Okay, and this label here is going to be your name. Just going to put that, there we go, here. And I would like to have exactly the same down there for your email. All right, so far so good. I'm going to add another div, and on this div I'm going to add a button of type submit. Why it's necessary to get the type submit? Because remember here on top we got onSubmit. So I got my submit here, and I added some style to it, so I got this black nice button. Okay, so when I click on onSubmit, I'm supposed to have this handle submit. So if you want to test that, okay, alert here is going to be alert, hello submit, you can test it this way. So I'm going to click here, and there we go, we've got hello submit appearing in here. Okay, but we need the inputs. So I need to create my two inputs, and I need to just put on my inputs the events. So here on name, I'm just going to copy paste my input. There we go. We've got an input of type text, and we've got here a class name here that is giving some style to it, and the value it's name. Here name is basically coming from the form that we got up here. So we got name and set name. Okay, if you don't pass name or set name here, you are going to have a bug, and that's not what you want to do. Okay, so basically by default you could add some value if you want there, but the thing is that here with set name nothing will happen, so you need to pass the props. If you don't pass the props, it will not work, you will get an error. Okay, we can work on performing this external component later. Okay, we've got here the value and stuff, and when I'm going to type the name, it's going to save the value. Okay, I'm going to do exactly the same for the email. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to add the email, and suddenly there we go, we've got our two stuff that are here. Okay, so what I want to do is just to console log, there we go, my email, and I want to console log also my name. So I'm going to first console log my name and my email after, and there we go. So I'm going to open here my console. I got some errors. I'm just going to clean them, and here when we type and I click enter, we can see here I need an email address because it's supposed to be type email. So here as I put type email, is going to check for that. So I'm going to type guillaume@mail.com, and I'm going to type, and there we go, we've got the two values that are there. But here I want to just show something. I want just to show that basically I would like to show some kind of error on top of my button saying, hey, you are missing something. Okay, so let's build this error system really quick. I'm just going to close here the console. There we go. I'm just going to create a div, and here I'm going to come back on the top. I don't get any error stuff, but inside my form, I could have some state which will be error and set error. There we go. And here it will be actually an empty string. So here I'm not on TypeScript, so I can remove that. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to display this error and say error length superior to 1, and here get a div. Okay, so let's say that I got an error. You must enter a valid email address, exactly what we've got. Down there, I'm just going to go here and I want to display the error that we've got. And we've got this here, this piece of string, which is totally empty. We want probably to add some style to it. So in this course, I'm using Tailwind to create my own components, creating my own style. Of course, if you are using a library, a component library, please use the component for an alert or an error. Okay, don't waste your time. Here I'm just going to create my own. So here it's going to be bd red 50, text red 500, border red 500, border red 500, and then I'm going to add some padding px2 py1, and I want it to be rounded. So probably the border is too much. Question of style. Just going to add that, and there we go. We got that. Okay, so I got the error. If I remove my here my error, suddenly it's going to disappear. There we go. So what we want to do here when we submit our form, we would like to just push an error or not. So if there is no name, okay, what we want to do, we want to return a set error. Please enter a name. Okay. That's what we want to do. And if there is no email, please enter an email. Okay, that's what we want to do. All right, and it's going to return. It's going to stop at this point. So here, if I click, there we go. We got please enter a name appearing. So if I enter a name, it's going to be please enter an email. And here I'm going to type Guillaume at, and if it's a wrong email, it's going to check here. I'm going to type email.com. And when I click on submit, what I would like to do by default is to set my error on actually nothing. So I can put an empty string, or I can put an undefined. Okay, undefined. There we go. Okay, so when I click, bam, the error disappears, and we got that. And if I open my console, down there, I'm going to click again. Down there, we've got the results that I'm typing on. So, of course, I'm just going to go on full page to finish this explanation. Of course, here I created a very, very basic form, but I showed you every step when you want to create a form. Probably the most important thing of this video, and what senior developers are doing most of the time, they are basically externalizing every form into components, because probably you are going to reuse them somewhere. Okay, so basically here I didn't use any library. I created my own form, and so this form could be one of many forms that I would do. So it carries its own logic. It's taking basically here, it's submitting directly inside the component itself, because we assume here, that the component carries the business logic. Okay, probably we've got another component, another form that will not carry the business logic. So if we are not carrying the business logic, what we would need to do is to take the handle submit, put it into the parent here, for example, and we would need to pass the handle submit as a prop. Okay, and it would do exactly the same. Of course, we need also to take the error. And here, up here, what I need to do is to add handle submit, add error, and also add set error. Okay, so I need to do that, otherwise it's not going to work. Just going to need to pass here my error, and here again error, and down there set error. So here we've instead of having a business logic component, we have here a just UI component that will need to receive everything to handle the submit, etc., etc. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use fetch with React.js. So what is fetch? And we want to understand exactly its role in JavaScript. Fetch is automatically provided by JavaScript, so you can use it without installing anything. It's a modern JavaScript API. It's made to make HTTP requests. So it's promise-based, so basically you can do asynchronous call also. And it provides a simple way to interact with RESTful services and APIs. So here I got a form page, which is available on the /form endpoint on my application. You can find the code in the description. And what I want to do is to use fetch here to make some call and to display basically here in the console the response. So what I'm going to do at first is to use UseEffect, because I would like to trigger this call not on a click, not on a button, but to trigger this call basically immediately when I arrive on the form component. Okay, so up here, I'm going to import UseEffect. And if you don't know how to use UseEffect, you can go on the previous course about UseEffect and to understand what it is and how to use it efficiently. Okay, so here, if I put an empty array, it's going to fetch automatically. It's going to trigger everything that is inside UseEffect automatically on the start of the component. So here I'm going to type a fetch, okay? And basically just fetch, there we go. Here fetch, it's supposed to receive one or two parameters. The first parameter is the URL. Okay, so what we want to do is to fetch some data coming from an API. So it could be any API that you want. I created, especially for you guys, an endpoint on my own website on codewithg.com, an endpoint to fetch some movies. So if I copy paste here in a new page, here we can see that we got a list of movies on codewithg.com/API/movies. So you can train on that to get actually the movies. So I'm going to zoom a little bit, there we go. So here we've got first the URL, and after you can pass an object, and in here you can pass different elements. So here it's basically everything related to HTTP. So you got the method, by default it's get, but you can put post, patch, whatever, okay? All the methods provided naturally by HTTP. Also, if you want to pass some headers, you can pass some headers, and this is where most of the time you are going to pass the authorization with your token, a cookie, etc., etc. Okay? So here I'm not going to do that just for this course. I'm just going to let it like this. I have here my fetch that is going to call this API endpoint. And what I want to do is just to treat the response that we got in return. Because the response that we got in return needs to be converted to JSON to be read actually inside my browser. So here what I need to do is to type res JSON. Okay, so I treat here the response as a JSON. Now I want to read it. Or I want probably to apply this result to basically a UseState, for example. Then when I get the response, I want to just get this data. So what I can do here is just to console log the data at first to see basically the response from the API. So when I do that, I'm just going to remove all of that. We are going to do the fetch again. There we go. Here we can see that I got the movies in an array and I got everything that is down there. If I got an error, what I would like to do is also to catch the error. So it's totally possible with fetch. What I would do at the end, just after the then, I could add here a catch, an error, and a console log an error. Okay, so here it's a very good case, very interesting case that we can treat right now. Remember, at the really beginning of the course, I told you that I would tell you why React is rendering 2 times there here the response or the components in dev mode. And the answer to this question is basically on my main.js6 file. We are in a strict mode. So the strict mode does a lot of stuff, and this is not the topic of this course. But this strict mode here in development environment is rendering 2 times actually the components. So it made 2 times the call here, the fetch is done 2 times. If you remove this strict mode, suddenly you will see that you don't have the call 2 times, but only 1 time. So if you want to take more information about strict mode, we can see that in another video, or you can check online. Alright, so far that's great. I implemented this fetch like this, but probably I would like to do some other operations, right? Probably I would like to have a complete function. Basically, that would be called fetch data. And this function, fetch data, could be outside of the UseEffect and be used for other stuff. So here we got here the function fetch data, and let's say that I'm just going to put it in here, and we can see that this fetch data is actually an asynchronous function, which means that here when I do async await inside my try catch, here I'm gonna wait for movies response to arrive to continue. Okay, so basically, as I told you, fetch is also asynchronous without a problem. So you can get, post, patch, delete data, whatever the method is, asynchronously. Okay, so I got this, and we can see here that I do exactly the same as down there. I'm transforming my response into JSON, and then I set the data up there. So I don't have any data here. What I can do is just to put data, set data, okay, and here I can just put an array, and I can just apply the data directly from the response. So what I can do here, I'm going to go down, just going to remove that. You will see that inside the UseEffect, I don't need to put the async await. Basically, it doesn't work. You cannot use UseEffect asynchronously. So what we want to do, we just want to call fetch data that is going to handle the whole thing, okay, from the asynchronous call. So I'm just going to save that right now, and then we apply the data and we don't console log anymore. Okay, probably what I would like to do to be sure that the call has been done is just to console log here. So here we got a mismatch, we got data. Let's just put an underscore data and here data, because data already appears up here inside my data array. And then we've got the data here that has been applied with the upcoming fetch. What we did here, we converted the previous fetch into a more cleaner function that can be reusable. If I don't want it to be reusable, what I want to do is to put it directly inside the UseEffect and not to instantiate it inside my component. Okay, that's what I want to do. So I got this, I got my data. What I would like to do probably is actually to deconstruct data. Here we can see that I set data from the upcoming data, and we got a very good case. Here we can see that data here coming from the response is actually an object of movies. So what I'm supposed to do here is probably more to deconstruct here my data and to set the data by movies. It's way better. So if you look at this, here we can see that basically this is the array that I'm pushing and not the object containing the array with the key movies. Okay, so far so good. We've got everything. If I want to display them, I can go down there, and what I can do is to do a data map with every item that we've got. So here I'm just going to display, and we already saw in a previous lesson how to do the list. Okay, if you don't know, please come back to what we have. Okay, and here I got an item, and this item here, so remember, every movie has a title. Okay, so let's say that we're going to put as a key an item.title, and here I can display my item.title, and suddenly, look at this, we've got the movies coming. So here I'm just going to update again, and we can see here it's quasi instant. My API is really fast. We got the movies title that are displayed directly. So the operation is this. One, we fetch the data. If there is no error, we continue. If there is an error, we stop here at this line 66. We deconstruct data, assuming we know that here it's going to be an object containing a movies keys, and we apply the data up there to set data, and here the component is displaying actually the data that has been fulfilled. Fetch is the basic solution provided by JavaScript to send and get data from API, to communicate with API. But we got other solutions that we can use, other libraries that are providing some other solution that actually solves a lot of problem. For instance, if your API is slow, here you're gonna have some time to wait to get the titles. And probably you would like to display some kind of loader, skeleton or stuff. The main practice would be to have a loading state up here, which is totally fine, true or false. And we set actually the loading at the beginning of our try, and at the end we set it to false. Okay, that's one solution. But we're gonna see that with other libraries we can do way better. And fetch is basic, you can use it everywhere. But if you want to go deeper, probably a library like Axios or UseSWR that we're gonna see just after would be more useful. Previously, we saw how to fetch data using fetch, which comes naturally from JavaScript and which is available everywhere. Now I want to show you another example using Axios. Axios is a very famous library that helps you to do exactly the same as fetch, but with more options, and probably you will be very interested in them. So what we're going to do now, we are going to stop our React application, and I'm going just to type npm install Axios. So Axios is a library that we will use basically to do promise-based HTTP client requests from the browser and Node.js, and it will offer a more powerful and more flexible alternative to fetch. All right, so I'm going to yarn dev again, and there we go, we got our application back. I'm going to let for you this example with fetch, and down there I'm going to create a new example with Axios. All right, so basically it's always the same. We're going to fetch data and we're going to render it directly inside our page just up here. Okay, so now we got Axios here. What we want to do is to import Axios from Axios basic, okay? And with this Axios that we got there, we are going to get actually our movies. Okay, so here I'm going to do my try catch, okay, and I'm going to throw a new error of error. There we go, error message. There we go. And instead of having here our fetch just up here, I can type const response, okay, is equal Axios. And here, Axios is providing to us all the method as a sub-object. So if I want to do a get, I'm going to type get. If I want to do a post, I'm going to type post. If I want to do a patch, I'm going to type patch. Okay? So here it's the first main difference. After that, all the options that I can pass through this get, basically they are the same with fetch. I can work on the headers and stuff, etc., etc. So I'm just going to call again my own API, which is up there. There we go. And what I want to do is just now to just console log and catch my error. So if you didn't see previously what we've got here, just here, you can go on the video of fetch. We can see immediately the response for those who were on the previous video. Here I'm just going to type res, there we go, that we don't need to transform actually our response as a JSON with Axios. It's handling it automatically, and we can see here that when we console log our res data. And so what I can do so far is to use this res data. I don't need to transform it into a JSON and to put set data of res data. And suddenly we see that we've got an error, because remember, this is movies that we need and not the actual data. So I'm going to type res data from movies, and we got the exact same example. Of course, what I could do is just to deconstruct here, and just to put, it's actually data, sorry, there we go. And what I could put is just to put this, there we go, res.data.movies, and we would have the same thing. Okay, so we can see here with Axios that we can do exactly the same kind of call, and you can use Axios everywhere you want. Okay, I'm going to just comment here this example, and I'm just going to let it for you, and I'm going to also comment Axios here on top. That's really cool. But every time I'm going to write fetch or Axios, I will need to put the URL that I want to call, and it's probably boring, okay? I probably don't want to do that. Also, probably I would like to pass the same configuration object to every HTTP handler request that I'm going to use. It's a bit boring. So what we could do is to create an instance of Axios that we would call all the time. So you will understand what I'm going to do in just a minute. But to do so, I need to come back to my whole project that I got in here, okay? So here we can see that I got my source folder with tons of stuff, my helpers, my hooks, my layouts and stuff. So what I could do, the first thing that I could do is, for example, to have an API folder, and in this API folder get an Axios.js file that would actually be the instance of my Axios. Okay, so here I can do that under API, or I can put it directly at the root of my source folder. Okay, so just for this course, for everybody to find it faster and stuff, I'm just going to do it in here. You are not obliged to do it, you can do it whenever you want. Okay, we've got our file. So what is this Axios file? This file will be an instance of Axios, which means that basically here we are going to create like a layer that will be injected in every call that we're going to do. So what should we do? What we should do at first, of course, is to import Axios. After that, we would need to create an instance or an instance object. So what I need to do here is to call Axios. I got this instance object that I can export by default. I got this Axios and I type Axios.create. Okay, this create function coming from Axios is receiving one object, and this object here, it's the configuration of every Axios that I'm going to use. So let me come back to form. Down there we can see that here in this example that I commented, I got this Axios here, but instead of this Axios, I'm going to call this instance. So automatically I will be sure that I will call actually basically this object every time. So here I can put all my configuration. If I want to fetch some cookies, some token directly, not fetch, sorry, get some cookies from here, from my instance that I got there, I'm not obliged to copy paste all the time after inside my Axios instance the thing. I can just do it in this instance. All right, so let's write together. Okay, let's write together here this object. So we got a base URL. So we can see here that probably my base URL will be https://codewithg.com/API/movies. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy paste this, okay, and I'm going to comment it, and I'm going to put example with Axios instance. All right, I'm just going to go to the top. Okay, I'm just going to go here, there we go. And instead here of getting this Axios, I'm going to import my Axios instance, okay? So I'm going to type it like this, coming from where? Here I can do that, and at the root, here source, or I can probably just do that. Here, there we go, we've got Axios, and there we go. So we got our Axios instance, and I'm going to go down there on my Axios instance. And you can see here that I didn't put yet the base URL. So the base URL, basically, it's the URL that you are going to call. So probably here I can put this whole thing with API, and I'm just going to put, actually without the last slash, I'm just going to copy paste this one, coming here, and there we go. So every call that I'm going to use, every base URL that I'm going to use with this instance is this part of the API. So now I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to save, and here we can see that we've got a lot of errors. Don't worry for that. Okay, so we call /movies. We got this base URL, and we've got these headers that are passed. If I would like to pass some headers and stuff, and we've got this with credential, and you can see here that I wrote that with credential automatically send cookies with request, which is cool because you don't need to inject the cookie in every call that you will do. Okay, so me in my case, I got tons of error because I added the headers and with credential, and for the need of this course, I opened totally the API. So I'm just going to remove that, and there we go. So here, if I do that, and I update again, we can see that I finally got the response. And if I want to look at the code itself, here I'm just going to look for movies. There we go. We got movies. We got a preview. And we can see that it took the base URL and it added actually the path that I'm looking for now. So this Axios instance is really useful because it created actually a place where I can have actually a part of the API that I'm calling, and I can just type /movies and don't take care about all the rest. All I need to do is to do all my configuration in this instance here in this file. Of course, you can use this instance asynchronously. So Axios is really useful for that. You can go way deeper into Axios. This was just a quick course to show you how to use Axios with React. But we can see that we can leverage the whole configuration of every call we want to do from React to an API directly inside an Axios instance like this. React Query is a very powerful library for managing server state in React application, and it makes it very, very easy to fetch, cache, synchronize, and update server data. Okay, so I created a server component that I injected on the path server, and if I come back to it, it's a totally empty component. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to import useQuery, and I'm going to import Axios. Okay, so I'm going to use Axios and useQuery together. What I want to do also just after that is to use some kind of fetch data function, but this time it's not going to be inside the component, it's going to be outside. Why? Because it's going to be rendered on the server. If I would like to render it on client, it would be totally different. We come back here, we can see that we got use client here on the top. Here we don't have it, so we are on the server side. So I'm just going to use here this fetch data that we got there. And remember here what we want to do is basically here to not use HTTPS blah blah blah, but to use our API movies where we get the movies from. Okay, so far so good. Okay, what we want to do is basically to render the data that we're gonna get directly up here. So here it's going to be very different from what we did before. What I'm gonna do here is to actually call useQuery, and we can deconstruct useQuery into several elements, and this is where it's going to be interesting and useful. First, useQuery is going to return to us the data coming from this fetch data. But also, it's going to return to us the error automatically. It's going to catch the error for us and return it automatically. Another state really useful will be the isLoading. And we're going to use this loading to show the loader or something else while we wait for the data coming. Okay, or for the call to answer. So we got this useQuery, and what we want to do, we want to here put two arguments. Those two arguments are first the name of the query, because probably later we want to identify it to reuse it, and we need to pass the function that is going to fetch the data. You understood that it's going to be fetch data. So here I'm just going to put a string to start, and it's going to be fetch data, and then I'm going to pass here as a callback the fetch data function. It's going to handle everything for us. Which is really cool is that so far, okay, we've got here isLoading and data. So what I can do is basically to use my isLoading directly to render some loading state. So here what I can do is to say, just before returning here the dev component down there, the div component, sorry, we can just return here loading like this as a string. Basically, this is bad. What I should do is to have a plain div, and it will be better. So I can remove that. And there we go. Okay, so it's going to handle it automatically. Otherwise, if there is an error, I can return a div error, okay, and close here the div. And I can show here, if I would like to, the error message. So basically, it could be here error.message, and we should be good. Okay, so far we got here an error, and what's happening in here? We didn't set up the React query with a query client, so we need to configure the client in our main.jsx file. So let's come back here to main.jsx file, and down there we need to specify that we are going to use our query client provider. Okay, so what I can do here, I got an app wrapper, which basically is here. I could also do it inside my wrapper. But anyway, what I can do here is just to come back here and to put here query client provider. Here I already got it, okay? And I can wrap the whole application into it. This query client provider is waiting for a client, and this client will be a query client that we are going to import. Initiate just up there. So here I got my query client, which comes basically from the query client, sorry, directly from React query. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back here on the top, and we can see that I got query client imported, and query client provider, sorry, and we got the query client down there. So I'm going to go down. I got my query client just here, and we can see that it's on the render part. I made a mistake. It's query client, and we need to trigger a new query client. Then we inject it, and then we should be good. We should have here our query client set up. So what I can do is to open my console and just console log the data, because remember at this point I will get the data, and we can see here that we got data.data.movies. So I can this time coming back here, just copying paste it this, and I'm just going to go here, and I got data.map item, and remember here we can see that on my data I got data.movie, so I need to just do that. It's a bit tricky for this example, but there we go. We've got exactly the same example as we got with Axios on the client side, but now on the server side with React query working. Here is an example that is more aesthetic. We are actually deconstructing the data with data movies coming in here, because otherwise it looks a bit messy. And what we would like to prevent is that we've got some errors. So we already got this error up here that is doing the job. If there is an error, we stop there with this error message, and we never arrive here. Let's say that for this example, we would like to post a new movie and mutate the actual array that we got on the API side, assuming we have a post endpoint. So I commented the previous code, and what we're going to do at first, we are going to just import Axios and use mutation and use query client. Previously, we used use query from React query. This is to get the data and to cache it. We didn't show it, but there's still the option to do it. You can check it out. But here what I want to do is to have some kind of button that is going to mutate actually my state. So let's say that I'm going to have a button and add a new movie. Okay, and when I click on this action, I would like to post to my API and get a new movie in the list. So what I would need to do here is to create a mutation. This mutation here will be actually the function that is going to do the operation on the server side. Mutation is going to use, of course, the useMutation function that we have up here. And what it's going to do is going to receive the new movie, okay, the new movie object. And this is where we are going to post here. So we are going to use Axios post, and we are going to post on https://codewidg.com/API/movies. Or if you want to use again the Axios instance coming from the Axios file we created before, it's already possible. It's still possible. So we just need /movies. There we go. So once we've got this, I'm going to zoom a little bit for you to see here. Once we've got our mutation ready, we can do the operation. Just after this post that we got there, we need to post, of course, the new item. So the new movie, sorry. So we got the new movie, which is here, and we got to pass it to our Axios instance just inside the function Axios. Of course, we need to pass the new movie as a body. Okay, so what I can do down there is directly to use the onClick event handler coming from where? Coming from React, and by extension already available in every HTML file through JavaScript. So I'm going to use mutation mutate, and I need the function mutate from this useMutation instance, which is here under mutation. And here I need to pass the object, which would be basically a new movie. So we can say title Star Wars here, and there we go. This is the only thing I need to do this server action. I can of course pass another object after our function here. We can pass a new object to specify some stuff that I want to do once the operation is done. So for example, what I can use here is to say on mutate here, I want to do some operation. While I mutate, I want to do something. Or while once the operation is done, unsettled, I could use my query client to do something to do some operation that I would like to do at this point. So for example, what I could do here on use query client, and this use query client, you understood it's coming from here, is the query client that we got there on main.jsx. What I could do is to invalidate any other query, and this query would have a name, for instance, a query movies or movies query. Okay, I could do something like this if I want to. So just to keep it simple, I'm going to keep that. And that's it. That's how I can mutate. That's how I can just send some data. What I need to do is to use mutation from React query, use an Axios instance or Axios basically. Here I got my Axios instance. And then I would push here this movie. And when I got it, I could display it again on a list. Okay, if we merge use query with use mutation, here is the result. So we've got our list here, and we've got the button add a new movie. I added some style to it. And we've got here our query client that is initiated, our use query, and our use mutation function. Okay? So at first, exactly like previously, we fetch here with the function fetch data, we fetch the data coming from directly from the endpoint. And we've got our use mutation, and here we use on success or unsettled our query client to invalidate the query fetch data. What does it do? It tells the query actually fetch data to refetch again the data to be refreshed. Okay, so here we've got a loading state, an error, and when we got the data, we deconstruct the data with movies. Down there, we are pushing one movie, Star Wars, directly here to the database. So it assumes that you got already an endpoint post where you can post actually new movies, and it's going to be in the array. So we got here use query, use mutation. There we go. So when I arrive on the app, I got a list of movies. Okay, and when I click on add new movie, it's supposed to push this movie down there on the on-click event handler, mutation, mutate, bam. Okay, so I'm going to click on add a new movie, and immediately we've got here Star Wars that has been added to the list. So if I update again, Star Wars here is on the array, and if I click again, it's going to add again Star Wars, because here I don't look for the name and stuff, so we can see it coming. So we can see here we are on a server component. I'm just going to remove all of that so you can have the whole example. We are mixing React query and Axios to trigger some action on the server side, and we can add some new movies, etc., to our array, which is basically on my website, which is here saved on the Axios instance. So I'm not saving this data. This is just an array that will be reset every time I update my website, but you can still use it to try to send data using React query. I would like to end this complete course by talking about server components, which is a new concept in React at the time I'm making this video. And there is React 19 that is coming really soon with a bunch of new stuff. And basically, they also removed a lot of hooks that we previously used in React. This is why I didn't necessarily make videos on every hook available, because some of them are going to disappear. But React server component is a concept that is going to stay for a long time, and for good reasons. So previously, I created this server component that is using use query, use mutation, use query client coming from React query. And on the server side, I can do some operation that before I could only do on the client side. So in this short video, I would like to make an introduction to RSCs. RSCs for React server components. It's brand new in React 19, and it allows component to run only on the server. Why do we want to do that? Probably for some SEO reasons, you would like to have some static data rendered only on the server, but also to reduce the JavaScript bundle size on the client. So once the data is actually generated, loaded on the page, it will stay there, and it will be faster for every client to get the page with the data. So what is the basic usage of a server component? So far here, when you create a component, and here we got the server component, So far, you are probably using use client because you want to use UseState, you want to use UseEffect, some hooks that are available only on the client side. If you want to turn your application into a server-side application, so with React Server components, you need to remove this use client if you get it. Otherwise, by default, if you don't put anything, your component will be by default rendered on the server, which could lead to some confusion for some users because you think that the data is fresh, but the data is not fresh because it has been generated previously. And by the time you visit the page, it has not been generated. So basically, by rendering components on the servers, RSEs can make your web app load faster, perform better, especially on slow network on some countries where they got very bad network. Okay, now we would like to understand the difference between server component and client component. So basically, the server components handle the data fetching and processing. Okay, so here we can see that we got the function outside, okay, function outside of my main component function, okay? So when you have a function like this, it's going to be triggered on the server side. So by the time I'm rendering the page, the fetch is already done. On the client side, it's the opposite. While the client component manages interactions and UI updates, basically, it's going to fetch the data and show here the loading state. So basically, I have right now a loading state, which is here, but it's a bit useless for a server-side application, okay? In case you are not sure if you are on the server, you can use the use server exactly like the client, okay? Probably sometimes you would like to use only the server-side component. You don't need to specify it. But if you specify the use client and use server in the same file, you can do this little trick. There is an advanced concept on server component. Remember, previously we talked about suspense, and actually the RSEs can be interleaved with client components with React Suspense. So we saw that we use Suspense here to call our lazy component. Okay, this lazy component is on the server side. Remember, here we've got a call here with wait for a promise, and then we've got a lazy component rendered. It's exactly the same as what we've done here on the server component on the previous course on React query. React Suspense helps you to suspend time to manage the server-side rendering, and it can improve loading times and user experience. On Next.js 13, if you want to try Next.js 13, I got a full course on my YouTube channel. We fully support RSC, right? So developers are allowed to mix server and client components seamlessly. Okay, it optimizes a lot of stuff, such as the performance and the SEO. And at the end, I would like to treat a very common question, which is, do the children inherit from the parents? Which means if I got a client component wrapping a server component, is all the server component will be client. Okay, so when a client component wraps a server component, the server component still executes this component on the server. However, for the client component, you must be careful because it manages the client-side interactivity and state, as the server only outputs its static data, and it does not change after the initial rendering. Let me give you an example. Here we have actually a client wrapper, and this client wrapper is actually containing my server component, which is just down there, okay? In this case, my server component will be rendered on the server side. But you gotta know, it's an important note, even though my server component runs on the server, it can be wrapped by client wrapper. So it means that it handles dynamically behavior on the client side. And this pattern, guys, is really powerful, but it requires very careful state management. An additional point, and the final point actually of this lesson, it's that it highlights how server and client components interact when they are used together. We focus here on a specific scenario of client-side wrapping, which is crucial for advanced React application. But you can basically do what you want. You can use React and server component when you need them. It doesn't, it's not on a code level that you need to think about that, but more on a strategy of your product that you need to focus on. If you want to do fully SEO, probably you want to be on server side. If you want to do a React client application, you can use the client only.